and even asked for the duck bones to be made into soup. Su Qinghu looked over and saw Dan handing her a piece of crispy duck skin dipped in sugar. "You eat it," Su Qinghu said. Duck skin with sugar was basically a recipe for gaining weight. As a pregnant woman, she'd better not indulge. She only took one bite of duck skin, then stopped and skillfully started wrapping pancakes with lotus leaves. "Let's eat." "What are you two waiting for?" she said, her hands busy as she glanced at her sons. Did Dan and Dan exchanged a look. Dan asked, "Mom, don't you like duck skin anymore?" "Of course I do," Su Qinghu replied, puzzled. "Then why did you only eat one piece this time?" Dan asked. Hadn't she always insisted on splitting the duck skin evenly with them before? Su Qinghu suddenly realized. "No need to split it this time. You two can have it all." "Why?" Dan asked. "Because I don't want to gain weight," Su Qinghu replied. "What's wrong with being chubby?" Dan was confused. All the uncles and aunties always say, "Look at this kid, so fair and chubby, growing up so well." Su Qinghu. How is she supposed to explain that every era has its own beauty standards? And besides, for health reasons, gaining weight really wasn't good. "How about this? Whenever you have a question you can't figure out, write it down." "I'll give you 1 cent for each question," Su Qinghu said, squinting her eyes as she wielded the power of money. "Once you've saved up enough, we'll go through them together." "I guess that's fine, but didn't you always tell us to finish today's business today?" Dan replied. "At 1 cent per question, it would take forever to save up a yuan's worth of unsolvable questions. He'd be better off earning money by taking photos for people. Besides, sometimes he just couldn't wait to know the answer. It felt so much better to get things solved right away." "Ask your brother," Su Qinghu said. Did Dan glanced at her, then at Dan, and finally said, "Shut up and eat." "Huh?" Dan was stunned. "Shut up and eat," Dan repeated. He asked way too many questions. Wasn't eating supposed to be enjoyable? "But bro, what I wanted to ask was," Dan tried to persist, struggling to repeat his question. But as soon as he started, Dan cut him off. "You used to be so enthusiastic about eating, especially meat. Are you tired of it today? Should we start eating lighter meals at home from now on?" Before he could finish, Dan grabbed a piece of duck skin, without even dipping it in sugar, and stuffed it straight into Dan's mouth. "You've worked hard, big brother. Hurry up and eat some duck skin while it's hot." Su Qinghu ate as she watched her 2 sons bicker, feeling completely content. This was perfect, how loving and harmonious brothers could be, ha ha ha. As long as they weren't pestering her, even the food tasted twice as good. Su Qinghu didn't take Lin Jiachu to heart, but she also didn't want to let her off too easily. After her husband died, it was understandable for her to leave her daughter behind to pursue her own happiness. But to do so with such peace of mind, to ignore her child for so many years without a second thought, that was unacceptable. After agreeing to old John's request, Su Qinghu turned to Lin Jiachu and said, "Ms. Lin, if you have time, you really should bring your husband and child to try some of our mainland cuisine. Now that the country's opened up, it's not like the old days when people didn't have enough to eat or wear." Lin Jiachu forced a smile. "I will." "Your husband?" What husband did she have? Maybe more than a decade ago, she truly did. But after that? Her fingers tightened slightly around her handbag, the ring on her ring finger digging painfully into her skin, and a wave of embarrassment suddenly washed over her. This ring, she was probably the only one still wearing it. "Well then, we won't disturb you any longer. We'll head inside." Su Qinghu nodded slightly to the two of them, then happily led her 2 children to their seats. She ordered with practiced ease, and the 3 of them began eagerly awaiting the arrival of their roast duck. Dan glanced around, then leaned in close to Su Qinghu and whispered, "Mom, did you just try to make that Andy mad on purpose?" He could tell that Andy was angry. But his mom hadn't really said anything, just suggested she bring her family to enjoy some good food. Why did her expression change so suddenly? "So, do you think I made her mad?" Su Qinghu was starting to regret it now, regret that she hadn't done a better job. People who aren't good at arguing always wish they could redo the scene after the fact. That was exactly how she felt right now. As the person involved, she was full of regret. She really hadn't performed up to her usual standards. Of course you made her mad. You're taller than us, so maybe you didn't notice how tightly she was gripping her bag, Dan recalled cheerfully. She was squeezing it really hard. Hearing this, Su Qinghu felt relieved. Even if she hadn't done her best, at least she'd landed a hit. When did she start gripping her bag? Su Qinghu was curious. After which sentence? She wanted to figure it out so she could do better next time. Dan said, "It was when you told her to bring her husband and child here to eat." Mom, I don't get it. Dan looked genuinely puzzled. What's wrong with that? It's just like asking, have you eaten yet? Why did that make her so angry? He was really curious. Dan was also looking at Su Qinghu, waiting for her to explain. Su Qinghu propped her chin on her hand and started thinking. Ms. Lin, if you have time, you really should bring your husband and child to try some of our mainland cuisine. Now that the country's opened up, it's not like the old days when people didn't have enough to eat or wear. Let's break down the main elements. Time can be vague. The place is this restaurant, the people are husband and child, and the event is eating. For Lin Jiachu, based on her clothes, watch, and jewelry, there's no reason to get upset about the place or the event. She's wealthy enough to eat wherever, whenever she wants. So the only uncontrollable factor is the people, right? Her child and her husband? The child might be a sore spot for Lin Jiachu, after all. He's in a wheelchair, and from what Su Qinghu had observed, the two didn't seem close, more like familiar business partners than mother and son. As for the husband, Su Qinghu tried to recall what she'd noticed earlier. Lin Jiachu had a diamond ring on her ring finger. So she should be married, which means mentioning her husband shouldn't be a taboo, right? Still, to make sure her next attack landed harder, she decided she'd target those two next time and see how Lin Jiachu reacted. Mom, we can eat now. Dan shook Su Qinghu. I asked the chef to slice the duck extra thin, just the way you like it. They came here often, so they all knew each other's preferences. Before Su Qinghu could say anything, Dan had already explained their requests in detail, even asking for the duck bones to be made into soup. Su Qinghu looked over and saw Dan offering her a piece of crispy duck skin dipped in sugar. You eat it, Su Qinghu said. Duck skin with sugar, that was a surefire way to gain weight. She was pregnant, after all, so she'd better not indulge. After just one bite of duck skin, Su Qinghu stopped and skillfully started wrapping pancakes. Dig in, what are you waiting for? She said, her hands busy as she glanced at the two boys. Did Dan and Dan exchanged a look? Then Dan asked, Mom, don't you like duck skin anymore? Of course I do, Su Qinghu replied, a little confused. Then why did you only eat one piece this time? Dan pressed. Wasn't she the one who always insisted on splitting the duck skin evenly with them? Su Qinghu suddenly understood. No need to split it this time, you two can have it all. Why? Dan asked. Because I don't want to gain weight, Su Qinghu replied. What's wrong with gaining weight? Dan was puzzled. Aren't all the uncles and aunties always praising kids for being chubby and healthy? Su Qinghu. How is she supposed to explain that every era has its own standards of beauty? And besides, for health reasons, gaining weight really wasn't a good thing. How about this, Su Qinghu said, narrowing her eyes as she prepared to wield the power of money. Every time you have a question you really can't figure out, write it down. I'll give you 1 cent for each question. When you've saved up enough, we'll study them together. I guess that works, Dan said, but didn't you always tell us to finish today's business today? At 1 cent per question, it'll take forever to save up enough for a whole yuan's worth of unsolvable questions. He might as well go take photos for people to earn money. Besides, sometimes he just couldn't wait that long for answers. It felt so much better to get answers right away. Ask your brother, Su Qinghu said. Dan glanced at her, then at Dan, and finally said, shut up and eat. Huh? Dan was stunned. Shut up and eat, Dan repeated. He asks way too many questions. Isn't it nice to just eat in peace? But, bro, what I wanted to ask was... Dan tried to persist, struggling to repeat his question. But before he could finish, did Dan cut him off. You used to be so enthusiastic about eating, especially meat. Are you sick of it today? Should we start eating lighter at home from now on? Before he could finish, Dan grabbed a piece of duck skin, without even dipping it in sugar, and stuffed it straight into Dan's mouth. You've worked hard, bro, hurry up and eat the duck skin while it's hot. As Su Qinghu ate, she watched the two boys bicker and tease each other, feeling completely content. This was just perfect, how loving brothers could be, haha. As long as they weren't pestering her, even the food tasted twice as good. The three of them finished their meal, completely satisfied. After paying the bill, Su Qinghu hesitated for a moment. Should she say goodbye to old John, or maybe take the opportunity to tease Lin Jiachu a little? In the end, she decided not to ruin the good mood brought on by delicious food. She just left a message at the cashier and took the kids home. After getting out of the car, they walked home. Dan and Dan matched Su Qinghu's pace, strolling along slowly, their faces relaxed and content, looking for all the world like two old men out for a walk. But Su Qinghu quickly broke this peaceful mood by calling out loudly, "Sir! Sir! The man's selling cherries! Over here!" At her shout, Dan and Dan immediately looked over. There was an old man pushing a classic bicycle, with a basket on the back seat and another one hanging on each side. The baskets were covered with wilted cherry branches and leaves, but it was still clear what he was selling. Hearing someone call out, the old man pedaled over quickly. He'd been selling these 3 baskets of cherries all day, going from street to street since morning, but there were still some left. Cherries are delicate, and after being picked over by customers, they didn't look as nice and didn't taste as good either. He'd already picked out the bad ones, and there were about 3 to 5 genes of good ones left. He planned to sell the rest before heading home. But at this hour, plenty of people asked about the price, but no one actually bought. He was just about to give up and go home when someone called out to him. "If you really want to buy, I'll give you a flat price for all of them," the old man said, stopping and smiling honestly. 4.5 Jin, let's just call it 3 yuan and they're all yours. Su Qinghu leaned in to take a look at the cherries and nodded. "We don't have a bag to put them in." Before she could finish, the old man pulled out a small hand-woven willow basket from a fertilizer bag hanging on his handlebars. "This little basket is handmade by me. No charge." Su Qinghu nodded cheerfully. "All right, I'll take all the cherries you have left." The old man quickly packed up the cherries. Su Qinghu held out her hand to Dan and Dan. "You don't mind treating me to some cherries, do you?" They'd made some money recently taking photos for tourists, so buying her cherries was no problem at all. Dan and Dan exchanged a glance, didn't argue, and just took out the money. The old man packed up the cherries, and Dan and Dan each handed over 1.5 yuan, making 3 yuan in total. The old man was overjoyed, thanked them several times, and rode off with a big smile. Who would have thought he'd sell all 3 baskets of cherries in one day? Su Qinghu hadn't expected to find cherries either. Carrying the little basket, she walked home with a spring in her step. You could say everyone was happy. As for Dan and Dan, they couldn't really say if they were happy or not. The weather was getting warmer, there was more to eat, and they were used to paying for things by now, so it didn't feel like a big deal. Should we put them in the fridge to eat fresh, or eat half now and make jam with the rest? Su Qinghu turned to ask. Dan opened the door while Dan answered, "There's 3 of us, 1 Jean each? Or maybe we give 2 Jean to Grandpa and Grandma." Seeing Dan open the door, Su Qinghu walked inside and said, "How about we bring some for Duo tomorrow?" As for her in-laws, she'd see if there were any fresher cherries at the market tomorrow morning. If not, she'd buy some red bananas or apples to bring over instead. Oh, and she should send some to Annie as well. Why should we bring him any? Dan immediately frowned, protesting righteously. If he wants cherries, let his mom buy them for him. Su Qinghu paused, turned back, and raised an eyebrow at him. Dan pouted, turned his head away to avoid her gaze, then awkwardly looked back at her, saying nothing, just staring. At that moment, the phrase "spoiled and proud" flashed through Su Qinghu's mind. She wasn't angry, though. It's normal for kids at this age to be a little possessive. It was actually kind of funny. Kids can be unexpectedly cute sometimes. Dan couldn't stand it, sighed almost imperceptibly, and said, "Just the other day, you ate the hawthorn jelly he brought you." Even if they weren't close as brothers, even if they didn't see each other as relatives, there was still the fine Chinese tradition of courtesy demands reciprocity, right? Dan, he's so annoying. These days, that little brat was buzzing in his ear every day, insisting he join his brother in taking the 5th grade exam, and if he did well, they could go to middle school together. Who wants to go to middle school with their brother? Isn't it better to have no one watching over you? If they're a year apart, he'd have a whole year of freedom in both middle and high school. Why would he want to stick with his brother? Su Qinghu said, "Just put the cherries in the fridge. It's up to you two whether you want to give any away." She headed to the kitchen. Dan opened the kitchen door for her, then the living room door, turned on the fan, and poured 3 glasses of cool boiled water to set on the table. Dan grabbed a glass and gulped it down in one go. Dan glanced at him. "Remember to wash your hands." With that, he went to the bathroom to wash his own hands first. When he came back, Su Qinghu was sitting on the sofa, holding a bowl and eating cherries without a care for her image. "1 bowl each," Su Qinghu said, pointing at the table. On the table, 2 white porcelain bowls were filled with plump, glistening cherries, with a few droplets of water still clinging to them. Dan took a bowl and sat at the other end of the sofa. After eating a few cherries, he couldn't hold back and looked at Su Qinghu. "You." Su Qinghu looked up and blinked. "What? Could you be a bit more careful when you sit down?" Dan pursed his lips. "You're squishing the baby." Su Qinghu paused, looked down at her belly, then at her sitting posture. "Is it really a problem?" She was confused. "I don't even feel like I'm squishing my belly." She was just curled up on the sofa, after all. Dan put down his bowl, picked up a soft pillow, and handed it to her. "Here." Su Qinghu sighed, took the pillow, and stuffed it behind her lower back. Fine, what else could she do? She'd just go along with it. Anyway, the pillow was soft enough and didn't get in the way. Dan rushed back after washing his hands, grabbed the last bowl of cherries on the table, and squeezed himself into the middle seat between the two of them. Finding it roomy enough, he scooted even closer to Su Qinghu. Su Qinghu was used to it, so the 3 of them sat together, each with their own bowl, eating cherries in happy harmony. After a while, Dan let out a long sigh. Su Qinghu and Dan paused, but didn't look at him. After all, even if they ignored him, he'd start his performance soon enough. Dan said, "I think, right now, there's something missing in our home." "What's missing?" "We need something that can make us really laugh." Su Qinghu, here we go again, angling for the TV. "Something to make us laugh?" she asked, looking at him. Dan nodded vigorously. Yes. "Mom, do you know what it is?" "I do," Su Qinghu said seriously. Seeing the joy in Dan's eyes, she continued slowly, "It's you." Dan, huh? "With you here, we never lack for happiness," Su Qinghu said, looking at him with genuine sincerity, making sure he could see just how earnest she was. Dan. After saying that, Su Qinghu got busy with another exhibition interview. It took her about half a month before she finally bought the TV. Since she'd decided to buy one, of course she wanted the best available. Black and white TVs were immediately rolled out. A 20-inch color TV, costing nearly 2,000 yuan, was brought home and placed in the living room. It did lend the place a bit of a postmodern vibe, well, as long as you ignored the huge, protruding back of the TV set. Why do I feel like having a TV in the living room kind of ruins our home's decor? Su Qinghu rested her chin on her hand, staring at the TV, feeling more and more like it just didn't fit in. Dan immediately grew alert. "Huh? I think it looks great. Makes us look well off." He was worried his mom might return the TV just for the sake of maintaining the decor. Su Qinghu glanced at him, then turned to Dan. "Dan, do you think it looks right here?" Before Dan could answer, Dan was already frantically giving him meaningful looks, wishing he could answer for him. Dan said, "Not really." Erdan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his brother. At this point, he probably wasn't even worth much in his brother's eyes anymore. His brother had always put him first, treating him like a precious treasure. But Dan didn't even glance at his heartbroken little brother. He just said seriously, "Let's put it in the room next to Grandpa and Grandma's. There won't be any glare on the screen during the day." Su Qinghu squinted and thought for a moment, then nodded. "That works." Dan breathed a huge sigh of relief. Thank goodness they weren't returning it. Neither did Dan nor Su Qinghu paid any attention to Dan's reaction. Instead, they stared at the TV, lost in thought. A 20-inch TV, who was going to move it? Su Qinghu looked at her belly and ruled herself out. If she tried to move it, the TV would definitely press against her stomach, and she wasn't about to do something that reckless. As for the two kids, their heights didn't match, so if they tried to lift it together, the weight would all fall on short Dan. That wouldn't work either. "We'll just leave it in the living room for now," Su Qinghu waved her hand, making the decision. "We'll deal with it on the weekend." If she had to trouble someone, she'd rather trouble her own family. Forget about asking anyone else. Dinner was made by Dan and Dan cold noodles, their specialty. Su Qinghu just had to sit and wait to eat. She ate happily, and the little one in her belly got excited too. By now, Su Qinghu no longer chalked up the rumbling in her belly to digestion, but she hadn't mentioned it to Dan or Dan. After all, fetal movement was still hard to distinguish. Hadn't she thought it was just her stomach acting up at first? Eat when it's time to eat, drink when it's time to drink. Su Qinghu didn't pay much mind to the happy rolling in her belly. After dinner, the two kids washed the dishes, swept the floor, and went to watch TV. Su Qinghu went to her bedroom to do prenatal education, switching freely between Chinese and English. After that, she picked up a newspaper and read an interesting article out loud, and that was the end of the lesson. She had completely put Chenlai out of her mind, but Chenlai, even in the midst of his busiest moments, would find himself thinking about his family. Lately, letters from home had become rare. And perfunctory. Obviously perfunctory. Just thinking about it made his chest feel tight. By the time Chenlai finished his work, it was already late at night. He rested his hand on the phone, several times wanting to call home, but in the end, he didn't. Forget it. She and the kids were probably already asleep. He got up, closed the door, and headed toward the sleeping quarters. He just started up the stairs when someone called out to him. Chenlai looked over. It was his old supervisor. He saluted, but the supervisor waved it off. "Missing home?" Chenlai pressed his tongue against his cheek and smiled, saying nothing. That was as good as admitting it. Pretending not to miss home was a lie he just couldn't tell. "You've worked hard this first half of the year. Don't worry, even if you can't take your annual leave, you'll definitely get time off to go home when your child is born." The supervisor patted him on the shoulder. "And by the way, Engineer Zhang wanted me to thank you all. He said you've done a great job raising your kids." Chenlai was so stunned by the supervisor's words that he couldn't find his voice for a moment. He took a step forward, staring at his supervisor. "What do you mean, when the child is born? Who's having a baby? When is someone having a baby?" "He has a child? When did that happen?" "What, you didn't know?" The supervisor was surprised. "Your wife's been pregnant for over 6 months. He knows, but the father doesn't? Could it be?" Seeing the supervisor's expression start to change, Chenlai wiped his face. "I know." "You know?" "Know what?" The supervisor saw he wasn't angry, realized he'd been overthinking, but now he was even more curious. "I've barely written back to her these past 6 months," Chenlai admitted, feeling so guilty his heart hurt. The supervisor was speechless for a long moment, then finally pointed at him from a distance. Before he could say anything, Chenlai asked, Is my wife doing okay?" "She's doing great," the supervisor shook his head. "You're really lucky, second marriage, and you still found such a good wife. She's doing well. Your parents say her work is steady, her life is happy, and she gets along just fine whether you're there or not. Oh, and your parents are having a great time with her too." They were so happy that he could feel their youthful energy even over the phone. For a moment, He was reminded of his own boundless energy in his younger days. Chinlai. Got it. He was basically optional. Whether he was home or not didn't matter. What's wrong? Jealous. The supervisor laughed. Don't push your luck. A family that doesn't need you to worry is something most people can only dream of. Chinlai walked along with him, letting out a long, helpless sigh. When he spoke, there was a definite note of sourness. She didn't even tell me about something this big. Did she not care about him? Had she lost interest in him after getting his attention? Was he useless now? Having never really interacted with women or dated before, Chinlai fell into deep self-reflection. Was he too boring? Was that why he couldn't get her to put even half, no, maybe a third of her heart on him? A third, maybe? Maybe? He wasn't sure. But he wasn't that dull, was he? Otherwise, why would she stick to him so much when he was home, barely taking her eyes off him? Maybe she just forgot to mention it? The supervisor was a bit unsure himself. Didn't Chinlai get letters from home every month? Chinlai. You mean? I'm not even worth remembering. Ahem. The supervisor choked on that, then put on a serious face. I never said that. Don't put words in my mouth. Chinlai smiled slightly, his logic starting to make sense to himself. Maybe my wife just wanted to surprise me. That's why she didn't tell him. The supervisor smiled. Heh. As long as you're happy. After saying that, Su Qinghu got busy with another exhibition interview, and it took her about half a month before she finally bought the TV. Since she decided to buy one, of course she had to get the best available. Black and white TVs were out of the question. A 20-inch color TV, costing just under 2,000 yuan, was brought home and placed in the living room. It did add a bit of a postmodern vibe, provided you ignored the huge, protruding back of the TV behind the big screen. Why do I feel like the TV kind of ruins the style of our living room? Su Qinghu rested her chin on her hand, feeling more and more that the TV just didn't fit in at all. Dan immediately became alert. Huh? I think it's great. It looks fancy. Was his mom going to return the TV just because it didn't match the decor? Su Qinghu glanced at him and asked Dan, do you think it looks right here? Before Dan could answer, Dan was desperately winking at him, wishing he could answer for him. Dan said, not really. Dan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his brother. Did his brother not care about him anymore? He used to always put him first, treating him like a precious treasure. But Dan didn't even look at his heartbroken little brother and simply said seriously, let's put it in the room next to Grandpa and Grandma's. There won't be any glare during the day. Su Qinghu squinted and thought for a moment, then nodded. That works. Dan breathed a huge sigh of relief. Thank goodness they weren't returning it. Neither did Dan nor Su Qinghu paid much attention to Dan's reaction. Instead, they stared at the TV, lost in thought. A 20-inch TV, who was going to move it? Su Qinghu looked at her belly and immediately ruled herself out. If she tried to move it, the TV would definitely press against her stomach, and she wasn't that crazy. As for the two kids, their heights didn't match, so if they tried to carry it, all the weight would end up on short Dan. That wouldn't work either. We'll just leave it in the living room for now, Su Qinghu waved her hand, making the decision. We'll deal with it on the weekend. If she was going to trouble someone, she'd rather trouble her own family. Forget about asking anyone else. Dinner was made by Dan and Dan cold noodles, their specialty. So Su Qinghu just had to sit and wait to eat. She ate happily, and the little one in her belly got excited too. By now, Su Qinghu no longer chalked up the rumbling in her belly to digestion, but she hadn't told Dan or Dan about it. After all, fetal movement was still hard to distinguish. Didn't she think it was just digestion at first? She ate and drank as usual, not taking the happy rolling in her belly too seriously. After dinner, the two kids washed the dishes, swept the floor, and went to watch TV. Su Qinghu went to her bedroom to do prenatal education, switching effortlessly between Chinese and English. Afterwards, she picked up a newspaper and read an interesting article out loud, and that was the end of the lesson. She had completely put Chinlai out of her mind, but Chinlai, in the rare moments when he could pause from his busyness, would think about his family. Lately, he'd received fewer letters from home. And they were perfunctory. Clearly half-hearted. Just thinking about it made him feel stifled. By the time Chinlai finished his work, it was already late at night. He put his hand on the phone, wanting to call home several times, but ended up not doing it. Forget it. She and the kids were probably already asleep. He got up, closed the door, and headed to the dormitory area. As he started up the stairs, someone called out to him. Chinlai looked over. It was his old supervisor. He saluted, but the supervisor waved him off, telling him to relax. "Missing home, aren't you?" Chinlai pressed his tongue against his cheek and smiled, saying nothing. That was as good as admitting it. Pretending not to miss home would be a lie, and he couldn't tell that one. "You've worked hard this first half of the year. Don't worry, even if we can't give you a proper vacation this year, we'll make sure you get time off to go home when your child is born." The supervisor patted his shoulder. "By the way, Engineer Zhang asked someone to thank you. He said you've raised your kids really well." Chinlai was so stunned by his supervisor's words that he couldn't find his voice for a moment. He took a step forward, staring intently at his supervisor. "What do you mean, when the child is born? Who's having a child? When is someone having a child?" "He has a child? Since when?" "What, you didn't know?" The supervisor was shocked. "Your wife's been pregnant for over 6 months. He knew, but the father didn't? Could it be?" Seeing the supervisor's expression change, Chinlai wiped his face. "I know." "You know?" "Know what?" The supervisor saw that he wasn't angry, realized he'd been overthinking, but now he was even more curious. "I've barely written her back these past 6 months," Chinlai admitted with difficulty, feeling so guilty his heart was pounding. The supervisor was speechless for a long moment, then finally pointed at him from a distance. Before he could say anything, Chinlai asked, Is my wife doing okay?" "She's doing great," the supervisor shook his head. "You're really lucky. Even after a second marriage, you found such a good wife. She's doing well. Your parents say her work is steady, her life is happy, and she's doing just fine whether you're home or not. Oh, and your parents are happier these days too, thanks to your wife." They were so happy that he could feel the youthful energy of old Chin and his wife even through the phone. For a moment, he was reminded of his own boundless energy when he was young. Chinlai. Got it. He was basically optional. Whether he was home or not made no difference. "What's wrong? Jealous?" The supervisor laughed. "Don't push your luck. Not having to worry about your family is something most people can only dream of." Chinlai walked with him, letting out a long, helpless sigh. When he spoke, there was a definite note of sourness. "Something this big, and she didn't even tell me. Did she not care about him? Had she lost interest after flirting with him, and now found him boring? Useless?" Having never really interacted with women, and with no experience in relationships, Chinlai fell into deep self-reflection. Was he too boring? Was that why he couldn't get her to put her heart into him, at least half? Or a third? Maybe a third? Maybe? He wasn't sure. But he wasn't that stiff and boring, was he? Otherwise, why would she like to stick to him so much when he was home on leave? She hardly ever took her eyes off him. Maybe she just forgot to mention it? The supervisor was a bit unsure himself. Didn't he get letters from home every month? Chinlai. So, what you're saying is, I'm not worth remembering. Ahem. The supervisor choked on his words, then said sternly, I never said that. Don't put words in my mouth. Chinlai smiled slightly, his logic starting to make sense to himself. Maybe my wife just wants to surprise me. That's why she didn't tell him. The supervisor smiled. Ha 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 ha. As long as you're happy. Reporting 2 cards left. Su Qinghu held her last 2 cards, grinning as she looked at Dayton and Erden. Erden was getting anxious. Bro, Mom's the landlord this round. You gotta use your brain. Don't let her win. They'd already played 3 bombs. If they let her win in the last 2 rounds, they'd lose all their pocket money. Dayton stared at Su Qinghu for a moment, then just laid his cards down. 2 kings and a 2. Erden looked down and was heartbroken. Those are great cards. Why'd you lay them down? I could have helped you win. Dayton shot him a look but said nothing. Su Qinghu let out a triumphant laugh, stood up, and slapped the big joker and little joker onto the table. Huh. Joker bomb. Erden gasped, staring at Su Qinghu in disbelief. With Mom as the landlord this round, she'd played 3 bombs, and with their 1, each of them owed her 16 yuan. That wasn't just pocket money anymore. They'd have to cough up everything they'd earned taking photos for tourists. Dayton frowned at Su Qinghu's over-the-top move and was about to remind her to calm down when he saw her suddenly freeze, her face twisting in pain. Before Erden could react, Dayton rushed over to support her and shouted at Erden, "Call great-grandma, quick." Su Qinghu hadn't expected her leg to cramp up all of a sudden. The pain brought tears to her eyes. She couldn't care less about what she'd said or done just now. Once everything calmed down and she saw the 3 elders standing in front of her, she gave a guilty little smile. It wasn't like she wanted to get winded or have a cramp, so could they just. "How old are you?" Old lady Su Lilin glared at her. "It's just a card game. How can you get so worked up?" Su Qinghu. "I was wrong." How could she not get excited? She'd won. "You were wrong." Su Lilin looked at her guilty face and couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. "If you're going to say that, at least wipe that smug look out of your eyes." Su Qinghu quickly composed herself. "I really was wrong." "And what exactly were you wrong about?" Su Lilin, though shorter than Su Qinghu, had an aura that made Su Qinghu look like a pitiful little quail. Su Qinghu took a deep breath. "I was wrong for getting too emotional and forgetting I'm pregnant. Being pregnant is tough, being pregnant is tiring, and even playing games gets you scolded." "And?" Su Lilin pressed on, face stern. "Su Qinghu, and? What else?" "Dear in-laws." Su Lilin suddenly turned to Mrs. Meng and Qin Bai. Mrs. Meng and Qin Bai straightened up, looking at Su Lilin expectantly. Seeing them act like schoolkids waiting for a lecture, Su Lilin paused, then found her voice. "You two say something." Mrs. Meng said, I'll try to keep a closer eye on Xiaosu from now on." If she'd been watching, the 3 kids wouldn't have gotten such a scare today. Su Lilin. Qin Bai, seeing Su Lilin's face grow darker, started to panic and couldn't think of what to say. "Tell them about the dangers of gambling," Su Lilin prompted. Qin Bai froze, then looked at the 2 kids standing next to Su Qinghu. Su Lilin almost started scolding out of habit, but remembered he wasn't one of her students and held back. All 3 of them needed good talking to. As soon as Su Lilin finished, Qin Bai replied, "Yes, ma'am." But looking at Su Qinghu, Dayton, and Erden, he felt at a loss. How was he supposed to educate them? One was pregnant, the other 2 were kids. If he handled it wrong, would they ever want to play together again? Erden quickly admitted fault. "We were wrong. We'll never play Dodiju again." Dayton, "It was my idea." Su Qinghu, She'd barely said a word before tears started streaming down her face. Everyone panicked, watching her wipe her own tears, terrified she'd get too emotional and have another cramp or get winded. The more they tried to comfort her, the more wronged Su Qinghu felt, until she broke down sobbing, hiccuping as if she'd suffered the greatest injustice in the world. Mrs. Ming immediately hugged her, patting her back. Don't cry, don't cry. If you keep crying, I'll start crying too." Erden couldn't help but wipe his own eyes. Mom's crying was just too contagious. "If you want anything, just tell me, Mom will buy it for you." Mrs. Meng blurted out the only thing she could think of. Su Qinghu sobbed, Qin Lai owes me 7 letters. I'll make him write them." Qin Bai, suddenly all authority, said, "I'll call his boss right now." Su Qinghu, "I don't want letters. I want popsicles and soda." She rattled off a list, finally calming down, her eyes still watery as she looked at Su Lilin and the others. "And I want watermelon, to eat with a spoon, half a watermelon." Su Lilin. "Mrs. Meng, that's fine. I'll get you one first thing tomorrow morning." How hard could it be? She'd just have to go to a few more places. Surely she could find a small watermelon. If not, she'd go out to the fields and pick the smallest one. Half a watermelon was still half a watermelon. "I want a striped one," Su Qinghu requested. Mrs. Meng, "Okay, I'll find you the prettiest striped watermelon. Erden stared, dumbfounded, completely forgetting how contagious Su Qinghu's crying was. So Mom could cry like this just for something to eat? But the family had money, she could buy whatever she wanted. Why cry like that? And he and his brother had money too. If she wanted something, she could just tell them. He didn't get why Su Qinghu was so upset, but he was deeply shocked. Quietly, he sidled up to Dayton, nudged his arm, and when Dayton looked over, Erden whispered, "Bro, has Mom ever said she wanted something and we didn't buy it for her?" "Dayton, we bought everything. But only let her have a few bites." That's good, that's good." Erden breathed a sigh of relief, glancing at Su Qinghu's tearful face, still a little shaken. I don't want a little sister anymore. Mom should have a little brother instead." If a little brother cried, he'd just smack him. But if a little sister cried, he'd have no idea how to comfort her. Su Lilin had lost her temper after Su Qinghu's crying fit, and now realized that with the due date approaching, Su Qinghu might be under a lot of stress. Her tone softened. "I'm free next Sunday. I'll take you out for something good to eat. Anything I want?" Su Qinghu's lashes were still wet, making Su Lilin nearly forget her principles. Su Lilin. "As long as it's not something really unsuitable for pregnant women, you can have a bite. I won't stop you." Su Qinghu's eyes lit up, and she grinned, instantly back to her cheerful self, chatting away with everyone as if nothing had happened. This time, when Su Qinghu's emotions erupted, it didn't scare her, but it did put Su Lilin and Mrs. Meng on high alert. Maybe not every minute, but every few days, they'd ask her what she wanted to eat, what she wanted in general. Sometimes, if they saw something rare or interesting while out, they'd just buy it for her, didn't even bother asking anymore. They even wanted to take her out every weekend. At first, for the first few weeks, Su Qinghu was happy about it, but after a while, she just gave up and didn't want to go anywhere. It was hot. How could going out be more comfortable than staying at home? Cradling her rather heavy belly, Su Qinghu let out a long sigh. "When am I going to give birth? Can't I just get it over with already?" Mrs. Ming smiled as she put the freshly washed grapes into a white porcelain bowl and handed it to her. "It'll happen when it's time. 9 months. Already." Su Qinghu took her special fruit bowl with a sigh. "Time is just crawling by. Chenlai, that guy, gets to be a dad so easily. It's just so unfair." Now, as a gradually more irritable pregnant woman, Su Qinghu held her bowl and started muttering to herself. After she finished, she took a deep breath. "Just bear with it, I'll keep bearing with it. At most, it's just 1 more month before I can finally unload." She headed to the living room, with Mrs. Ming following right behind. "Xiaosu, do you want to take some time off from work? Why don't you just stay home this month? That way, if anything happened, she could be there right away." Su Qinghu carefully sat down before replying to her mother-in-law, Mrs. Ming. "Mom, I've already arranged my leave. Starting next Sunday, I'll be home." It wasn't that she didn't have the energy to work, but getting around was just too inconvenient. Biking was out of the question. The bus was too crowded. If she got on, she'd be in the way of others, and her belly wouldn't be safe either. Driving was possible, but her belly felt squished anyway. Staying home was best for everyone, plus she could work remotely. Next week, her main job would be training the new college graduate who was taking over her work. "Mom, we're back," Dan shouted as he rushed into the yard, dropped his backpack, and gulped down a big glass of cool water before finally letting out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness, thank goodness, Mom hasn't given birth yet. Mom, when you're about to have the baby, you have to call the school and tell them to let us come home. Dan reminded her again. He wanted to see his little brother the very first moment, so the baby would be close to him. Hopefully, the baby would stick to him like that little rascal Qianduo does with his own brother, always calling him Gidge. Actually, it'd be even better if the baby liked him more than his brother. Dan was lost in his own thoughts, completely unaware of how double-standard he was being. Su Qinghu ate her grapes and nodded. Okay. After she answered, she felt something was off and looked behind him. Suddenly, she asked, "Where's your brother?" "My brother got kept after school by his teacher," Dan replied casually, then moved over to Su Qinghu, carefully poking her belly. Only when the baby inside kicked him did he scamper away. "Kept after school?" Su Qinghu was surprised. "Such a top student, and he got kept after class?" "Yeah, kept after school." Dan grabbed a plump grape from Su Qinghu's bowl and popped it into his mouth, savoring it before blinking. "It was their homeroom teacher. Said he wanted my brother to explain the last problem to the class." He could tell. The teacher wanted to drag out the class, but was worried the students would be too eager to leave and not pay attention, so he picked his brother, who was good-looking and explained things as well as the teacher, to do the job. "What's going on?" Su Qinghu sensed there was more to the story and got curious. "Tell me." Dan never kept anything from Su Qinghu, so when she asked, he told her everything. At the end, he couldn't help adding, "Actually, our teacher wanted to do the same thing, but I refused. I don't want to waste time explaining problems to the class. What if my little brother is born and I miss it?" Nothing was more important than being the first person his little brother saw. "It's not going to happen that soon." Su Qinghu looked at her belly and shook her head. "There should still be 2 weeks left. You can come home whenever you want." Dan was about to say something, but Su Qinghu fixed him with a look. "After school, you can play wherever it's crowded for an hour, but if you want to play longer, you have to stay near home." Dan, "Oh, actually, that's not what I wanted to say." Dan grinned. "Mom, I bought you something tasty." Su Qinghu, "What is it?" "Chestnuts." Dan didn't move, just sat next to Su Qinghu. "But, these chestnuts are raw." Last week, he'd pestered his PE teacher for ages before the teacher finally agreed to combine next week's PE class with today's, and took them to help an old farmer harvest chestnuts. Unfortunately, the teacher was worried they'd get hurt, so instead of picking chestnuts, they ended up peeling them. The adults were climbing up and down, having a blast. "Raw is good," Mrs. Ming said with a smile. "You can stir-fry them, steam them, or make chestnut chicken." Her cooking wasn't great, but in recent years, as everyone's standard of living improved, she'd seen and heard about a lot more dishes. "Su Qinghu, where are the chestnuts?" Dan grabbed another plump grape from her bowl before answering with a grin. "I bought a whole bag, but it was too heavy. The teacher said he'd deliver it later." "Su Qinghu, this isn't the first time your PE teacher has run errands for you, is it?" "Nope." Dan didn't think anything of it and got even more excited. "I said I wanted to buy a whole bag of chestnuts, but both the teacher and the old man wouldn't let me. The teacher said I was being silly, and the old man wanted to give me some for free. But I thought, how could that work? Great-grandma, grandma, and grandpa, duo, our family, and grandpa, the old class leader who helped us before, if I split them up, there'd be none left." He chattered on, and Su Qinghu listened with interest, suddenly asking, "How much per jean?" "Huh?" Dan was caught off guard, then answered, "The old man said since I bought so much, he'd give them to me for 15 cents a jean." "How much did you spend?" Su Qinghu asked. Dan, "I bought 50 jean, so 7.5 yuan. He'd saved up the money before, didn't owe anything." Su Qinghu handed him the bowl. "I'll reimburse you for the chestnuts. Go get the money from my wallet." Dan rubbed his hands together, took the bowl, and stood up. "I feel kind of bad about that." Su Qinghu, "Then maybe I should just forget it." Before she could finish, Dan was already dashing off to the kitchen with the bowl. "Mom, I'll put the bowl away before I get the money." Mrs. Ming couldn't help laughing. "Don't spoil the kids too much." No, Su Qinghu replied with a fake smile. Usually, she tricked the kids out of plenty of money, so giving them a little surprise like this once in a while worked wonders. Fleece comes from the sheep's back, after all. Aside from a slightly guilty conscience, there's really nothing wrong with it. When Dan came home, dinner was already ready, and everyone was just waiting for him to start eating. Su Qinghu looked at the candied hawthorn skewer in his hand and smiled, reaching out directly. "Thank you, my good eldest son." Dan didn't act shy, but he didn't hand it over either. "I'll give it to you after dinner." With that, He put down his school bag, grabbed a clean fruit plate, and placed the candied hawthorn on it. Dan pouted and muttered, "No one ever thanks me." What's up with that? His brother is the good eldest son, but what is he, nothing? He bought her something too, even if it was raw. Go serve the rice, Dan said, staring at him. Also, your PE teacher got called in by the homeroom teacher again. Dan immediately scurried off, clutching his head. He went to serve the rice. Ahem, so, do you think I should go talk to Dan's PE teacher for him? Su Qinghu's eyes darted around nervously. Even though both kids did well in school, she always got nervous at the thought of meeting their teachers. Especially when it came to things like Qingyan Hai and the like, she really couldn't handle it. Dan looked at her. Dan didn't tell you? Tell me what? Su Qinghu blinked. Dan replied, his PE teacher is the principal's son. Su Qinghu. And his homeroom teacher is the principal's daughter-in-law, Dan added slowly. Su Qinghu, wait, let me get this straight. You mean Dan's homeroom teacher and PE teacher are a couple? Yeah, they've known each other since they were kids, even got into college together, and now they both teach at the middle school. Dan thought of Dan's PE teacher, always grinning and begging for mercy, looking a bit dazed. The PE teacher was at least 25 centimeters taller than the homeroom teacher, but in front of her, he was like a little quail. Seeing the confusion written all over his face, Su Qinghu didn't hurry to the kitchen. She leisurely asked, "What's wrong?" If her eldest had questions, she was more than happy to answer them. Dan's PE teacher is tall and strong, way taller than the homeroom teacher, but he seems really scared of her. Dan started, then sensed something and looked up at Su Qinghu, only to see her smiling lovingly. Suddenly, he didn't know what to say next. Su Qinghu was just about to speak when Dan burst in with a plate of shrimp and winter melon. Bro, that's love. Dan. Bro, are you dumb from studying too much? Our PE teacher isn't scared of our homeroom teacher. He just likes her so much he doesn't want to make her mad, so he takes the scolding. Dan put down the dish, grinning smugly. Just think about mom, then think about dad, isn't it the same? Su Qinghu was listening with great interest, but the topic suddenly turned to her. She paused for a moment, then raised her hand to signal the boys to listen. I've never hit your good-for-nothing dad. And I've never scolded him. Dan and Dan thought about it carefully. She really hadn't. So, suddenly, Dan gasped. So, Mom, you don't like Dad anymore? No way, right? Or is it? Back when Mom saw Dad, her eyes would light up like she'd found a priceless treasure. But ever since she got pregnant, she hardly mentioned Dad anymore. Specifically, she hadn't brought him up since April or May. Oh no, what now? Are they getting divorced? If they get divorced, could he go with her? Dan looked at Su Qinghu with puppy dog eyes. Su Qinghu thought he was waiting for her answer, so she considered it seriously. How should I put this? Just say it, Mom. Dad's not home anyway. Dan even used a formal tone. Su Qinghu thought that was true. Chenlai wasn't home, and even if he was, she'd say what she wanted. Well, let's put it this way right now, your dad's at the bottom of the family hierarchy. Su Qinghu blinked innocently. If he doesn't come home for another 2 or 3 years, I probably won't miss him much. Dan. It's over. He felt like if Mom stopped liking Dad, she could divorce him at any moment. Ms. Su has money. He and his brother have money too. The person with the least money at home is Dad, right? Dad's broke and never home. Who could put up with that? Dan said, it's not that easy for you and Dad to get divorced. He blurted this out, startling Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming put down the chicken soup she'd been stewing and looked at Su Qinghu and Dan, bewildered. What happened? She was just making dinner in the kitchen, and now the sky's falling? Divorce? Why divorce? Xiao Su, don't blame Chenlai. He. Ms. Ming trailed off, unable to finish. After the new year, he'd only sent 1 letter. The one time he called, Xiao Su was working overtime and couldn't answer, and after that, there was nothing. Su Qinghu was baffled. Mom? What would I blame him for? She was just stating a fact, no need to be so nervous, right? What were you all just talking about? Ms. Ming realized it wasn't what she thought and let out a sigh of relief, but still asked to be sure. Su Qinghu couldn't help but laugh. I was just stating facts. I didn't expect Dan and Dan to let their imaginations run wild. Don't worry, there's no way I'll divorce Chenlai. Even though Chenlai was often away, he had no bad habits. When he was home, he worked like a spinning top, barely stopping, and he had excellent personal hygiene. He was a good person, respectful, not stubborn, had principles, a strong moral bottom line, and most importantly, he was extremely good-looking. Their married life was also very harmonious. Anyway, in short, divorce was impossible. Mom, would you ever dislike Dad for being poor? Dan looked worried. Before Su Qinghu could answer, he thumped his chest. Mom, I'll make lots of money in the future to take care of you and my brother. So, we're still a family, right? Let's not get divorced. Dan said earnestly, honestly, I've never seen anyone better looking than Dad. Dan, shut up. Why should I? I'm just telling the truth. Seriously, no one's better looking than Dad. Dan said, then suddenly looked his brother up and down, as if realizing something. Bro, don't tell me you think you're better looking than Dad. Sure, you're mixed and you look good, but you're just a kid. Different age group. What's there to compare? Dan couldn't take it anymore. Dad said you should stop hanging around the park and alleys with those old folks. Did you sneak off again? I didn't. Dan denied immediately. Don't accuse me. He just went with Grandma to the market in the morning and listened to the gossip there, that's all. All right, you too. That's enough, Su Qinghu rubbed her forehead. Go serve the food, I'm starving. And stop worrying about grown-up stuff. There's no way your dad and I are getting divorced. At the dinner table, Dan and Dan both ignored each other. Su Qinghu glanced at them and shook her head helplessly. They're not even in their rebellious phase yet. Mom, starting next week I'll be on vacation at home. You can go spend some time with Dad then, Su Qinghu said, picking up a bite of stir-fried greens and eating it with her rice. Mrs. Ming snorted. Spend time with your dad? Forget it. Ever since he got that camera, he's hardly ever home. Su Qinghu gave an awkward laugh. She was the one who got them started on this hobby, after all. Your dad always liked fishing. Now that he has a camera, he combines fishing and photography. Even if it's just a single flower, he'll take a bunch of photos of it from different angles, Mrs. Ming said, exasperated. It's like film costs nothing. I've never seen anyone so extravagant and wasteful. Su Qinghu said, Mom, we're not short on money. Mrs. Ming was momentarily stunned by her daughter's boldness, then continued, Still, you can't just waste it like that. Su Qinghu replied, I still don't think you and Dad should be so hard on yourselves. In the past, you had no choice but to scrimp and save. But now, if you keep doing it, it just feels like you're not loving yourselves enough. You've lived more than half your lives already. You should enjoy life a little and let a good life love you back. Grandma, my brother and I love life very much, Dan said, grabbing a bite of tomato and egg, grinning. And a good life loves us too. Mrs. Ming said, it's not that you can't enjoy yourself, just don't go overboard. Grandma, Grandpa's photo got published in the newspaper, Dan said after swallowing his food. It was one he took of local life while fishing in the suburbs. He'd seen the photo before, but didn't expect to see it in the paper today. Su Qinghu raised her hand. I can vouch for that. Mrs. Ming eyed her suspiciously. Xiao Su, you didn't pull any strings for your dad, did you? Su Qinghu. She looked at Mrs. Ming disapprovingly. Mom, you can't say that. I've always been fair in my work. I'd never play favorites. Besides, I never even saw that photo before it was published. I only found out when I saw the sample copy. Have a little more faith in old Chin, my dear mother-in-law. I forgot to bring that issue of the paper home, Su Qinghu remembered. How about this? After dinner, let's go for a walk and stop by the newsstand. We should be able to find it. If not, I'll get a copy from work for you. Mrs. Ming started to doubt. Your dad's photos are really that good? Su Qinghu didn't explain, just gave Dan a look. Dan, you tell her. If I say it, Grandma will think I'm exaggerating. Dan's lips curled up slightly, but he quickly straightened his face and said to Mrs. Ming, "Grandma, Grandpa's photo feels very warm." Su Qinghu thought he was just pausing to gather his thoughts, but after waiting a while, he didn't say anything else. She was a bit taken aback. "That's it?" Dan chimed in, "Grandma, my brother's description is too simple. Let me elaborate. Grandpa's photo is really warm. It looks simple, like there's nothing special about it, but the more you look at it, the happier you feel. It's like going from, the grass seems green from afar but disappears up close, to the city of brocade is bursting with flowers. It's so full of life, you just want to keep looking at it. If you look long enough, maybe you'll see a future full of blooming flowers." Su Qinghu. She stared at Dan, almost dropping her chopsticks. Did this kid graduate from Flattery University overnight? Dan, that's too much. So over the top it made his ears burn. "Grandma, I think your photos are great too. When you have time, you should submit them somewhere," Dan said, looking at Mrs. Ming eagerly, as if he wanted to grab her camera and send in her photos himself. Mrs. Ming sputtered, "This, you? That's way too much praise." She didn't know what to say. Her grandson's words and his look were so exaggerated, but she couldn't help feeling happy inside, even a little tempted to submit her photos. "Not exaggerating, really," Dan's eyes sparkled. "Grandma, both you and Grandpa take great pictures. Yours are so gentle, like a spring breeze brushing your cheek." Mrs. Ming couldn't take any more of this kind of praise. Eat, eat, eat. "Whatever it is, let's talk after dinner." "Okay," Dan replied loudly. "Grandma, if you want to submit your photos, I can help you pick them out. I know you have a lot of really great ones." Mrs. Ming said, all right, just eat your food." Su Qinghu was stunned. How could someone be so skilled at flattery? Even when you know he's buttering you up, you still feel he's sincere, and it actually makes you happy. She just didn't get it. Dan and Su Qinghu exchanged a look, then dazedly picked up their chopsticks and continued eating. It was truly astonishing. They thought he was just adding a few words, but he didn't just add, he surpassed them all. Dan winked at Su Qinghu, and she gave him a thumbs up. The whole meal left everyone in disbelief. After the two kids helped Mrs. Ming wash the dishes, Su Qinghu took the family out for a walk toward the newsstand. Now that she was in the late stage of pregnancy, she needed to get some exercise. She'd never been one to overeat, and with her grandaunt keeping an eye on her, she hadn't gained much weight. If you didn't look at her belly, no one would guess she was pregnant. As for exercise, nothing too strenuous, just walking around, not lying down too much. "How are you feeling? Want to rest for a bit before we keep going?" Mrs. Ming asked after they'd walked a while. "Is your back sore?" Su Qinghu said, "Huh? I'm fine. I used to get plenty of exercise at work. This walk is no problem at all." She'd worked all the way into late pregnancy, so her physical condition was pretty good, otherwise, she couldn't have kept it up. Mrs. Ming said, "Maybe you should just start your leave next week. Call in tomorrow and don't go back." Su Qinghu replied, "I haven't finished handing things over yet. The new college grad is all right. His comprehension is a bit weak, but he's willing to work hard, so teaching him isn't too difficult. If I can finish the handover early next week, I'll start my leave early." Seeing how organized she was, Mrs. Ming nodded. "All right, if you think it's okay, then it's fine. But if you feel any heaviness or pain in your belly at work, you must call home. Even if you don't call us, call your grandaunt." She was tempted to go to her daughter-in-law's office and keep an eye on her herself. In about 2 weeks, they'd have to be ready for the baby at any time. "You have to call us too." Dan chimed in, face serious. "Mom, do you remember our teacher's phone number? I wrote it down in our phone book at home." Su Qinghu sighed, "I remember." "Then recite it for me?" Dan said smoothly. "If you don't remember, I'll recite it for you." Su Qinghu. "Enough already, this kid is way too chatty and naggy." At the dinner table, Dan and Dan both ignored each other. Su Qinghu glanced at them and shook her head helplessly. They haven't even hit their rebellious phase yet. "Mom, I'll be on vacation at home starting next week. You can go spend some time with Dad then," Su Qinghu said, picking up some stir-fried greens and eating them with her rice. Mrs. Meng snorted. Spend time with your dad? Forget it. Ever since he got that camera, he's barely home anymore. Su Qinghu gave an awkward laugh. She was the one who got them started, nurturing their hobbies in the first place. Your dad always liked fishing. Now that he has a camera, he can fish and take photos at the same time. Even if it's just a flower, he'll take a bunch of shots from every angle. It's like film costs nothing to him. I've never seen anyone so extravagant, Mrs. Meng said, exasperated. Su Qinghu replied, Mom, it's not like we're short on money. Mrs. Meng was briefly stunned by her daughter's boldness before continuing. Still, that's no excuse to be wasteful. Su Qinghu said, I still don't think you and Dad should make things hard on yourselves. In the past, you had no choice, but now, if you keep living like that, it just means you're not loving yourselves enough. You've lived more than half your lives. Shouldn't you enjoy life a little? Let a good life love you back. Grandma, my brother, and I really enjoy life, Dan said, grabbing some tomato scrambled eggs and grinning. And a good life loves us too. Mrs. Meng replied, there's nothing wrong with enjoying life, but you have to know when to stop. Grandma, Grandpa's photo got published in the newspaper, Dan said after swallowing his food. It was one he took of local life while fishing in the suburbs. He'd seen the photo before, but didn't expect to see it in the paper today. Su Qinghu raised her hand. I can vouch for that. Mrs. Meng eyed her suspiciously. Xiao Su, you didn't pull strings for your dad, did you? Su Qinghu. She looked at Mrs. Meng disapprovingly. Mom, you can't say that. I always play fair, I'd never pull strings. Besides, I never even saw the photo before it was published. I only found out when I saw the sample issue. I forgot to bring that issue home, Su Qinghu thought aloud. How about this? After dinner, let's take a walk and stop by the newsstand. We should be able to find it. If not, I'll get you a copy from work. Mrs. Meng started to doubt, was your dad's photo really that good? Su Qinghu didn't explain, just gave Dan a look. Dan, you tell her. If I say it, Grandma will think I'm exaggerating. Dan's lips curled up slightly, but he quickly straightened his face and said to Mrs. Meng, Grandma, Grandpa's photo feels very warm. Su Qinghu thought he was just getting started and paused, expecting him to elaborate. But after waiting a while, he said nothing more, leaving her a bit speechless. She thought. That's it? Dan chimed in, Grandma, my brother's description is too simple. Let me elaborate. Grandpa's photo is really warm. At first glance, it looks simple, like there's nothing special about it. But the longer you look, the happier you feel inside. It's like going from the grass seems lush from afar but disappears up close to the city of brocade is bursting with flowers so full of life, you just want to keep looking. Maybe if you look long enough, you'll see a future full of blooming flowers. Su Qinghu. She stared at Dan, nearly dropping her chopsticks. Did this kid graduate from Flattery University overnight? Dan. That's way too over the top. So over the top it made his ears burn. Grandma, I think your photos are great too. You should submit some to the paper when you have time, Dan said eagerly, looking at Mrs. Meng as if he wanted to grab her camera and submit her photos himself. Mrs. Meng stammered, that's just too much. She didn't know what to say. Her grandson's praise was so over the top, but somehow it made her happy. She even felt like submitting a photo herself. I'm not exaggerating, really, Dan said, eyes shining. Grandma, both you and Grandpa take beautiful photos. Yours are so gentle, like a spring breeze brushing your cheek. Mrs. Meng couldn't handle any more of this kind of flattery. Eat, eat, eat. Whatever it is, let's talk after dinner. Okay. Dan replied enthusiastically. Grandma, if you want to submit photos, I can help you pick them out. I know you have a lot of really good ones. Mrs. Meng waved him off. All right, just eat. Su Qinghu was stunned. How could someone be so skilled at flattery that, even when you know they're buttering you up, you still feel touched and happy? She just didn't get it. Dan and Su Qinghu exchanged a look before picking up their chopsticks to continue eating, still in a daze. It was just too much. She thought Dan was just going to add a few words, but he didn't just add, he completely stole the show. Dan winked at Su Qinghu, and she gave him a thumbs up. That meal left everyone a little bewildered. After the two kids helped Mrs. Meng wash the dishes, Su Qinghu took the family out for a stroll to the newsstand. Now that she was in the late stages of pregnancy, she needed to get some exercise. She'd never been a big eater, and with her grandaunt keeping a close eye on her, she hadn't gained much weight. If you didn't look at her belly, you'd never guess she was pregnant. Exercise couldn't be too strenuous, just walking around, not lying down too much. How about it? Want to rest a bit before we keep going? Mrs. Meng asked after they'd walked a while. Is your back sore? Su Qinghu replied, huh? I'm fine. I still got plenty of exercise at work, so this walk is no problem. She'd worked right up to the late stages of pregnancy. Her health was still pretty good, or she couldn't have kept it up this long. Mrs. Meng said, maybe you shouldn't go in next week. Just call tomorrow and say you're not coming in. Su Qinghu replied, I haven't finished handing things over yet. The new college grad is all right. His comprehension is a bit weak, but he's willing to work hard, so he's not too hard to train. If I can finish the handover early next week, I'll start my leave early. Seeing that Su Qinghu had everything planned out, Mrs. Meng nodded. All right, if you think it's okay, then it's fine. But if you feel any pain or heaviness at work, you must call home. Even if you don't call us, at least call your grandaunt. She was almost tempted to go and keep watch at her daughter-in-law's office. In about 2 more weeks, they'd have to be ready for the baby at any time. You have to call us too. Dan chimed in, looking very serious. Mom, you remember our teacher's phone number, right? I wrote it in our home phone book. Su Qinghu sighed, I remember. Then recite it for me? Dan pressed. If you don't remember, I can recite it for you. Su Qinghu. Enough already, this kid is way too naggy. Mom? Dan blinked. Are you going to recite it, or should I recite it for you, or do you want to recite it again? Su Qinghu looked up at the sky helplessly. After a while, she sighed. Fine, I'll recite it. Is that good enough for you? Ever since this little one in her belly started kicking, Dan had been nagging in her ear, telling her to memorize the teacher's phone number and to call him when she went into labor. Dan wasn't as enthusiastic as Dan, but whenever he got the chance, he'd casually repeat the phone number too. Sometimes, he and Dan would even put on a little act. One would ask, the other would answer. Thinking about it, it was both funny and endearing. Su Qinghu rattled off the number in one breath, then reached out and rubbed both their heads. Happy now? I've got this number memorized better than your dad's contact info. Dan, pleased with himself, still tried to act cute. Of course I'm happy, but, well, you know, when it's time for little brother to be born, you really have to call our homeroom teacher. That's when I'll be truly satisfied. Just memorizing the number wasn't enough. The important thing was, on the day his little brother was born, he had to be waiting outside the delivery room. He wanted to be the very first person his little brother saw. And then, he could leave his older brother behind. Su Qinghu said, Dan, are you a chatterbox or what? I've really noticed lately, you bring this up every single day. Even Xianglin's wife wasn't as naggy as you. I'm just afraid you'll forget about me. Dan said, aggrieved. I don't know if Dad will be able to see little brother being born, but as the man of the house, I have to be there. I'm just worried some people will treat me like a kid and leave me out. Su Qinghu couldn't help but laugh. What was this? Now he was acting all wronged? Don't worry. Su Qinghu gently patted her belly. When the baby is born, there's no way you'll miss it. In fact, I'll probably have you running around so much your feet won't touch the ground. Let's see if he keeps chattering every day after that. Great. I'd love that. Dan grinned. Anyway, my brother and I have our competition next Saturday. Once that's over, we're free. Even if there were more exams, they wouldn't be until late October or November. By then little brother would definitely be born already. As they walked, they went looking for a newsstand, and sure enough, they found the newspaper from that date. Su Qinghu paid for a copy and handed it to her mother-in-law, Mrs. Meng. Let's read it at home. The light on the street was dim, and it was hard to see clearly. Mrs. Meng brought the paper close to her eyes, glanced at the byline, and then put it away. Let's read it at home. It really was her husband's name on it. Seeing her mother-in-law smiling, Su Qinghu couldn't help but smile too, leading the family home at a leisurely pace. Grandma, isn't Grandpa amazing? Erdan said happily. My grandpa's photos made it into the newspaper. Mrs. Meng replied, this is a first in our family. Well, let's make it happen more often. Erdan said confidently. My grandpa can take great photos and fight off bandits. He's a real talent. Mrs. Meng. Su Qinghu couldn't take any more of Erdan's flattery. Hey kid, tell me the truth. Has your teacher been giving you extra writing lessons? Huh? What? Erdan was caught off guard. No. Really? Su Qinghu raised an eyebrow. You sure? Yeah, I'm sure. Erdan looked confused. I don't need tutoring for my homework. He, his brother, and Qian Duoshu were all top students at school. If they had any problems, the three of them would solve it together, no need for outside help, even with essays. Well, except for foreign languages. They weren't as skilled there. But even so, their vocabulary was growing every day, aside from some grammar issues. Su Qinghu said, how come I feel like you can rattle off all sorts of phrases and poetry now? You're not the same as you used to be. Erdan looked at Su Qinghu, studying her expression, then reached out to grab her hand and gave it a gentle shake. Mom, you can see I'm making real progress, right? MHM. Su Qinghu didn't tease him, just nodded, waiting to see what he'd say next. Erdan, so does that mean I get a reward? He'd lost some money before, and even though she'd given him a little reward, he'd already spent it on chestnuts. Now he was broke, so broke he wanted to cry. He used to be fine with having no money, but after tasting what it was like to have some, being broke now felt unbearable. Su Qinghu narrowed her eyes, did a quick mental calculation, then nodded. Speaking of which, I still haven't given you 2-year dividends from earlier this year. In early August, her little financial with Chung Qian had come by to report on their investments for the first half of the year. She was satisfied, so she kept 3,000 yuan for emergencies and let him reinvest the rest. So far, they hadn't spent much of that 3,000. The kids' school fees, clothes, and even baby supplies for the one on the way had only cost about 300. Dividends? Erdan's eyes lit up. Uncle Chung came by? He was here at the start of August, Su Qinghu said with a smile. Why, did you need something? Erdan sighed. Of course. My brother and I have been wanting to talk to him for ages. They wanted to discuss how to make a fortune after all. Su Qinghu said, he'll be back at the end of the year. I'll have him stay an extra day, so you can ask him whatever you want. Erdan nearly jumped for joy. Thanks, Mom. You're the best. He had to read more books and learn more before then, so when Uncle Chung came for New Year's, he could ask some higher-level, more profitable questions. Su Qinghu asked, do you want to withdraw all your dividends or leave some with me? Erdan started to say something, then looked at Dan, brother. We'll each take out 100, Dan said. Su Qinghu nodded. All right, just write up a receipt when the time comes, and we'll sign and fingerprint it. Dan and Erdan were already used to this process, so they didn't think anything of it. Doing things by the book made it easier to track responsibility and avoid mistakes. There were rules to follow. That's what Ms. Su always said, and the brothers remembered it well. Erdan, in particular, had benefited a lot from this. Now that he was in middle school and class monitor, he was in charge of the class funds. He developed his own system for saving, growing, and withdrawing the money. Even the homeroom teacher praised him for being so organized. Erdan looked at Su Qinghu with admiration. His mom was simply a super mom. Su Qinghu said, why are you looking at me like that? I'm not giving you money for snacks. Since she wasn't allowed to eat snacks anymore, neither should her boys. Otherwise, she'd feel unbalanced and might have to pick a fight. Erdan said, nothing, I was just thinking, how can there be a mom as great as you in this world? So happy. Su Qinghu felt a twinge in her teeth. Here we go again, more flattery, and he didn't even realize it. Oh, by the way, are you and your brother both entering the competition? Su Qinghu supported her back as she walked slowly, turning her head to ask Erden. Erden replied, yeah, the exam starts next Saturday and Sunday. Although it would take up his weekend and cut into his money-making time, the teacher said that if they did well, they'd be commended in front of the whole school during the flag-raising ceremony on Monday. That was pretty impressive. Anyway, he loved that kind of public praise, the kind where the whole school knew about it. Hee. Dayton didn't even need to look at him to know exactly what he was thinking. But he didn't say anything. After all, being praised was pretty much a sure thing. So, where's your competition being held? Su Qinghu asked casually. Is it close to our house? Not too far. Erden quickly told her the name of the school where the exam would be held. Anyway, if I finish the test quickly on the last day, I'll just hand it in early and come home. Once he finished and checked his answers, if there were no problems, he'd leave. He wasn't going to waste time waiting for everyone else to finish. Hey, bro, why don't we both hand in our papers early? Erden suggested, suddenly looking at Dayton. Since we're taking the test at the same school, whoever finishes first can wait for the other at the gate, and then we'll go home together. Dayton was about to nod when he felt someone's gaze on him. He looked at Su Qinghu, pressed his lips together, and almost blurted out "Mom," but the word just wouldn't come out. Dayton frowned, not sure why he was like this. It was a little frustrating. Su Qinghu didn't notice, nor did she think it was strange that Dayton didn't call her Mom. Ever since she learned that Dayton's whole family were scientists and that his parents had been shot during the chaos right before returning to China, leaving only his grandfather to bring him back, and then the old man also devoted himself to research, she'd never demanded anything from this sensible child. You're still so young, why are you always frowning? Su Qinghu patted his head. Don't let us stand together and have people think you and I are from the same generation. Erden burst out laughing, doubling over with wild, unrestrained laughter. Even Mrs. Meng couldn't help but laugh. Dayton, really, you should listen to your mom. Don't frown so much, or in 10 years, people really might think you're the same age as her. Dayton's face turned red, but he quickly relaxed his brows without even realizing it. What do you want to say? Su Qinghu said, for the last exam on Sunday, can you two not hand in your papers early? Dayton and Erden were both taken aback. Erden blurted out in confusion, why? If you've finished and checked your answers, why waste an extra half hour or hour sitting there? Su Qinghu replied, I just want to help you practice your patience. Really? Erden was skeptical. Why do I feel like you're not telling the truth, Mom? Seriously, it was kind of weird. Su Qinghu insisted, doesn't matter. Anyway, you're not allowed to hand in your papers early that day. She wasn't even due yet, and her brain was already not working. When it came to these two kids, a direct order was much more efficient. She must be losing her mind. Since she put it that way, Dayton and Erden had nothing more to say. They exchanged a glance and nodded helplessly. Fine, they wouldn't hand in their papers early. What could they do? She was their mom, after all. They just had to agree. After the break, it was back to the work week. This week, Su Qinghu's handover at work wasn't going smoothly. It wasn't that she was holding anything back or unwilling to teach, but the new college graduate was slow to pick things up. She learned the basics quickly enough, but now, in the final week, the basics were done. It was time to go deeper, and her absorption rate was really worrying. The key was, the girl herself wasn't worried, and if Su Qinghu spoke a bit sternly, she'd even tear up. Su Qinghu really didn't know how to comfort people. Watching most of the week slip by, she could only resort to the dumb method, have her memorize everything. As for the parts that required real understanding, well, that would have to wait. It's actually rare for a newcomer to have a veteran colleague so dedicated to training them. Su Qinghu understood this, which is why she wanted to help her avoid detours. She just hadn't expected that being too strict would make the girl resentful. If the new hire couldn't appreciate the value of the core knowledge and even held a grudge, then so be it. On her last day, Su Qinghu treated her department to a meal and saw everyone off before happily heading out on her own. Slow down. Mrs. Ming hurried to catch up. There's no rush to get home. Watch where you're going. Even though the street lights were on, it was still night, so you had to be careful. Su Qinghu let her mother-in-law support her and asked, "Are Dayton and Erden home?" "They came back after their exams and have just been staying home." "I didn't know how long your gathering would last, so I didn't have them come along," Mrs. Ming said, helping her into the car. Su Qinghu nodded. "They still have a few more exams tomorrow. It's better for them to stay home." Chatting as they went, they soon arrived home. When they got in, the house was pitch black. It looked like Dayton and Erden were already asleep. After Mrs. Ming turned on the lights, Su Qinghu walked over to the TV, felt the back and the plug, both were cold. She nudged the TV aside a little and touched the tabletop. It was cool, too, so she smiled. Good. When she wasn't home, the boys hadn't disobeyed her behind her back. Mrs. Ming looked at her, half amused, half exasperated. "What are you doing? Those two always listen to you. If you tell them not to do something, they usually don't cut corners." Su Qinghu's eyes crinkled in a smile. It's still necessary to check up on them every now and then. For example, when she was a kid, she always wanted to watch TV, but the occasional spot checks from her family kept her in line and stopped her from sneaking around. Of course, that also helped her develop self-discipline to some extent. Mrs. Ming shook her head with a laugh. "Go take a shower and get some sleep. You don't have to work tomorrow, so you can sleep in as long as you want. Just get some exercise before dinner." Su Qinghu agreed, went to her room, grabbed clean pajamas and a change of clothes, and headed into the bathroom. After undressing, she looked at her round belly and the almost bursting belly button and winced. Forget it. Better not look. The more she looked, the scarier it seemed. Luckily, she hadn't found any stretch marks yet, which was enough to make this pregnant woman smile in her sleep. Once things opened up again, she'd still be able to wear pretty swimsuits. When she woke up on Sunday, Dayton and Erden were already out, and Mrs. Ming had left a note saying she'd gone grocery shopping and would be back soon, and that Su Qinghu should make herself some chicken soup wontons. In the kitchen, there was a large bowl with dried shrimp, seaweed, pickled mustard bits, and some chopped chives and egg pancake strips. After eating the wontons and washing the bowl, Mrs. Ming came back with the groceries. Su Qinghu said, "Mom, I called Dad and told him to wait for you so you could go out together." "No need," Mrs. Ming refused outright. "You're about to give birth. I wouldn't feel comfortable going anywhere. There's plenty of time for photos. Another month or two won't make a difference." It was already October on the solar calendar. Although the weather was cooler than in previous months, the sun was still quite strong around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Especially at the school gate, there weren't many trees for shade, so it felt even hotter. Su Qinghu was wearing a loose, belly-covering dress and a stylish sun hat. Just standing at the school gate, she was a beautiful sight to behold. Mrs. Ming was also in a dress, though hers was in more subdued colors and a classic style. She, too, wore a wide-brimmed sun hat as she stood beside Su Qinghu, both gazing into the campus. "Do you think the boys will spot us right away if we stand here?" Mrs. Ming looked at the empty campus, a little unsure. Su Qinghu glanced at her watch. "Of course they will." "Huh? Why?" Mrs. Ming was taken aback, not sure where her younger daughter-in-law's confidence came from. She didn't react for a moment. Su Qinghu's eyes curved as she smiled. "Because we're beautiful, obviously. Never mind anything else. Their sun hats alone were enough to catch the eye, not to mention their height." Of course, what Su Qinghu didn't say was that since this was a competition day, there wouldn't be many parents picking up their kids. As long as they stood out among the students, there shouldn't be any problem. But reality was different from her imagination. After buying 2 bouquets of fresh flowers from the florist and walking to the school gate with Mrs. Ming, each holding a bouquet, they found the entrance already swarmed with a sea of bicycles. Getting to the front row was going to be tough. While she was wondering how to squeeze forward, Mrs. Ming was still feeling shy, her face almost buried in the bouquet. Wasn't this a bit too attention-grabbing? But her embarrassment didn't last long, as her daughter-in-law pulled her forward. Surprisingly, they made it to the front with almost no resistance. Mrs. Ming was a bit dazed, peeking out from behind her flowers, only to find that the surrounding parents were all staring at them, eyes filled with astonishment and curiosity. Mrs. Meng sucked in a breath. See? Didn't she say this would be too conspicuous? Just as she'd guessed. Su Qinghu called out, "Excuse us." Her good looks and cheerful, pleasant voice made their way completely unobstructed to the front. As soon as they stopped, she noticed something was off with her mother-in-law. She asked, "Mom, are you feeling unwell?" Why couldn't she lift her head? Heatstroke? No. Mrs. Meng still didn't look up, her voice muffled from within the bouquet, tinged with embarrassment. Just from her voice, Su Qinghu understood what her mother-in-law was thinking. She smiled, but didn't push her, about to check her watch when suddenly the sharp sound of the dismissal bell rang out from the campus. They're coming. The exam was over. She reached out to Mrs. Meng. "Mom, give me the flowers." "Sorry, but the bouquet couldn't be used as a shield anymore, haha." Mrs. Meng cleared her throat, handed over the bouquet, and quickly picked up the camera hanging around her neck, using it to cover her face as if she was looking for a shot. This only drew even more attention. Mrs. Meng felt as if the heat from all those stares was burning through her back. Soon, a bold parent approached and asked Mrs. Meng if, after taking photos of her own kids, she could also take one for him and his child. He was even willing to pay. Mrs. Meng glanced at the man's tanned face, caught the hopeful yet nervous look in his eyes, and nodded. "Sure, but you'll have to wait a bit." "That's fine, I don't mind waiting." It was Sunday after all. No rush to get to work. After chatting, Mrs. Meng looked at Su Qinghu. She'd brought the camera to take pictures of the kids, so maybe later she could snap a few candid shots of her daughter-in-law and the boys together. But Su Qinghu's attention was already on the campus. As soon as the bell rang, it took less than a minute for the once-empty classroom building to fill with people. Soon, students began to appear at the school gate. Su Qinghu scanned the crowd for her two boys, sighing inwardly. Everyone was in uniform, making it hard to pick them out. Even though there were slight differences in the uniforms, still, sigh. In the crowd, Big Egg and Second Egg met up at their agreed spot under the classroom building. "Bro, why are you so late?" Second Egg puffed out his cheeks. "Didn't we agree to hand in our papers 5 minutes before the bell and be the first ones out?" Big Egg replied, "A teacher I'd asked for help before stopped me to say a few words." "Oh, okay." With an explanation, Second Egg wasn't mad anymore. He looked toward the school gate. "Is something going on out there? Why is everyone hanging around instead of leaving after the exam?" Big Egg followed him, also puzzled by the crowd at the gate. Why wasn't anyone leaving? Are they checking answers? Big Egg wondered aloud, not really expecting an answer. Second Egg said, "The exam's over. Everyone knows how they did, there's no point checking answers." Heh. Second Egg grinned. "Good thing we weren't in the same exam room as Qian Duoshu, or I'd have to carry him out on my back right now." Before he could finish, his eyes suddenly widened and he started slapping his brother's arm, squawking, "Bro. Bro," like a parrot. Big Egg followed his gaze and was stunned. Amid the packed crowd, a splash of bright color stood out, vibrant and lively, making everyone else fade into the background. So beautiful. Big Egg pressed his lips together, his eyes suddenly turning red as he stared at that bright figure, his chest heaving. Why was she here? It was so hot, so sunny, and she was pregnant. "Bro, let's go." Second Egg shouted, abandoning his brother and dashing toward the school gate, yelling, "Mom." Oh man, this was the highlight of his life. Everyone would be jealous of him. Jealous that he had such a beautiful mom. Jealous that he had a mom who loved him. Jealous that he had a mom who was dazzling and radiant. Hee. His shout instantly drew the attention of all the parents and students. When they saw who he was calling Mom and running toward, their eyes widened. No way? Compared to the other middle schoolers, this kid looked way too young. But his mom looked a bit older. Something seemed off, but with all that enthusiasm, if they weren't related, no one would believe it. Second Egg grinned foolishly as he reached Su Qinghu, his eyes shining and his cheeks flushed as he called, "Mom." "Hey, good boy." Su Qinghu handed him a bouquet, smiling. Congratulations on finishing your competition exam. Hee. Second egg took the flowers, grinning from ear to ear. Thank you, my dear mom. I hope you'll come give us flowers at all our future competitions. Su Qinghu raised an eyebrow. It's not impossible, but only if you both have competitions and exams in the future. What an easy request. Compared to tutoring homework, where the questions just get broader and broader, something as simple as giving flowers, she'd agree to that in a heartbeat. Hee. Erden hugged the bouquet, looking like a little rooster who'd just grown colorful feathers, puffing out his chest and grinning shamelessly at the students and parents around him. Jealous, aren't you? Go ahead, be as jealous as you want. Where's your brother? Su Qinghu ruffled his hair. Didn't you see him? Erden's breath caught, and he looked a little guilty as he turned his head. Suddenly, he pointed over there. Su Qinghu spotted Dayton, her eyes lighting up. The young boy stood out in the crowd. Zhang Anyan, she called out. That shout was like an invisible thread, instantly pulling Dayton's attention back. He blinked and strode over to Su Qinghu. In that moment, it felt as if all the barriers and grievances were left behind. He walked up to Su Qinghu, and when she handed him the bouquet, he opened his arms. Su Qinghu was taken aback for a second, then smiled and hugged him. Congratulations to Zhang Anyan for finishing his competition exam. Thank you, Mom. Dayton looked up from her embrace, holding the bouquet and gazing at her as if he wanted to etch her into his memory forever. Su Qinghu's heart tightened, a faint ache blooming inside. She grabbed his hand and led him out. Good boy. Today, Mom's treating you both to something nice. Erden quickly grabbed Su Qinghu's other hand, grinning from ear to ear as he followed them out. The fact that their mom gave him and his brother flowers today would definitely spread to all the schools. By then, he and his brother would be the envy of everyone. The more he thought about it, the happier he felt. Su Qinghu was in high spirits too as she led her two kids out. But as they reached the outer edge of the crowd, she suddenly sensed something was off. She stopped, and the two boys stopped as well, looking at her. Su Qinghu blinked, a little sheepish. Cough, your grandma is here too. Erden quickly turned to look for her. Huh? Where is she? Dayton looked around as well, but he wasn't tall enough to see far, so he couldn't spot her. Su Qinghu swallowed. How could she have forgotten about her mother-in-law? But now, her mother-in-law had taken off her son making her even harder to find. Where was Mrs. Meng? She was still by the security office at the school gate, having snapped several candid shots of her daughter-in-law giving flowers to Dayton and Erden. Looking at the last photo, with the two boys holding their mom's hands as they walked away, nearly brought tears to her eyes. But after composing herself and looking up, she found her daughter-in-law and grandsons had disappeared. Meanwhile, the people who'd asked her to take photos earlier had surrounded her again, so she couldn't get out. Thinking it over, she took off her hat and asked the security guard to keep it for her. Then she negotiated to borrow a notebook and pen so people could leave their addresses, and she could mail them the photos after they were developed. Once the guard agreed, she adjusted her camera and focused on taking pictures for everyone. It was at this moment that Su Qinghu, taking advantage of her height, finally spotted her mother-in-law. At the school gate, with the photo group as the center, a circle about 1.5 meters wide had been cleared. That's how Mrs. Meng, holding up her camera, finally caught Su Qinghu's eye. After watching for a moment, Su Qinghu turned to the boys and said, "Let's wait a bit. Your grandma is helping others take photos." Photos? Erden blinked, hope in his voice. Then, did Grandma take any photos of us just now? If she captured that enviable moment, they could keep it forever. Whenever they forgot, one look at the photo would bring it all back. Dayton, still holding Su Qinghu's hand, looked at her too, eyes full of the same hope. Su Qinghu hesitated. She probably did. Probably? Erden's eyes widened. Mom, didn't you talk to Grandma about it beforehand? If they'd planned it, there'd definitely be photos. But Mom sounded so unsure. Did she forget to mention it? Su Qinghu blinked, meeting his gaze. Well, I was so focused on giving you the flowers, I forgot all about it. Erden sighed. All right. If Grandma didn't get any photos, we'll just take one later. Sigh, what can you do? Mom was just too excited and forgot, that's all. Bro, you go sit with Mom over there for a bit. Erden rubbed his hands together, eager to help. I'll go find Grandma and give her a hand, and let her know where you're waiting. Su Qinghu followed his finger. It was a small restaurant, with a white foam box by the entrance and a bottle of soda next to it. Looked like there was seating inside. Su Qinghu nodded and led Dayton toward the little restaurant. Dayton glanced at Erden but didn't say anything. Still, the way he looked at Erden, who was cradling the bouquet, made Erden feel a little guilty. Erden grinned, protected his flowers, and scampered off toward Mrs. Ming's group. Inside the restaurant, Su Qinghu and Dayton sat down. The owner, seeing she was pregnant, turned the fan to its lowest setting for her. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Su Qinghu ordered 3 sodas and a bowl of small wontons. She smiled at Dayton. Dayton looked at her, then at the wontons, and resignedly put down his bouquet to start eating. Thanks for your hard work, son. Su Qinghu beamed at him. She couldn't eat much herself, but it felt wrong not to spend any money at the restaurant, so she had to let her son handle it all. At this age, kids are growing fast and can digest anything quickly. A bowl of wontons isn't much, but add a bottle of soda and it's something. Plus, since Su Qinghu had just said she'd treat them to a meal, eating now was a bit out of place. 40 minutes later, Mrs. Ming and Erden finally broke free from the crowd and arrived at the restaurant. Mrs. Ming's forehead was beaded with sweat, some hair sticking to it, making her look like she'd just done a workout. Erden rushed in, stuffed his bouquet into Su Qinghu's hands, reminded her not to put it on the table, then skillfully grabbed a bottle opener, popped open a soda for Mrs. Ming, and opened another for himself. So self-sufficient. Su Qinghu looked at him, half amused, half exasperated. Kid, you sure are clever. There were plenty of little restaurants nearby, but only this one had a white foam box for sodas out front. He just happened to point to this one. Hee. Erden's eyes curved into crescents. It's just that I haven't had soda in a while, I was craving it. Anyway, he'd spotted this place right away. Su Qinghu smiled and let it go. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Dayton quietly pick up his bouquet again. Dayton had wanted to hold his flowers as soon as he finished the wontons, but since they were still waiting in the restaurant, it felt a bit awkward, so he resisted. Now, seeing Erden refuse to put his flowers down even for a soda, Dayton glanced at Su Qinghu a few times. When he saw she wasn't paying attention, he quietly hugged his bouquet to his chest. At the children's request, this time they chose to eat at a Western restaurant. Su Qinghu called a cab, and everyone headed straight to their destination. In the car, the enthusiastic driver chatted animatedly with Erden. They started talking about food, then moved on to exams, and eventually to the bouquet of flowers in Erden's arms. Throughout the conversation, the flowers and Su Qinghu were frequent topics. By the time they got out of the car, the driver and Erden were still reluctant to part. The driver looked at Erden with admiration, thinking to himself how wonderful it would be if this child were his own, so smart, such a good student, quick-witted. He was sure the boy would go far in life. Su Qinghu and Dayton silently watched as Erden said goodbye to the driver, both finding the scene hard to describe and a little bit funny. Mrs. Ming stood to the side, feeling a bit emotional. Of everyone, Erden had changed the most over the past year. It was as if he had finally let go and embraced his true nature, no longer the cautious child he once was. Because of this, his personality had become even more vibrant and lively, as if there was nothing in this world he couldn't love. Finally done with his farewells, Erden walked over to the 3 of them, grinning, and held out his hand. Look. Their eyes fell on his clean palm. There were 2 small walnuts in it. They were smaller than regular walnuts, but bigger than wild ones, and the veins on them already had a bit of a jade-like sheen. Su Qinghu blinked, about to say something, but Mrs. Ming spoke first. I don't know what kind of walnuts these are. Don't eat them yet, let's have someone take a look at them when we get home. Huh? Erden was confused. Grandma, these aren't for eating. That uncle said I should play with them when I have time. Once they turn all translucent and jade-like, they can be sold for money. Sold for money? Mrs. Meng was surprised. Yeah, Erden nodded. They're a pair. The uncle's friend gave them to him, but he didn't have the patience to play with them. He thought I was a good fit, so he gave them to me. He said if I take good care of them, they could be worth dozens, maybe even hundreds. Even though he'd seen big money before, dozens or hundreds of yuan weren't exactly pocket change. If these 2 walnuts could turn into real money, he definitely wouldn't miss the chance. But Mrs. Ming still didn't get it. Would anyone really spend that much on these things? You could buy 5 kilos of walnuts at the department store for less. These are probably Wenwan walnuts, collectible walnuts, Su Qinghu said, picking one up and examining it. She explained to Mrs. Meng, I haven't really dealt with these before, so I'm not sure. If the kids are interested, let them play with them. She handed the walnut back to Erden, and as their eyes met, a thought suddenly occurred to her. Erden shivered under her gaze and quickly looked away. Right now, Mom looked just like a teacher about to call on a student in class. If he didn't look away fast, he'd be in trouble for sure. Su Qinghu said, Son, I want to know what Wenwan walnuts are, what types there are, and what their special features are. She rattled off a string of questions, leaving Erden on the verge of tears. Was it too late to throw the walnuts away now? Is that okay? Su Qinghu finished, looking at Erden with sincere eyes. Can Mom hear your explanation? Erden couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. In the end, he gave a silly smile. Okay, even though, but his mom wanted to hear him give a lesson. Thank you, my good boy. Su Qinghu ruffled his hair, her eyes crinkling with a warm smile. If you want to call in reinforcements to help you with this explanation, I don't mind. Erden immediately turned to Dayton. Bro, can I ask you to help me? Dayton, still holding the bouquet. Please. Erden pleaded, eyes wide. Bro? Dayton gave a quiet all right. Erden cheered instantly. Great. With a week, they could definitely get this done. Mrs. Ming shook her head with a smile. Are you all set? If so, let's go in. They were almost at the restaurant entrance, but ended up chatting right there. Let's go. Right now. Erden said happily, dashing into the restaurant, with the others following behind. By the time they caught up, Erden had already been shown to their table and was chatting fluently with someone in a foreign language. Of course, if he didn't know a word, he'd just gesture. Overall, the conversation was going well. As Su Qinghu approached, she heard him explaining the origin of the flowers in his arms. Su Qinghu almost wanted to cover her face. This kid really loved to show off. When the foreign man saw them coming, his eyes lit up at the bouquet in Dayton's arms. He launched into a string of compliments. Dayton kept his composure, just nodding slightly and saying thank you before sitting down with Su Qinghu. When the man tried to hand her the menu, Su Qinghu waved him off, indicating that the kids would be ordering this time. Dayton and Erden had practiced using knives and forks at home and learned the basics of Western dining. Though their hearts were pounding, they handled themselves with poise, discussing the menu together and asking each other about the dishes. Once they had decided, they turned to Su Qinghu and listed off their choices. Su Qinghu smiled. No problem. She exchanged a few words with Mrs. Meng, who saw that Su Qinghu and the kids had considered her preferences and had already communicated with the staff. She felt very content and relaxed. This is fine. I have no problem with it. As the meal went on, the kids and their grandma went from being nervous and cautious to relaxed and at ease. At the end, there was even a little surprise. They were given a complimentary dessert and 2 red roses, one for Su Qinghu, one for Mrs. Meng. Hey, now everyone in our family has flowers, Su Qinghu said, picking up her rose and waving it at the kids. Then she paid the bill, left a tip, and got ready to leave. Mom, was that extra money you gave a tip? Erden asked, blinking, still looking back at the foreign waiter. Su Qinghu replied, yes. He was very attentive and brought us happiness. Since I'm able, I wanted to return that happiness. It makes me happy too. Mainly, it was the happiness of having money. Of course, that part she couldn't tell the kids. The circle of happiness just got bigger, Erden concluded, nodding seriously. Mom, you respected his hard work and rewarded his extra attention, right? Smart. Su Qinghu ruffled his hair with one hand. Your observation skills are really improving. Of course. Erden puffed out his chest, full of pride. As Su Qinghu watched for a taxi, she said, it's good to be observant, but sometimes, as long as you're not crossing any moral or legal lines, you don't have to accommodate everything you notice. Don't wrong yourself. Erden paused, squinting in thought, then looked at Su Qinghu. Mom, do I look like someone who would wrong myself? If he noticed someone else was upset, did that mean he had to comfort them? Of course not. His mom had said before, always analyze things as they are. Is this my responsibility? Is it something I should take on? You shouldn't wrong yourself in life. Su Qinghu was itching with frustration at Erden's question. Fine, she was overthinking it. This child was never the type to wrong himself for others' sake, otherwise, he wouldn't be constantly bickering and fighting with his brother. She turned to Dadong. Before she could say anything, Dadong spoke up, I'll try my best to change. He'd been thinking about what she'd said earlier, so now, when he was called out, he couldn't respond like Erden and say he'd never wrong himself. All he could do was promise to improve. Su Qinghu chuckled, ruffled his hair, and then smoothed it down. Anyway, just don't wrong yourself. They were both good kids and wouldn't hurt anyone else, so the only thing to watch out for was that they didn't wrong themselves for the sake of others or for anything else. Mrs. Meng watched the three of them and let out a deep sigh. Back when her daughter Qinyan was born, she and her husband were both tied up with work and had to leave their daughter in the care of the grandparents. Out of guilt, most of their monthly allowance and salary was sent back home. Later, when work eased up, they immediately brought Qinyan back, but again, out of guilt, they didn't want to suppress her nature or happiness too much, which eventually led to her growing up a bit selfish. In the end, it was because she and Qinbo didn't know how to raise children that both kids ended up suffering, and the couple had been racked with guilt ever since. Looking at things now, when it comes to raising kids, you need to have unwavering bottom lines, but also flexible approaches. Fortunately, Dadong and Erden were being raised well by their daughter-in-law, so the one she was carrying now would surely turn out well, too. Mrs. Meng looked at Su Qinghu's belly with loving eyes, unable to contain her excitement. In another week or two, there would be a new little member in the family. Her gaze was so intense that Su Qinghu noticed and looked over. Seeing Mrs. Meng staring at her belly, she laughed and patted it lightly. This little one is really patient. It had been over 9 months and there was still no sign of labor. Probably because you're patient too, Mrs. Meng teased, giving her a look. Don't pat your belly, you might scare the baby. Erden burst out laughing. Is my little brother really that timid? He probably thinks you're playing with him. Dadong glanced worriedly at Su Qinghu's belly. Hiding behind his bouquet, he touched his own stomach, imagining what it would be like for his thin belly to stretch so big and round. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine and his hair stood on end. While they were chatting, a taxi finally arrived. By the time they got out, the sky was filled with a gorgeous sunset. The two kids stared up in awe, eyes full of wonder. Su Qinghu urged Mrs. Meng, Mom, quick, take some photos. Mrs. Meng hesitated. Let's get you home to rest first, then I'll bring the kids out to take pictures of the sunset. Oh, I'm not tired, Su Qinghu marveled at nature's handiwork, not intending to leave at all. I want to see the sunset too. Such a vast, beautiful sunset, running into it was pure luck. As soon as Erden heard this, he shoved his bouquet into Dadang's arms and dashed off, calling back as he ran, Mom, Grandma, you two stay here and take pictures. I'm going back to get our cameras. Since summer vacation, they'd barely touched their cameras, not because they didn't want to, but because nothing had really inspired them, and now that middle school homework was piling up, they'd been holding back for the past month or two. But right now, he just really wanted to take some photos. Erden ran off to get the cameras. Su Qinghu and Dadang stood by the wall, making room for Mrs. Meng to take pictures of the sky ablaze with sunset colors. It's so beautiful. Su Qinghu sighed. Dadong replied, "A masterpiece of nature, truly breathtaking." Su Qinghu. She suddenly felt a bit uneducated. Sensing her mood shift, Dadong turned to look at her. Su Qinghu quickly put on a smile. "How about this? Tonight, you and your brother each write an essay about the sunset. 300 words, due in 2 weeks. Dadong, okay?" She really seemed to have a thing for assigning pop homework. Su Qinghu thought for a moment. "Oh, and don't tell Erden just yet. I'm afraid it'll mess up his photography if he gets discouraged." Dadong held back a laugh. "Aren't you worried I'll mess up?" Su Qinghu blinked, a bit surprised. "What's the big deal if my eldest messes up once or twice? You hardly ever make mistakes." Dadong pressed his lips together, wanting to laugh but holding it in. "You don't have to be perfect," Su Qinghu said softly. "It's enough to be hardworking, ambitious, and happy." Mrs. Meng, busy taking photos, turned her head and saw the two of them talking by the gray brick wall. She quickly raised her camera and snapped a picture. How to describe that moment? She wasn't sure, but it just felt really, really good. When the kids grew up and looked back at this photo, it would definitely stir up all kinds of emotions. Hearing the shutter, Su Qinghu and Dadong both looked over. Mrs. Meng snapped another picture. "Mom?" Su Qinghu called out, glancing at the sunset. "Why are you taking pictures of us? The sunset's still out there." Mrs. Meng smiled. "You two just looked so cute talking, I couldn't help but take a few shots." Dadong smiled. "Tonight, I'll help Grandma develop the photos." Now that they had a camera at home, they took a lot of pictures. Su Qinghu figured, since they had a spare room, she might as well set up a darkroom for them. So now they usually developed their own photos, unless it was a particularly special one they didn't want to risk messing up. Sometimes, Grandpa Chenbo would come over to develop photos too, and stay with Mrs. Ming for a few days before leaving. Su Qinghu had invited Chenbo to live with them, but he probably had his own reasons and never agreed. "I'll take a few pictures of you and Dadong too," Su Qinghu said, walking over and reaching for Mrs. Ming's camera. Mrs. Ming happily handed it over, then walked over to her eldest grandson by the gray wall, smiling as she asked, "How should we pose?" Whenever Dadong faced the camera seriously, his face would stiffen and he couldn't even smile, so usually his photos were candid shots. Now, having to pose, he felt all awkward. Mrs. Ming walked over and, lightning fast, tried to snatch the bouquet from his hands. Dadang's eyes widened and he quickly moved the bouquet out of her reach. Mrs. Ming laughed mischievously. "Let me see it." Rationally, Dadong knew he should let her see it, but emotionally, he didn't want anyone touching his flowers. His gaze was conflicted. In the end, he pressed his lips together and held the bouquet in front of his chest. "I'll hold it and let you look, okay?" "Of course. Didn't your mom say you shouldn't wrong yourself for others?" Mrs. Ming smiled, leaning in to look at the flowers. Dadong looked at her, his eyes full of protectiveness for the bouquet. Su Qinghu kept snapping candid shots, watching them, and suddenly felt her heart melt. This child was just too lovable. Over there, Erden was like a playful little colt, dashing all the way to the front door of his house. He saw the door was unlocked, and without thinking, pushed it open and went inside. But as soon as he stepped in, he froze. What's going on? Did Mom and Grandma forget to lock the door when they went to pick them up? The yard gate wasn't locked, and the living room door was wide open too? That's not something Mom and Grandma would ever do. Could it be a thief broke in? Erden's heart skipped a beat. He tensed up like a startled cat, ready to tiptoe right back out. Oh my God. His mom really was a genius. He used to think all those what-if scenarios she talked about were nonsense, but look, now they were actually coming in handy. His mom had always said, if you come home and something feels off, like the door is open, or the windows or the yard look different, don't hesitate, just run. Run to where there are lots of people, call for help from uncles or neighbors, and if no one helps, go straight to the police station and find a police officer. In short, don't try to be a hero. Otherwise, if you get caught, you might be kidnapped and sold, or worse. Erden definitely didn't want to be sold, or have his throat slit. He had only taken 2 steps back when a tall, upright man appeared at the living room doorway, towel in hand, drying his hair as he squinted at Erden. Erden? Erden! He was stunned for a second, then let out a howl and leapt forward. Dad! Dad! You're finally back! If you didn't come back soon, even our cherry tree would outrank you in this family. The cherry tree at home wasn't very big. It had only grown as thick as his arm since spring. Grandma said it might bear some cherries next year, but not to get their hopes up. But he, his brother, and Mom all took good care of it, talking to it, playing nice music for it. Ahem. Anyway, this cherry tree meant a lot to them. Chinlai easily caught him, letting Erden climb all over him. Hearing him mention the cherry tree, Chinlai couldn't help but glance at it in the yard. That was the only new living thing in the house since he'd left. Dad, did you bring us gifts? Erden chattered on. Did you bring something for Mom? For my little brother. Chinlai's breath caught. He looked at Erden, struggling to get the words out. She's already had the baby? When he got home, he'd noticed new baby supplies in the bedroom, brand new, without any baby smell yet. So he'd felt safe enough to go shower and wash his hair. Huh? Erden was confused. Which hospital is your mom in? Chinlai quickly put Erden down, grabbed the baby supplies they'd prepared, stuffed all the cash and tickets into his pocket, locked the door behind him, tucked Erden under his arm, and rushed out. Erden snapped out of it after this whirlwind of action and struggled. Dad, Mom hasn't had the baby yet. What's he doing? Have the baby? It's not time yet. His little brother was being super chill. He hadn't given Mom any trouble at all, even though he, his brother, and Grandma were all anxious. The baby wasn't in any hurry. Chinlai came to a sudden stop, set Erden down, and carried the baby stuff back into the yard. Erden rubbed his ribs, pouting. Dad, you're so jumpy. Chinlai ignored him, put the baby supplies back in their place, set down the cash, and finally walked into the living room. Erden put down his school bag, which was stuffed with stationery for him and his brother, then opened a drawer and took out the camera. He checked it over skillfully, and once he was sure it was fine, grinned. Where's your mom? Chinlai, feeling a bit ignored, raised his eyebrows slightly. Erden replied, she's outside with Grandma, watching the sunset. He pointed outside. Look, the sunset is beautiful today. Mom says there's beauty everywhere in life, but some beauty is rare and unique. She tells us to be good at noticing it and good at recording it. Yep, and recording didn't just mean taking photos. It also meant writing little essays. Little essays? Erden's eyes suddenly went wide. Oh no, does that mean Mom will make them write another essay today? What's wrong? Chinlai casually picked up a towel and rubbed his half-dry buzz cut, suddenly feeling a bit shy about going out to see Su Qinghu, like when they'd just started dating. What should he say to her when he saw her? Erden glanced at Chinlai, thought for a moment, and decided not to tell the truth. Nothing, I was just thinking, Mom will be really happy to see you. Anyway, the fewer people who knew about Mom's habit of making them write reflections and essays, the better. That way, he and his brother would have less chance of getting extra homework. Dad, are you done drying your hair? Erden asked cautiously. Chinlai, go ahead. Erden grinned ingratiatingly. Dad, if you're done, let's go out together. If he went with Dad to find Mom and Grandma, maybe Mom would be so happy she wouldn't give him and his brother any essay homework. Chinlai paused, put down the towel. Let's go. Why was he suddenly so nervous now that he was almost home? He hadn't felt this jittery or had his heart race when he was at the gate. Erden's eyes darted around. He stuffed both cameras into his dad's hands. Dad, can you hold the cameras for me? I'll pour some cool boiled water for Mom and bring it out to her. The cameras were heavy and expensive, definitely safer in Dad's hands. As for him, carrying a thermos cup was just right. Chinlai immediately saw through his little scheme to score points, but didn't say anything. He waited until Erden had poured the water to the perfect temperature, then reached out his big hand. I'll carry it. Erden instinctively hid the thermos behind his back. No, it's not heavy. I can do it myself. Dad, just hold the cameras, don't drop them. They're really expensive. Such a small thing, how could he trouble Dad with it? Erden looked righteous and determined. Chinlai hooked his finger, and Erden reluctantly came over, still muttering, "Dad, really, there's no need. I'm really strong now. I could carry not just one thermos, but 10, 20, all filled with water." Stealing his chance to help. He couldn't stand for that. Mom always said, "What's yours is yours. Earn it with your own effort." Chinlai easily took the thermos and patted Erden's head. "I'm already carrying your cameras. One more thermos won't make a difference." "Erden, it might not make a difference to you, but it does to me. Is this just a simple thermos?" "No, it's not. This thermos could save him and his brother from another round of tragic essay writing." "What's wrong?" Chinlai looked at him, trying not to laugh, though his handsome face didn't really show it. Erden muttered, "Dad, you should do your own things yourself." He wanted to argue more, but Chinlai was already at the yard gate, holding the lock, waiting for him. Erden gritted his teeth, pouting as he walked out. Fine, fine, he'd let Dad have this chance to score points. After all, if Dad didn't work on his standing in the family, he might end up single forever. After comforting himself, Erden felt much better. One big, one small, walking one after the other, just like that, they headed outside. Dan walked in front, leading the way, sighing and groaning as loudly as he could, hoping his dad would hear and give him back his thermos. Chinlai glanced at him from time to time, a smile in his eyes, but clearly with no intention of returning the thermos. "Dad, when are you leaving?" Dan turned around, walking backwards as he asked, "Can you stay until my little brother is born?" "Watch where you're going." Chinlai didn't answer his question, but instead gave a stern reminder. Dan quickly caught up to him, walking side by side, turning slightly to look at him. "Does this count as walking properly?" "Dad?" Dan called out, prompting him. "Chinlai, I should be able to." "What do you mean, should be able to?" "You're not sure." Dan pouted, dissatisfied. "If you're not at the hospital when my little brother is born, when he grows up, I'll tell him not to be nice to you. Anyway, Dad's hardly ever home, so his little brother should be closer to him. By then, whatever he says, his brother will definitely take his side." Chinlai switched the thermos to his other hand and gave Dan's head a good rub, saying nothing. Dan squinted his eyes in comfort, but then started to feel a little guilty. "Never mind, I won't tell my brother after all. If he ends up disliking you, I'd feel bad too." "Chinlai, you little rascal." "I'm not a rascal." Dan's eyes widened. "My brother and I are way cleaner than anyone else in our class. We shower every day. In winter, we might shower less, but we still wash our feet and faces every day, and we wash our hair all the time too. They might even smell better than the girls in their class." Chinlai. He glanced at him. "Got it." Dan, "Dad, you bought Mom a thermos. When are you going to buy one for me and my brother?" The thermos they just used for hot water was one Dad had someone buy for Mom. The outside was red, the inside was purple clay. Supposedly, water tastes different from it. Unfortunately, Mom doesn't like sharing her thermos, so he and his brother never got their way. He'd been thinking about this for ages. "Chinlai, I'll get you both one next weekend." "Next weekend?" Dan muttered, "That's still 6 days away." "Chinlai, can't wait." There was a hint of threat in his voice. Dan quickly shook his head. No, I can wait." If he and his brother had any pocket money left, or if Mom's promised reward didn't depend on their exam results, they could have just bought one themselves. Sigh, not having a penny is tough for a man. Each lost in their own thoughts, they fell silent and just walked on. Chinlai's long legs made quick work of the distance, and soon they were nearby. Before they even got close, they could hear the excited voices of the 2 women from the Chin family. Looking carefully, the 2 of them were fussing over a boy whose face was bright red, snapping photos from all angles. They teased the young boy as they took pictures, and no one was laughing harder than Su Qinghu. Now that she had the camera, she was searching for the best angles and lighting while telling the boy corny jokes. Every time Dan couldn't help but twitch his lips, Grandma Meng would burst out laughing, nearly slapping her thigh in delight. Dan. Was it really that funny? But with one joke after another, there was always one he couldn't resist. Did Dan's face turned red from holding back his laughter, but in the end, he couldn't help but grin wide. Su Qinghu quickly snapped a few shots, click, 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 as if film was free. Did Dan felt a little bad for the film, but at the same time, a wave of joy rose up from deep inside. How could she not be tired of taking so many pictures of him? He hadn't even posed the way she wanted. After finishing, Su Qinghu flashed him an okay sign, handed the camera back to Grandma Meng, and hurried over to Dan. She threw an arm around his neck and made a peace sign over his head. When Grandma Meng took the camera, she caught her daughter-in-law's meaningful glance and naturally raised the camera, ready to shoot just as Su Qinghu struck her pose. Dan was mortified, but with the bouquet in his arms, the whole day felt like a dream. He couldn't help but laugh. This time, his smile was no longer stiff or awkward, but a little silly. Su Qinghu, satisfied, let go of Dan and turned to call out, "Mom, take a few pictures of me. And then let Dan take some too." Grandma Meng, all right. For the first shot, Su Qinghu pointed at her pregnant belly, eyes crinkling with laughter. For the second, she cradled her belly, putting on a worried face. For the third, she made peace signs on both sides of her belly, making bunny ears. Grandma Meng snapped away, then it was Dan's turn. What pose should I do? Su Qinghu blinked at Dan. I think I've used up all my poses just now. Dan. Isn't she just messing with him? Su Qinghu. Can you give me some suggestions? Dan. Look at the sunset. Su Qinghu, okay. She turned sideways, gazing at the evening glow. After a few shots like that, Su Qinghu suddenly had a strong feeling she should look back. She blinked. Though it seemed a bit random, she followed her instinct and looked behind her. Chenlai. Su Qinghu's eyes lit up, and she was about to rush over, but Grandma Meng and Dan quickly stopped her. Grandma Meng gasped, "Goodness, you're pregnant. You can't run." Then her expression changed, and she shouted at Chenlai, "What are you standing there for? Get over here. Xiaosu's pregnant, do you expect her to come to you?" Dan, seeing Su Qinghu about to run, nearly jumped out of his skin. Now he finally relaxed, patting his little chest to calm himself down. Chenlai strode over to Su Qinghu, looked down at her for a moment, and smiled. Dan says, "In our house right now, I rank lower than that newly transplanted cherry tree." Without waiting for Su Qinghu to reply, he ruffled Dan's hair and handed him both cameras. Dan quickly took both cameras, called out "Dad," and, seeing his father nod, grinned happily. Only then did Chenlai turn his attention to Su Qinghu. She was still beautiful, still radiant. The lively girl of spring had become the bright, swaying beauty of the season. Su Qinghu frowned. "Aren't you surprised?" She glanced down at her belly, then at Chenlai, the meaning obvious. Chenlai unscrewed the thermos and handed it to her. "Have some water first." The hair at her temples was damp with sweat, but she still gave off a soft, fuzzy feeling. Su Qinghu took the cup, sipping slowly, her eyes still on Chenlai, a flutter of excitement in her heart. What should she do? The man in front of her was even more handsome, even more dazzling. She felt like she was falling in love all over again. Grandma Meng tactfully stepped back a little, and then saw her eldest grandson raise the camera and start taking pictures of the two of them. So, Ms. Meng stepped back to stand beside Dan and raised her own camera as well. As Dan took photos, he felt something was off. Looking down, he realized he still had another camera hanging around his neck. Frowning, he glanced in the direction his dad had just come from. Dan was standing pressed against the wall, glancing around, looking for a place to hide himself so his mom would forget about him and spare him from writing a reflection essay on the sunset. Then he sensed something and looked over. It was his older brother, Dan. Dan silently mouthed, "Bro." Dan gestured for him to come over. Reluctantly, Dan shuffled over, afraid his brother would call out and draw their mom's attention. If that happened, she'd definitely focus all her attention on him. Sneaking closer, Dan handed him the camera. "Take your own stuff." Dan grimaced. "Bro, you're burning bridges after crossing them?" I was the one who brought your camera here. What's the big deal about holding mine for a bit? Did Dan? Are you sure you want to argue with me? Dan. As for the interest assignment Mom gave us earlier, I'll do half for you, did Dan said, not even looking at him, snapping photos as he spoke. Dan, really? He was fine with giving Mom a presentation, but after these days together, he'd learned one thing. No matter what you talked about, you had to be organized and prepared. Otherwise, Mom would keep expanding on the topic, layering on more and more assignments. If you were organized and prepared, you could finish and maybe even get a reward. Otherwise, it was endless little assignments. A lesson learned in blood and tears, best not to mention it. Did Dan? Yeah. Dan finally relaxed. Then, glancing at Chinlai and Su Qinghu, he nervously asked to Dan, Bro, do you think Mom will give us homework about today's sunset? Did Dan? Just take your photos first. He was worried that if he said anything now, Dan would lose all motivation to take pictures. Dan's hair stood on end. No way, right? She's really going to give us homework. He hadn't been around. What had happened during this time? Bro, you're so smart. Why don't you use your brains for once? Dan said, exasperated. You could have stopped her. If you'd said something, maybe there wouldn't be any homework. Did Dan? You still haven't accepted reality? The reality was, writing this kind of thing was almost routine. Dan, it's not about whether there is or isn't homework. It's about whether I want to accept it. I don't want to. I just want to be an ordinary kid, an ordinary student, like everyone else. After school, I just want to play. You already do that after school, did Dan point it out mercilessly. To get more playtime, the two of them would finish their morning homework by lunchtime, then finish their afternoon homework within half an hour of getting home. The rest of the time was theirs. Mom never interfered. She even supported them in learning or exploring things they were interested in. Dan, I'm definitely going to write a suggestion in the family opinion book. I have to tell Mom, if she's going to assign homework, it should be balanced. She can't just give us Chinese essays. Science observations or math assignments could replace those reflection essays. Seriously, he was so young and already worried enough to go gray. He'd rather do a little business project as homework, even in the freezing cold or sweltering heat. He'd be willing to go out and do that kind of assignment. Did Dan glanced at him but said nothing. Dan, bro, do you think what I just said would work? Did Dan, you can give it a try. Then I'll try. Dan said, determined. Anyway, Mom always says you should try everything. What if it works, right? Did Dan was annoyed. Can you stop talking? Especially right next to him. Seriously, he'd just gotten the camera at the perfect angle, but got distracted and the lighting was gone. Dan, bro, are you annoyed with me? Did Dan, yeah. The two of them were muttering to each other, and Ms. Meng, listening in, couldn't help but turn her gaze to the young couple. One was tall and upright, with a fierce aura that was now restrained and hidden. The other was graceful and radiant, her smile as warm as spring, yet she could wield the gentlest, most harmless little whip to tame and soothe the fiercest beast. No matter how you looked at them, they were a joy to behold. Chinlai said, "Thank you for your hard work." He gazed deeply at Su Qinghu, who blinked at him and asked, "When did you find out I was pregnant?" She was sure he knew. That's why he hadn't been surprised when he saw her. Chinlai, just recently. Have you eaten? Su Qinghu smiled at him. Before he could answer, she grinned mischievously. We already have. Chinlai had been about to say he hadn't had time to eat, feeling a warm glow inside, then he heard her last sentence. He said, "Then I'll go make myself some noodles." You're only making noodles for yourself? Su Qinghu looked at him with bright, watery eyes, full of reproach. You're not making any for me? Chinlai couldn't help but laugh. I'll cook for you. What would you like to eat? Su Qinghu pretended to think. Vegetable noodles, clear broth, a little salt, a bit of dried shrimp, and a touch of sesame oil. Light and refreshing. Chinlai, okay. Not too many noodles, just a little, Su Qinghu added. Chinlai nodded again. All right, just a little. She probably just wanted to have dinner with him. Su Qinghu handed him her thermos, and her hand naturally reached out to him. Chinlai took it without hesitation. Let's go home, she said. Chinlai smiled with his eyes. Okay. Su Qinghu saw that Dan, and Ms. Ming hadn't followed, so she turned and called, Mom, Dan, let's go. Time to head home. Ms. Ming waved her hand. You two go ahead. We'll stay and take a few more photos. Su Qinghu didn't mind and nodded. All right. It wasn't completely dark yet, so they could take a few more pictures. Plus, the sky looked beautiful right now. The sunset colors were fading, giving way to some rare, saturated cool tones. Against the dusk, it was truly lovely. The two of them walked home hand in hand. Did Dan and Dan watch their parents' figures recede before turning to Ms. Ming? Grandma, why aren't we going home together? He didn't feel like taking pictures anymore. He just wanted to go home and be with his parents. MS. Ming said, let your dad get used to his new place in the family. I'm afraid he can't handle the truth just yet. Dan suddenly understood and burst out laughing. Did Dan? Silly little brother. Ms. Ming said, come on, you two, strike a pose. I'll take a picture of you. Dan quickly pulled Dan a little distance away from MS. Ming and asked, Grandma, is this far enough? Chinlai held Su Qinghu's hand in one hand and carried a thermos in the other. He slowed his pace, leading her home. Su Qinghu's eyes were full of laughter. She let him hold her hand and followed his steps at a leisurely pace. Chinlai noticed her quietness. He turned back and met her smiling eyes and couldn't help but smile even wider. We look just like a young couple who just started dating, Su Qinghu blinked, savoring the thought. It feels pretty nice. Chinlai said, how old do you think you are? He couldn't help but laugh. You're still a young girl. Su Qinghu looked at his freshly shaven chin, blinking once, then again. That comment was clearly aimed at him. Chinlai didn't want to admit he was getting older, so he just smiled. What are you looking at? No matter how old I am, it doesn't change the fact that we're married. And it doesn't change. He paused, looking at Su Qinghu with a smile. Su Qinghu couldn't help but ask, doesn't change what? It doesn't change. Chinlai tightened his grip on her hand, the fact that we like each other. Su Qinghu felt his grip and tried to pull away, but couldn't. Chinlai looked at her, but didn't let go. She still liked him. Even after this period of weak contact, she still liked him. The eyes never lie. Su Qinghu said, let go. Chinlai saw her suddenly turn serious, and his heart skipped a beat, a little panicked. Su Qinghu told him again to let go. Chinlai pressed his lips into a line, but obediently released her hand. He didn't understand why she suddenly became so distant and unfamiliar, as if all the love he'd just felt was just his own illusion. Su Qinghu stared at him until his gaze started to shift, his lips and expression changing. Only then did she reach out, grab his big hand, lift it up, and interlace her fingers with his. Chinlai was stunned. His heart sped up, and it felt like an electric current shot from his tailbone up to the back of his neck, making his hair stand on end. Su Qinghu still kept a straight face. But this time, the roles were reversed. She was the one leading Chinlai home. He found out about her pregnancy early, so she couldn't surprise him with that. Time to try something else. That sudden change of expression just now must have scared him, right? Ha ha, this man's facial muscles and eyes are way too expressive. He's so easy to scare. Chinlai looked at their interlocked hands, then at her profile. His tension turned into resignation, and finally he shook his head with a smile. Sorry, he apologized again. After apologizing, when Su Qinghu didn't respond, Chinlai added, in the future, I'll try my best to write you letters. Su Qinghu couldn't help but laugh, turning to look at him. I scared you, didn't I? Chinlai, you did. His eyes were earnest, his tone sincere. He looked honestly a bit pitiful. Su Qinghu sighed, I was planning to surprise you. I wanted you to come home one day and suddenly see there's a new child in the house. Chinlai wanted to say he probably would have been shocked at first, then surprised, and then maybe guilty. But before he could finish, Su Qinghu shot him a look, and he immediately shut up to give her space to talk. Su Qinghu said, since that surprise didn't work out, how about just now? Did I succeed? Chinlai sighed silently. You did. He really had been nervous just now, not even sure how to ask for her forgiveness. For a moment, he'd even forgotten to breathe. As they talked, they reached the door. Chinlai opened the front door, then the living room door. He said, "Want to wait for me in the living room?" Su Qinghu, no. You can handle the smell of cooking oil? Chinlai rested his hand on a bar stool, waiting for her answer. Su Qinghu, no problem at all. Not to mention the smell. This pregnancy, she hadn't felt much discomfort at all. Of course, when the baby turned or moved inside her, that was still pretty amazing. As soon as she answered, Chinlai picked up the bar stool and led her to the kitchen. Su Qinghu watched him easily lift the heavy wooden stool, her gaze a little odd. That stool was solid wood. Usually, it took both Dan and Dan to move it together. Even her mother-in-law needed both hands to slowly drag it. Was he getting even stronger? Chinlai carried the stool into the kitchen, sized up the space, and set it down at just the right distance, close enough, but not in the way. After making sure it was stable, he helped Su Qinghu sit. As he rolled up his sleeves, he asked, "What's wrong?" She looked at him, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Su Qinghu. When is a man's prime? Chinlai froze, his ears suddenly burning. His gaze grew a little heated, a little shifty, but he still looked at her. It felt like something was stirring in his chest. He said, "As long as a man lives with self-discipline, keeps himself healthy in body and mind, then any time is his prime." He felt a little embarrassed saying that, but still managed to get it out. After he finished, he looked at Su Qinghu, waiting for her response. Su Qinghu narrowed her eyes, sizing him up, feeling a bit confused. Was it just her imagination, or was Chinlai making a dirty joke? And a subtle one at that. Chinlai, do you believe me? Su Qinghu met his eyes, but instead of answering, she voiced her suspicion. Are you making a dirty joke? What? Chinlai was caught off guard by her sudden change of topic. Su Qinghu. A dirty joke. How to explain? Like, about human reproduction? That's way too blunt. Not romantic at all. She changed tack. I just feel like you've gotten stronger lately. So, do you get it now, mister? What she'd been asking wasn't anything risque, just about his physical condition, like his strength. Chinlai looked into her eyes and finally understood, especially after her comment about his strength. Suddenly, it all clicked. He'd totally misunderstood. But what does getting stronger have to do with dirty jokes? He asked. Su Qinghu. Why did it feel like the car that just stopped was starting up again? Who's the impure one here? She looked at Chinlai, and he looked back. Neither would back down. Su Qinghu thought, no way am I looking away first, or I'll look guilty. Chinlai? He didn't want her to think he was always thinking about that, or that he didn't respect her, so he didn't look away either. Let's cook, Su Qinghu reminded him. I'm hungry. Seeing her glowing face, Chinlai immediately gave in. Okay. One day, he'd figure out what exactly she meant by dirty joke. Su Qinghu never expected that, one night, she'd end up having to explain that phrase to him, through action, all night long. The kitchen was bright and spotless. Water was boiling on the stove, the low hum of it filling the room. Chinlai took a few heads of baby greens from the vegetable rack, snapping off the leaves one by one and tossing them into the wash basin. Su Qinghu stared absent-mindedly at his arms. This man had really attractive arms. His white shirt sleeves were rolled up, exposing most of his forearms' smooth lines, full of strength, with faint veins standing out, giving off an inexplicable allure and sexiness. On the outside of his wrist, a bone jutted out slightly, and every movement would tug at the tendons and bones there. Further down, his hands were lean and sinewy, the veins prominent from low body fat and frequent training. Probably the kind of veins nurses loved to stick needles into. His fingers were long, knuckles a bit pronounced, the tips slightly rough, with hangnails and dry, peeling skin. Su Qinghu felt a pang of sympathy as she watched, pressing her lips together before looking up at his face. Chinlai glanced up and met her gaze, smiling. She was always watching him, looking at him, not with scrutiny. New York or dissatisfaction, but with pure appreciation and affection. He liked it when she focused all her attention on him like this. Smiling, he looked away, picked up the basin, set it under the faucet, and started washing the vegetables. But he angled his body slightly, letting her see his profile instead of just his back. Naturally, Su Qinghu's gaze drifted to his face and neck. Those were the parts that were often exposed, so they were a little tanned. But Su Qinghu knew that further down, the rest of his body must be paler than his face and neck. His profile was striking: high nose, handsome brows, bright eyes, lips of just the right fullness, the kind that would be addictive to bite. Her gaze landed on his Adam's apple, and Su Qinghu paused. This man. He knew she was checking him out. Was he getting turned on? No way, right? Was her gaze just now not pure enough? Su Qinghu was a bit flustered. Heaven knows, when she was looking at him just now, it was purely out of admiration, none of those suggestive looks at all. How could he? His Adam's apple bobbed so tensely. Having already been intimate with him, Su Qinghu could easily tell this man was definitely aroused. But she couldn't help him with that right now. She felt a little guilty, but didn't look away. Whatever, pregnant women are the most important people in the world. If she wanted to feast her eyes and lift her spirits, what's wrong with that? Chinlai turned his head. I can't take you looking at me anymore. So, could she please look away for a bit? Su Qinghu burst out laughing. Sorry, you're just too good looking. I can't help myself. Chinlai shook his head helplessly, stood up, and poured the hot water from the kettle into the pot to blanch the vegetables. Su Qinghu said, Don't overcook the greens. Don't let them get too soft. Chinlai replied, Okay. He watched the flame, and as soon as the veggies were just barely cooked, he fished them out. Then he put some fine noodles into the pot, and while they cooked, he started preparing the seasoning in 2 white porcelain bowls. In Su Qinghu's bowl, as she'd requested, he added some dried shrimp and such. When he got to his own bowl, he suddenly wanted to have the same as her, so he seasoned it the same way. Su Qinghu noticed and frowned. There's some of the meat sauce we made in the fridge, put some in your bowl. Chinlai said, I'll add it to my second bowl. And then, Su Qinghu sat in her chair, continuing to give instructions. Also, we bought pig head meat and pig ears, they're in the fridge. Slice them up, toss them with some soy and vinegar. The kids were growing fast and had recently gotten hooked on pig head meat and pig ears. Her mother-in-law liked them too, so they always kept some at home these days. But when you buy them pre-sliced outside, the thickness is uneven, so they always bought whole pieces to slice and season themselves. Of course, the kids did all the slicing themselves. By now, they could slice them so thin they were almost transparent, and once tossed with oil, salt, soy, and vinegar, every piece was flavorful and perfect with rice. She'd occasionally have a few pieces herself, but not many. Not because she didn't like them, but because her due date was near. She'd set herself the rule of eating small, frequent meals, focusing on quality over quantity, to minimize her postpartum weight loss burden. Getting her figure back quickly after giving birth had been her goal ever since she found out she was pregnant. Chinlai was different, though, a grown man. He could eat anything, fast metabolism, burned through everything, no worries at all. Chinlai said, Okay. Why do you always just say okay? Su Qinghu frowned. Say something else. Chinlai smiled and took out the pig head meat and pig ears. Sure. Whatever my wife says, I'm good with. Su Qinghu cleared her throat. You should have your own opinions. My opinion is, during my time off, I'll follow Mrs. Su Qinghu's ideas as my guiding principle. Chinlai put the meat on the cutting board, turned to her, and said with a smile. Su Qinghu. Men's sweet talk really could be deadly. She was in such a good mood now. But the noodles are about to boil over. Su Qinghu stood up, pointing behind him in alarm. Chinlai. He turned around and quickly added some cold water. The nearly overflowing noodle soup immediately calmed down. After a brief silence, they both burst out laughing. Su Qinghu said, Whenever you come home, even the pot gets so excited it bubbles over. Chinlai replied, just following the example of the lady of the house. Su Qinghu said, The lady of the house is very reserved. Chinlai, occasionally. Most of the time, she was lively and radiant. Su Qinghu, aren't you happy to see the lady of the house? Her eyes were a little bossy, but her lips were curved in a smile, her whole presence so bright it made his heart race. Chinlai, I'm happy. Add an adjective to that, Su Qinghu said, queenly, tapping his chin and ordering him. Chinlai stifled a laugh. Very happy. Satisfied, Su Qinghu sat back down, watching Chinlai busy about the kitchen, her heart full. She said, not long ago my little finance was told me he invested in 2 projects for me, according to my general investment preferences, and even bought a house over there. Chinlai, I heard about the projects. They're tech-related, probably won't turn a profit in the short term, but have a lot of long-term potential. Su Qinghu rested her chin on her hand as she spoke. Anyway, my funds are split into 3 parts. This long-term investment won't affect anything. Another part went to buying the house, and the last part is for some medium and short-term investments. Chinlai asked, do you need money? Su Qinghu shook her head. Nope. I'm just telling you this so you know we're not lacking anything at home. You can focus on your own work. After all, this man would never cheat, and he was ambitious. She could completely relax and focus on her own life. Besides, someone transferred me some money before. Judging by the note, it should be your friend from the south. But she hadn't touched that money yet. Chinlai said, don't worry about the money, just use it as you need. Su Qinghu rested her chin in her hand, looking at him and nodding. She didn't actually need that much money at the moment, but the fact that this man always handed over whatever he had to her still made her feel happy. Sensing her mood, Chinlai's handsome eyes crinkled with a smile. He grabbed a folding high table from where it leaned against the wall, set it up in front of her, wiped it clean, and only then placed a bowl of noodles with a clear broth, bright green vegetables, and a few tiny shrimp on the table. He handed her a pair of chopsticks. Su Qinghu took them, but didn't start eating right away. She waited until Chinlai sat down before picking up her chopsticks. Chinlai ate quickly. By the time Su Qinghu had only taken a few bites of her vegetables, half of his noodles were already gone. Su Qinghu glanced at his bowl and frowned. We're at home, you don't have to eat so fast. Chinlai realized and immediately slowed down. He was just used to eating quickly, and it took a moment to adjust. After they finished eating, washed the dishes, and put away the folding table, Mrs. Meng came back with the 2 kids. Naturally, the kids stuck close to Chinlai like little shadows. Mrs. Meng pointed at several large bags in her son and daughter-in-law's bedroom and said to Chinlai, these are all for the baby. They've been washed and aired out several times. If you haven't washed your hands, don't touch them. Chinlai replied, okay. Mrs. Meng continued, I'll go back tomorrow to keep your dad company. You take care of things here. If Xiaosu goes into labor, just call us, grab these bags, and take her to the hospital. She'd thought of just about everything. There's another bag in the closet, Mrs. Meng added, glancing at Su Qinghu before continuing to instruct Chinlai. That one's for your wife to use during delivery. These were all prepared according to the list Su Liling had made, and she and Xiaosu had made sure everything was ready. When the time came, the expectant mother would have everything she needed. Chinlai nodded. Seeing that his mother had no intention of opening the closet to show him, he didn't press it. Just made a mental note to check it before bed, so he'd know exactly where it was and could find anything quickly in an emergency. Mrs. Meng didn't really want to open the closet in front of her son, after all. Some things for childbirth were rather private. She figured it was better to discuss those things when the couple were alone. That's about it, Mrs. Meng said, after explaining the signs of labor and what to do when it happened. She couldn't think of anything else, so she called Su Qinghu to take a shower. Go now while the bathroom's still dry. That was the usual routine, so Su Qinghu responded naturally, okay. Wait a second, Chinlai said to Su Qinghu. I just used the bathroom, so the floor might still be wet. Let me take care of it. Su Qinghu replied, that's not necessary, is it? We put down a non-slip mat. Dan chimed in, we've been using that mat for months, it's great. You can just lay it right in front of the sink. Before Mom showered, she'd put the mat down, and whoever showered last would put it away. That was an unspoken rule between him, his brother, and Grandma. Chinlai said, "I'll put the mat down then." He'd noticed a rolled-up something earlier when he showered, but hadn't paid attention. Now he realized it must have been the mat. Su Qinghu smiled, but Mrs. Meng was a bit exasperated. "I'll do it. You just watch, and tomorrow you can try it yourself." Chinlai nodded. "Okay." Su Qinghu picked up a pretty little basket with her change of clothes and walked out with the others. She didn't feel embarrassed at all. She just enjoyed the feeling of everyone doing things together. Once the mat was down, Su Qinghu went to shower. The rest stood in the courtyard chatting. At first, it was mostly Mrs. Meng talking and Chinlai listening. When she finished, the two kids took over. Dan said, "Dad, my brother and I started the competition today." Chinlai replied, "Nice." He wasn't surprised at all, as if it was only natural. Dan frowned slightly, a little dissatisfied. Why was his dad reacting like this? Other parents would be over the moon if their kids entered a competition, acting like their kids were already students at Tsinghua or Peking University. Chinlai noticed his frown and asked, "Didn't do well?" "What? What did Dad just say?" "No way." Dan's eyes went wide. "The test was super easy. If Mom hadn't wanted to surprise us and told us not to hand in our papers early, we would have finished ages ago. If they couldn't do well on such an easy test, they'd be too embarrassed to face the folks back home." Chinlai patted his head. "If you did well, why the face?" Dan said, "Other parents get all excited when their kids take part in competitions. You and Mom are both so calm, not even a little excited." Chinlai sighed. "Because this is your own thing. You'll have countless exams in the future. Just treat it as normal." Dan blinked. "Okay, Dad, you're right." But he grinned. Even though Mom wasn't super excited, she promised that if we take part in competitions again, she'll bring flowers for me and my brother. See, Mom does care about their competitions after all. Chinlai, did Mom buy the flowers? Yep. Dan said proudly. She came to pick us up and brought us flowers. All the other kids at the test center saw it. He'd never forget this day, even when he grew up. Mrs. Meng added, Xiaosu picked and arranged that bouquet all by herself. She'd put a lot of thought into it. Mrs. Meng wanted the boys to know that even with a new baby on the way, they still held a special place in Su Qinghu's heart. "My mom is awesome." Dan was amazed. "No wonder I kept thinking my flowers looked so good." Mrs. Meng, no need to exaggerate. Dan tilted his head. "Dad, didn't you see when you came with me to find Mom and Grandma? Why so surprised?" Chinlai said, "I saw." He just assumed it was some school event and the flowers were for honor students. Dan was a bit confused, but nodded. "Dad, my brother and I aren't arrogant. We just took the test like normal." But the surprise from Mom really made his heart swell with pride. He felt great. Dan, meanwhile, wasn't paying attention to Dan's look. He was just thinking about whether there were any spare bottles at home for their flowers. He searched everywhere, but there weren't any. "Grandma, do you need a ration ticket to buy a vase?" Dan asked. Mrs. Meng understood what he was thinking and smiled. "No need for a vase. Didn't your dad buy you canned fruit? Once you finish the fruit, just use the jar, fill it with water, and put your flowers in." Su Qinghu leisurely finished her bath and came out, only to see a few people at the folding table, unwrapping bouquets of flowers. The folding table was the one from the kitchen, which they had moved out into the yard. Dan and Dan each held a bowl, eating something. Seeing the 2 extra jars on the table, Su Qinghu could more or less guess what they were eating. "Mom, we saved you some fruit cocktail." Dan put down his bowl, dashed into the kitchen, brought it out, and handed it to her along with a spoon. "It's really sweet. I bet little brother will love it." Su Qinghu had just brushed her teeth, but looking at the cute little peaches in the white porcelain bowl, she still accepted it. It wasn't a lot, just a few bites, so it wouldn't make her gain much weight. She held the bowl and spoon, walked over to the table, and watched Mrs. Meng and Chinlai unwrapping the bouquets. Mrs. Meng held a pair of scissors, cutting the flower stems at an angle, then immediately soaking them in a large basin of water. Cut one, toss one in. Dan watched curiously, forgetting all about his fruit cocktail. Grandma, what are you doing? Giving flowers a bath? Will that make them feel refreshed all over? Su Qinghu explained, doing it this way makes the flowers last longer and look more vibrant. Dan nodded, about to ask something else, when Su Qinghu said, by the way, if you want to know why, you can ask your teacher or find Duoduo's dad, your uncle, and see if he can take you to the lab to observe under a microscope. Did Dan, okay? He agreed right away. Dan, though not thrilled about getting more homework, was still very keen on the idea of going to a lab. So he nodded as well. Let's set up a time with Uncle. Su Qinghu nodded, then said, when you're done with the flowers, you and your brother need to write a short essay, 300, 500, or even 800 words, whatever works. If it's heartfelt and well described, less than 300 is fine too. Dan perked up instantly. Really? Really, Su Qinghu nodded. Less than 300, so any number under 300 is okay? Dan sought confirmation again. Su Qinghu said, But make sure you address the topic, write with real feeling, and describe things well. If you don't meet the standard, you'll have to write the full 800. Dan grinned, I'll write a poem. Su Qinghu gave him a surprised look, unable to resist giving him a thumbs up. Brave soul. Well, maybe a little silly too. Poetry isn't that easy, every line takes effort to craft. And yet, this kid just dove right in. Dan didn't say much, just, I'll write 300 words. Compared to poetry, a 300-word essay was much easier. You've both made your choices? Once you've decided, no changing your mind, Su Qinghu said leisurely, glancing at the two of them as a reminder. Did Dan, Dan, Su Qinghu nodded, and that was that. Mrs. Meng and Qinlai kept busy with the flowers, listening to Su Qinghu and the kids' conversation, finding it all rather amusing. Qinlai was especially intrigued. Kids these days, when told to do homework, especially extra homework, are usually reluctant, genuinely so. But these two at home seemed to take it in stride. Mrs. Meng said both of them are in their first year of middle school. Qinlai was a bit surprised, already in middle school? They took the entrance exam, passed, and now they're both in junior high, Mrs. Ming smiled. As long as they can keep up, we let them do as they wish. Qinlai, not bad. Su Qinghu added, more than just not bad. These two are quick learners and self-disciplined. When it comes to studying, you hardly need to watch over them, they just get it done. Really, sometimes she wondered what kind of extraordinary parents and family these two must have to raise such smart kids. Of course, she did know a bit about Dan's background. His family were scientific researchers. As far as she knew, he still had a grandfather around. As Su Qinghu praised them, Dan and Dan listened shyly but earnestly, sneaking glances at Qinlai to see if he agreed. When they saw his approval, smiles and pride crept onto their faces and shone in their eyes. Mrs. Ming just listened and watched, feeling that the atmosphere in this home was so warm it made her feel a little tipsy. Qinlai liked listening to Su Qinghu, especially when she looked him in the eye as she spoke. After praising the kids, Su Qinghu felt refreshed and invigorated. Mom, you go take a bath. Let the kids finish up here, she said. Mrs. Ming put down the flower shears and stood up. All right, I'll go. As soon as she left, Dan and Dan quickly washed their bowls and put them away, then rushed to the table, listening to Su Qinghu's instructions as they started arranging the flowers. Qinlai, at Su Qinghu's request, had already stopped trimming the stems. Now, watching the two kids work deftly, he nodded to himself in approval. Su Qinghu listened to the washing machine in the background as she chatted with the three of them. Before long, both Dan and Su Qinghu moved at almost the same moment. Dan said, Mom, I'll go get the hangers. Su Qinghu realized what he meant and nodded, go ahead. She'd just been wondering why he suddenly stood up, turns out he wanted to help. Qinlai grabbed the back of his shirt, you sit down, I'll go. Dan had no choice but to sit back down and keep working on the flowers. It was only then that Su Qinghu realized she'd really gone overboard with these bouquets. Is there anything about these flowers that could be improved? With Qinlai off hanging the laundry, Su Qinghu felt no embarrassment and left it all to him without a second thought. She looked at the two kids and asked seriously, "Next time you have a competition or exam, should I make the bouquets a bit smaller?" Dan blurted out, no. He just loved these big, beautiful, overflowing bouquets. Holding something so heavy felt like hugging a chest full of treasure. Dan said, "They're perfect. No need to change a thing." Su Qinghu, did you really have to refuse so quickly? Aren't they heavy? Su Qinghu nodded at the flowers still waiting to be trimmed on the table. I could make them just as pretty, but a lot lighter to carry. Dan said, I like the heavy feeling. It's like a farmer feeling the joy of a bountiful harvest. Su Qinghu. She looked at Dan, who met her gaze in silence. In the end, unable to withstand her stare, he finally said, Dan is right. Except, it wasn't the joy of a farmer's harvest, but the weight of the love she gave them both. It was wonderful. Su Qinghu. If you two don't mind, then I'll keep making them this way. Even though it cost a bit more, if it made them happy, then it was worth it. Besides, the money she spent on flowers was bare. A drop in her assets. After the whole family had finished bathing, his hair still wet and sticking up, asked Su Qinghu, who was reading the newspaper, "Mom, are we still reading tonight?" Ever since he and his brother started middle school, their mom had said they would draw lots every week to decide on specific days for an hour of bedtime reading. Last week, the days they picked were Tuesday and Sunday. And today happened to be the last reading day for this week. Su Qinghu looked up from her newspaper and said, I'll give you a choice. You can either read tonight as usual, or you can move tonight's hour to next week, and on one day next week, you'll read for 2 hours. Which do you want? Scratched his head and looked at Dayton, who had just come in. What about you, bro? What do you choose? Dayton had overheard their conversation, so he answered calmly, I'll finish this week's reading tonight. There wasn't really anything going on tonight that would keep them from reading. Was surprised. Huh? He couldn't believe it. Dad had just come home. Wasn't anyone excited? Didn't anyone want to play with Dad or chat with him for a while? Read? Why read now? What's wrong with moving it to next week? It's all just about finishing the task anyway. But then, I'll finish my reading tonight too. Oh well, if they're reading tonight, then so be it. He didn't want to have one less hour to play than his brother next week. Su Qinghu didn't need to guess to know what was going through their minds. She turned to Qinlai, who had just come in after hanging up the laundry, and said, Qinlai, will you read with us for an hour? Qinlai looked at her and nodded. Okay. Couldn't hold it in anymore. He dashed over and hugged Qinlai, giggling and grinning like a fool. Qinlai let him hug, then looked at Su Qinghu. The laundry's all hung up. Su Qinghu raised her hand in a not-so-perfect salute and smiled. Thanks for your hard work. Then she started calling out, Mom? Mom, it's our reading time. Madame Meng, who was already in the bedroom and about to lie down, sat up again. Sigh. All right, she thought she could slack off tonight. The whole family moved to the study, each naturally finding their usual seat. The desk was rectangular, made of natural wood, 2 meters wide, nearly 3 meters long, and 75 centimeters high, custom made. 3 pen holders and softcover notebooks were evenly spaced on the desk. It didn't feel too formal, but it was very comfortable. Qinlai glanced at an empty seat diagonally across from Su Qinghu, but quietly moved a chair over and sat right next to her. What should I read? He asked. Dayton and Erden's eyes followed Qinlai as he moved, then stopped with him. Really? He had to squeeze in next to her? Su Qinghu pointed at the bookshelf. Go pick something out, or you could read the newspaper with me. She offered the suggestion. Qinlai got up. I'll go find a book. Madame Meng reminded him, our bookshelf is organized like a library. Just follow the labels. Qinlai nodded. Okay. When we set up this bookshelf, Xiaosu specially prepared a section of military books and journals for you, Madame Meng added, putting down her photography book. Some are in foreign languages. Can you still read those? Qinlai, yes. He wasn't the type to only train and never read. At the bookshelf, Chenlai's eyes lit up when he saw the neatly arranged books and the labels for his section. Some of these were books he'd always wanted but never had. Seeing him so happy in front of the bookshelf, Su Qinghu smiled and went back to her newspaper. Dayton also looked away and now slid an open softcover notebook across to Su Qinghu, whispering, "Tonight's sunset essay." Su Qinghu put down her newspaper, took the notebook, pulled a pen from the holder, and read while thinking about her comments. Erden stared at Dayton in shock, lowering his voice. "Bro, you've already finished? When did he even think it up? How is he so fast?" "Yeah," Dayton nodded. Mom had set the rule. Once in the study, everyone had to speak quietly or use notes to communicate. Erden's question was simple enough that it didn't deserve a note. Erden wasn't satisfied. For a moment, he even felt like his brother had more time than he did. "You didn't even have to think about it? You're not worried Mom will make you rewrite it?" Dayton glanced at him. "I thought about it while I was showering." Erden. Unbelievable. Was he supposed to be thinking about essays even in the shower? Su Qinghu didn't look up, just tapped the table lightly. "Everyone has their own habits. As long as you finish before the deadline, do whatever works for you." This was for Erden. But no matter how annoyed Erden was, he was really just mad at himself for not thinking of it first. If only he'd thought it through while showering. Maybe he could even use bathroom time in the future? Too bad reading time wasn't for homework, or he'd finish his sunset essay right now. Resigned, Erden started reading. Dayton fell silent and focused on his book. Reading time had officially begun. Su Qinghu read Dayton's essay and nodded to herself. If this essay were a dish, it would have color, aroma, and flavor, all the right ingredients. It even had a touch of real life. Very nice. She wrote a detailed analysis for him, circled the best-looking characters, and gave him praise and encouragement. After that, she flipped the page over and went back to her newspaper. Madame Ming also started reading her photography book. Chenlai, still visibly excited, picked a book and sat down next to Su Qinghu. At the long table, Dayton and Su Qinghu sat facing each other, while Erden sat next to Su Qinghu, facing Madame Ming. The four of them took up one end of the table. The two extra seats were farther from Su Qinghu, which was why Chenlai had brought his chair over to sit next to her. Su Qinghu glanced at Chenlai, waited for him to put down his book, then checked the title. She handed him a pen and a soft-cover notebook. Chenlai paused, then smiled, remembering the study rules posted by the door. On the first page of the hardcover notebook, he wrote a big thank you. Su Qinghu's eyes curved in a smile, and she mouthed, "You're welcome." They shared a smile, then both lowered their heads and started reading in earnest. Madame Ming read her book, but kept sneaking glances at the young couple out of the corner of her eye, her lips curling up unconsciously. How nice. Her son really liked Su. His every look and gesture showed his happiness and ease. This really was wonderful. In the bedroom, Su Qinghu looked at Chenlai, her eyes crinkling as she smiled. Chenlai helped her onto the bed. Meeting her gaze and her smile, he couldn't help but smile too. "What is it?" She was looking at him with eyes full of "ask me something" signals. Su Qinghu half reclined, propped up by two plump pillows behind her. She patted the empty half of the bed beside her. "Come here." "Okay." Chenlai's handsome face broke into an even bigger smile as he obediently climbed onto the bed. Su Qinghu blinked. "I'll show you a magic trick." "Chenlai, what magic trick?" "Just wait," Su Qinghu said, placing her hand on her belly and gently rubbing it, waiting expectantly. Awkwardly, nothing happened. Su Qinghu. "Huh? What's going on? Where's the usual pre-bedtime baby interaction?" "Fell asleep." Su Qinghu looked at her round belly, a little surprised. "Chenlai." "Who fell asleep?" "The baby." Su Qinghu didn't look at him, frowning as she watched her belly. She lifted her pajama top and put her hand on her stomach again, tapping lightly. Usually, at this time, there's always a response. Chenlai's expression grew serious, his muscles tensing and standing out in strong lines. He asked, "Is it time to give birth?" Su Qinghu stared at him, I'm not even in pain. How could I be giving birth? She knew all about contractions and how intense they had to be before labor. Her aunts had told her everything. Just as the two of them locked eyes, a small bump suddenly pushed up on her belly, then quickly disappeared. Su Qinghu, look. She quickly lowered her head, but saw nothing. Chenlai, maybe the baby's just asleep. He looked at Su Qinghu's round belly, not even daring to reach out and touch it. The skin looked so thin, so fragile, as if even the weight of his hand would be too much. I'm going to say something that might sting a little, Su Qinghu said, looking up at Chenlai, who was listening intently. Every night before bed is our parent-child bonding time. Parent-child bonding, you know? The interactive kind. Chenlai opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end just shook his head helplessly and smiled. It's not that the baby doesn't like me being here, Chenlai said, curling his restless fingers. It's just that they're afraid of interrupting our time together. That's why they're so quiet. Su Qinghu. She gave him a thumbs up. Impressive. Can I touch? Chenlai asked. Su Qinghu gave him a look. You really need to ask? Where should I touch? The belly was so big, where was safe to touch, and where wasn't? Which parts were fragile? Which could take some weight? Maybe the side of the waist? Chenlai looked at the dip in her waist, raised his hand, but noticed Su Qinghu watching him. Su Qinghu, are you stupid? Chenlai. He froze, eyes full of earnest inquiry. Su Qinghu raised an eyebrow, a little domineering. That's your waist, not your baby bump. Chenlai withdrew his hand, laughing. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at her belly, but still didn't dare to touch it. It's too thin. Su Qinghu couldn't take it anymore. She grabbed a few of his fingers, pulled him closer, and boldly placed his hand on her belly. Chenlai's heart leapt into his throat. He sucked in a breath, trying to control his strength, but stopped with his hand still 3 fingers above her belly. Su Qinghu tugged, but he didn't budge. She frowned at him. Chenlai, I need a moment to mentally prepare. But, he asked, is my hand too heavy? It's fine. Su Qinghu shook her head and pressed his hand down herself. Chenlai, wait. Su Qinghu looked at him like, what now? She couldn't help but laugh. Why was this man so timid? Chenlai glanced at her. Let me do it. Su Qinghu shot him a look that said, go ahead, suit yourself, and left him to it. Chenlai swallowed, then finally, very carefully, placed his hand on her belly. The moment he touched Su Qinghu's skin, his heart started racing, a bittersweet feeling swelling inside him. Before he could finish feeling guilty and emotional, he was suddenly stunned, staring at Su Qinghu's belly in disbelief. Just now. Was that his imagination? Was that a kick or a punch? It was pretty strong. Su Qinghu, that was the baby's hand. Really? Chenlai looked at Su Qinghu, eyes wide with amazement. How can you tell it's a hand? Su Qinghu, just a feeling. How was she supposed to answer that? If she tried to explain, it'd take half an hour, maybe an hour. To save herself the trouble, she just gave him a vague answer and let him figure it out himself. Chenlai didn't notice her perfunctory reply. He just mimicked Su Qinghu, clumsily tapping her belly. The baby must have gotten annoyed or sleepy, because this time there was just a gentle, small movement across his palm, then nothing more. But that was enough. Enough to make Chenlai, a man almost 30, grin like a fool for a long time. Chenlai, our baby. He looked at Su Qinghu, smiling, his eyes shining, his handsome face a little goofy. Su Qinghu suddenly felt the urge to trick this man into marrying her, then remembered he was already hers, and her heart filled with joy. Su Qinghu nodded. Our baby. Chenlai, this is wonderful. He carefully hugged Su Qinghu. My heart feels so full. So full, he'd never have any regrets in this life. Su Qinghu didn't say anything, just reached up to smooth his back. She'd thought she'd never get married, and now? The baby was almost here. I feel a bit guilty, he said. Su Qinghu, guilty about what? You send me your salary, your business partners transfer money to me, you do all the housework when you're home, you don't mess around with any true love nonsense, and you're neat and clean. I have nothing to complain about. Chenlai was comforted by her words and couldn't help but hug her and laugh. How are you so easy to please? Am I? Su Qinghu thought for a moment. Maybe it's because even when you're not by my side, you still make me feel safe. With that, there's nothing she can't be satisfied with. Besides, most things can be solved with money. If not, she can adjust her mindset. There are so many fun things, beautiful sights, and good company in life. When she missed him, she'd just find a way to deal with her feelings. She looked at his face, then at his body, and nodded. He was her best way to deal with emotions. Chenlai, what I've given you is nothing compared to what you've given me. Hearing him hand her the perfect opening, Su Qinghu got fierce. You're good looking, so you'd better behave yourself. If I ever find out you're treating another woman differently, I'll break your third leg. What's hers is hers. Chenlai, don't worry about that. Before he met her, there was no one else. After meeting her, there never would be. That night, Su Qinghu didn't sleep very well. There was suddenly someone else beside her, a living, breathing source of heat, impossible to ignore. She kicked Chenlai awake twice, asking him to get her some water. Both times, he moved quickly and efficiently, so much so that Su Qinghu couldn't even muster up her recently growing little temper. The next morning, Chenlai got up quietly, carefully closed the bedroom door, and walked out to the living room, where he saw his mother, Mrs. Meng, busy in the kitchen. He said, "Mom, let me help." "What are you going to help with?" Mrs. Meng shot him a look of mild disdain. "Xiaosu's tastes have changed lately. Do you even know what she likes now? What do you want to eat?" "I'm fine with anything," Chenlai replied. "What time did Xiaosu go to bed last night? Did she sleep well?" Mrs. Meng asked as she worked. "She doesn't have to go to work anymore starting today. You didn't wake her when you got up, did you?" "She went to bed before midnight and woke up twice during the night." "I didn't wake her when I got up," Chenlai answered. Mrs. Meng paused, turned around, and looked at her son. "She woke up twice during the night?" "Yeah, just to drink some water." Seeing Mrs. Meng's serious expression, Chenlai also grew serious. "Is there something wrong? Did she say she felt unwell? Or that she had any pains?" Mrs. Meng pressed. "No," Chenlai answered confidently. Mrs. Meng relaxed and turned back to her work. "Oh, then it's fine." Chenlai watched her back for a moment, thought it over, and then walked out of the kitchen. Suddenly, Mrs. Meng called after him in a low voice, "Don't wake her up. Xiaosu just started her break from work, let her sleep in a bit. When you're not working, you should sleep as much as you can." Back when she was young, Mrs. Meng always wished she could sleep until the world faded away, especially when she was exhausted. And Xiaosu was pregnant, after all. "I wasn't going to wake her," Chenlai replied. "Then keep it down, don't make noise, and wake her up." With more people in the house, she felt the need to remind everyone in the mornings. When it was just the four of them, they all had an unspoken understanding, no reminders needed. They'd automatically developed the habit of moving and speaking quietly in the mornings. "Got it," Chenlai said. Did he really need to be reminded about things like this to pay attention? Feeling a bit of Mrs. Meng's disdain, Chenlai suddenly thought back to the previous night. Could it be that she wasn't used to him suddenly being back, and that's why she woke up twice in the night? Unaware that he'd actually hit upon the truth, Chenlai finished washing up, said goodbye to Mrs. Meng, and left the house. Did Dan and Dan woke up and tiptoed to the kitchen. Dan asked, "Grandma, is Dad still asleep?" "He's up, just left a moment ago," Mrs. Meng replied, looking at Dan. "Did you finish that sunset poem for last night?" "I'll have it done before I come home from school today," Dan promised. "Good." Mrs. Meng's eyes were full of loving delight. "Grandma's waiting to copy your poem and pair it with the sunset photos from last night." Dan wanted to scratch his head in frustration. He'd underestimated it. Poems might be short, but they're not so easy to write. He'd have to ask the teacher for some tips during break today, so he could get it done in one go. "Go wash up with your brother," Mrs. Meng urged. "You two got up 10 minutes late today, so you'll have to hurry." She fried eggs for the kids, warmed up some milk, and set out steamed buns, steamed yam, and blanched greens. It was a mix of Chinese and Western, whatever was nutritious and comfortable to eat. The two kids quickly finished washing up, came to the kitchen, unfolded the table, and the three of them sat down to eat. As they ate, Dan asked, "Grandma, do baby clothes have to be washed before you wear them?" "Of course," Mrs. Ming nodded, peeling yam as she spoke. "Especially for newborns, their clothes need to be washed and dried in the sun, not just for cleanliness, but to make sure there's no dust or anything that could irritate their skin. A baby's skin is delicate. If something happened and they needed medicine at such a young age, it would be heartbreaking." Dan and Dan exchanged a glance, and Dan sighed. "All right then. What's wrong?" Mrs. Ming asked, curious. "Why are you suddenly asking about this?" All the clothes they'd prepared for the baby had already been washed and dried several times. There was nothing to worry about. Dan said, "Grandma, Dan and I bought clothes for our little brother. We hid them in our room." Mrs. Ming was shocked. "We only washed them once and dried them in our room," Dan added. "When did this happen? Don't you two always come straight home after school?" Mrs. Ming asked. "We went at lunchtime," Dan admitted honestly. "You too," Mrs. Ming started. "These kids, what do they know? There's a lot to consider with baby clothes. If they bought the wrong kind and the baby couldn't wear them, it'd be a waste and make the kids sad. We measured the baby clothes you bought, Grandma. The size is definitely right," Dan said proudly, grinning. After his moment of pride, he sighed. "But those clothes have never seen sunlight and were only washed once. Grandma, can you ask Dad to wash and dry them again today?" Grandma had to go keep Grandpa company today, so only Dad and Mom would be home. He'd wanted to tell Dad, but since he couldn't, he had to ask Grandma. Mrs. Ming readily agreed. After the kids packed their bags and left for school, Mrs. Ming didn't rush out. She put the clothes they'd brought out into a basin, washed them by hand, and hung them out to dry before finally relaxing. She always felt more at ease doing it herself. When Chenlai came back, he saw the little clothes hanging in the yard and his heart melted. He stood there for a while before realizing these clothes were different from the packs of baby clothes stored in their bedroom. These two sets were clearly for a boy. "Mom," Chenlai walked over to Mrs. Ming, who was wiping her hands. "These clothes. Dan and Dan bought them," Mrs. Ming said with a smile. "They used their saved-up pocket money. No wonder the kids had seemed so tight with their money lately. They'd spend it here." "You already know the baby's gender?" Chenlai frowned. He trusted Su Qinghu. She would never have the baby's gender check. Early. "We don't know," Mrs. Ming replied, a bit puzzled. "We'll love the baby whether it's a boy or a girl. No need to go out of our way." She and Chenbo had been through so much, they didn't care about the baby's gender. As long as the child was healthy, they'd be happy. Then Chenlai started, but Mrs. Ming followed his gaze to the obviously boyish baby clothes and laughed. Once, Xiaosu was upset and started crying. That's when Dan firmly said he wanted Xiaosu to give him a little brother. Mrs. Ming laughed as she spoke, getting more and more amused the more she thought about it. In the second half of the night, Su Qinghu finally fell into a deep sleep. She didn't wake up until the sun was high in the sky, groggily coming to her senses. Chenlai had already cleaned the house with impressive efficiency, including the bedrooms of Dan and Dan. When Su Qinghu got up, what she saw was a courtyard that she couldn't quite put her finger on, but it just felt different. The house was always neat and tidy, but today it seemed to have reached a whole new level of clean and orderly. She went to the bathroom, washed up, and when she came out, she saw Chenlai carrying out several pairs of the kids' socks. "Chenlai, you're awake." And then Su Qinghu tilted her head. "Where did you find those?" Chenlai glanced down at the socks in his hand. At the bottom of the kids' wardrobe. The wardrobe stood on its own, with legs a couple of centimeters off the ground, making it hard to clean underneath, especially the part close to the wall. He'd made a simple cleaning tool, and it actually worked pretty well. "Do you want some warm water first, or just eat?" Chenlai tossed the socks into the bamboo basket and asked, waiting for Su Qinghu's answer before going to wash his hands. When he finished washing up, he saw Su Qinghu still standing there, as if lost in thought. He slowed his steps a little. What's wrong? Su Qinghu looked at him, her expression a bit hard to read. What I'm about to say might be a bit. Su Qinghu couldn't find the right word and hesitated. Chenlai, a bit what? Was there really something she found hard to say to him? Forget it. Su Qinghu gave up on beating around the bush and looked at the man in front of her, straightforward and sincere. I want to kiss you. Chenlai hadn't expected her to say that and was momentarily stunned. But it's a bit inconvenient for me to do it, so I'll need your cooperation. Su Qinghu said seriously, pointing at her belly. See? This is the obstacle. She was really worried her belly would bump right into him. Chenlai couldn't help but laugh, his eyes crinkling as he bent down slightly, held her by the waist, and kissed her. Su Qinghu was overjoyed. This man really is so kissable. Chenlai didn't dare go overboard, so he kept it brief and then led her to the kitchen to eat. Small meals more often, Chenlai said. It's 9:30 now. When do you want your next meal? As he spoke, he peeled a boiled egg and handed it to her. Su Qinghu put down her spoon of porridge, took the egg, and started eating slowly. As she ate, Chenlai watched her with a smile, occasionally handing her more food. Take a break, Su Qinghu said, shaking her head helplessly. I'm tired from eating. Every time she finished something, he would hand her something else, like a tape that never stops unless you hit pause. Chenlai obediently stopped. No more? Wait until noon to eat again. But I don't want to eat breakfast food at noon. Su Qinghu looked at the half bowl of porridge left, a few pan-fried dumplings, 2 pieces of yam, and a small portion of cold salad. The pregnant woman sighed. There was still quite a bit left. She looked up, about to suggest to Chenlai that she'd finish the porridge, and he could eat the remaining 3 dumplings and 2 pieces of yam, and if he still had room, maybe finish off the salad too. But before she could say anything, Chenlai pulled her bowl over and, in a few quick bites, finished everything. Su Qinghu felt a bit guilty and a bit incredulous. I already drank from that bowl. Chenlai looked up. Huh? Did you still want it? Was he too quick just now? Next time he'd better ask before acting. Su Qinghu, that was my leftovers. She felt a little embarrassed. Chenlai, you're my wife. What's wrong with that? Su Qinghu was at a loss for words. If it were her, she wouldn't want to eat anyone's leftovers. Besides, it's not really leftovers. Chenlai smiled, relieved now that he knew he hadn't stolen food from a pregnant woman. The porridge was still hot. If it's hot, it's not leftovers? Su Qinghu couldn't help but laugh, her earlier awkwardness melting away. I'll make sure not to leave leftovers next time. Normally, a bowl of porridge, 2 pieces of yam, 3 dumplings, and a small plate of greens was her usual portion. Today, there was an extra egg. She said, about that egg. As soon as she started, Chenlai looked at her, his gaze locking onto hers. He was waiting for her to speak. Su Qinghu, actually, that egg was boiled by Mom for you. There wasn't one for you? Chenlai frowned instinctively. Su Qinghu, I just don't want it. Honestly, she could handle it in the early stages of pregnancy, but eating an egg every morning for months on end was just too much. Later, she heard from her mother-in-law and grandaunt that after giving birth, she'd have to eat eggs poached in brown sugar water. Just the thought of eggs made her head spin. If it weren't for your sake, I really wouldn't have eaten that egg. Su Qinghu let out a soft sigh, lifting her chin slightly as she looked at him. Proud and adorable. Chenlai, I thought you were just trying to save money. He laughed. His first reaction had been that they were short on money, so she was saving eggs. But on second thought, he dismissed the idea. When it came to romance, his girl had both the money to spare kind and the no-money kind. For example, if the kids brought home flowers, she would never buy flowers if money was tight. She was rational about that. Honestly, I don't think I'll ever have to scrimp and save in this lifetime. Su Qinghu said proudly. Not just because of the kids, but even just the 2 of us, we'd never end up like that. Besides their main jobs, they had side businesses. All their side ventures were stable investments. They never put all their eggs in one basket, so they weren't afraid of emergencies. And even the riskier investments didn't make up half her assets. Chenlai's partnership with his old army buddies was even more solid. From a long-term perspective, it was innovative and unlikely to be left behind by the times. Of course, Su Qinghu blinked, teasing, "You're not entirely wrong." After all, in the beginning, Dan was always on the verge of a meltdown because of the way I spent money. Chenlai laughed. And now? Her tone clearly suggested things had changed. Su Qinghu, now? Now they earn their own money, save their own money, and sometimes even give me a little pocket money. She couldn't help but laugh at the thought. There was a time when she was feeling down, didn't want to go out, didn't want to talk, just wanted to sit and stare into space. The kids thought something was wrong, so to cheer her up, each gave her 5 yuan and told her to buy herself something nice. That was just after summer break, in the first days of their first year of middle school. Su Qinghu told Chenlai the story, animated and lively. We even played poker, and I won. Chenlai's interest was suddenly cut short. He looked at Su Qinghu, half smiling, half not. Su Qinghu. Who would have thought that, while telling a story, you could end up getting yourself involved in it? Su Qinghu certainly hadn't expected that. So now, facing Chenlai's handsome face, she was completely stuck for words. She said, "If I told you we were playing poker just for fun, would you believe me?" "I believe you." Chenlai nodded slightly. Su Qinghu eyed him suspiciously. "You mean it?" "I mean it," Chenlai said. "You must have your own reasons." Su Qinghu. My own reasons? Did she really have her own reasons? Well, actually, now that she thought about it, maybe that wasn't wrong. At first, it really was just for fun. Later, it became a bit educational, teaching the kids a lesson, and in the end, she took the money she'd won and gave back to the people. So, well, I won all the kids' money, consider it a lesson for them. Su Qinghu cleared her throat. Gambling is a bad habit. Chenlai couldn't help but laugh. He stood up. Not bad. He gave her a compliment, then started folding up the table and went to wash the dishes. Su Qinghu stayed with him in the kitchen, telling him funny stories about the family. "Tell me about the cherry tree," Chenlai suggested. Su Qinghu parted her red lips slightly, squinting at Chenlai's broad shoulders and strong waist, thinking hard. What's that about? Why does he want to hear about the cherry tree? What's so special about it? That cherry tree was brought back for me by my grandaunt when she went to the countryside to do free clinics, Su Qinghu said, puzzled. Other than that, there's really nothing special about it. What's with the cherry tree's status then? Chenlai pressed. Su Qinghu was speechless. Chenlai, are you bored or what? The kids were just joking, and you're taking it seriously. Chenlai, can you elaborate? Fine, if you want me to elaborate, I'll elaborate. Su Qinghu was happy to play along. There was a time when I was feeling down. Maybe I missed you too much, or maybe it was the sudden change of identity. Becoming a mom, I just felt like crying. She loved herself a lot, treated herself like a baby hundreds of months old, and now she had to give up that role. She really couldn't bear it. And with Chenlai not around, not even writing letters, she felt even more aggrieved. So she cried. What's wrong with that? Actually, she didn't even cry, just found a distraction to deal with her emotions. That distraction was ranking all the living things in the house. Living things included people, plants, and pets. Not that they had any pets, so it was just people and plants. You know I hate crying, Su Qinghu said with a laugh. So I distracted myself by ranking all the living things at home. So, where did I rank? Chenlai finished washing the dishes, dried his hands, and led her out of the kitchen. Su Qinghu, you were the first human after the cherry tree. That was a pretty tactful way to put it, right? She finished speaking and couldn't help but laugh at herself. Chenlai, 7th. Mom, Dad, Big Egg, Little Egg, herself, the cherry tree, then him. No need to ask about the ones before the cherry tree. He just needed to know his own spot. Su Qinghu. She just smiled and didn't say anything, letting him hold her hand, her eyes sparkling. Chenlai, want to go for a walk? Now. Su Qinghu glanced at the sky. Maybe not right now? Chenlai. Are Big Egg and Little Egg coming home for lunch? No, Su Qinghu shook her head. They're in middle school now, not much time at noon, so I just let them eat outside school. If they rest, it's in the classroom. Since everyone else did that, she just prepared a small blanket for them that could be folded into a pillow. Chenlai, then let me take you out for a walk. Did Mom tell you to? Su Qinghu was puzzled. That didn't sound like her. Back when she wasn't on leave yet, weekends were for doing whatever she wanted at home in the morning, lying down, walking in the yard, whatever. In the afternoon, before dinner, they'd go out for a walk and pick up the kids from the bus stop. But exercise at this time of day? That was new. Chenlai, Mom didn't say anything. I went to see Grandaunt this morning, and she said you could use some morning sun. He'd gone to Grandaunt's place this morning to ask about things to watch out for when caring for a pregnant woman. Su Qinghu was surprised. What time did you go? Did you go to her house or the hospital? Her house, Chenlai smiled. You told me before. Grandaunt usually keeps her weekends and Monday mornings free for her free clinics. Today's Monday, so she should be home, so I went straight there. Then why didn't you bring Grandaunt back with you? Su Qinghu let him lead her outside, not even watching where she was going, just trusting him. Chenlai, when I got there, Grandaunt was just about to leave for work. So, all his questions were answered on the way to the hospital. Su Qinghu listened and nodded. Do you want to see Grandaunt? Chenlai watched her feet as he asked. Su Qinghu, I don't want to go anywhere. If I could, I wouldn't even want to move. Lately, she'd been feeling a heaviness. Not painful, no bleeding, nothing like labor, but still unable to relax. I don't want to go too far from home, Su Qinghu sighed. If labor starts, I'd still like to shower and wash my hair before heading to the hospital. She washed every day, but a shower a few hours before giving birth was still comforting. After all, during confinement, you can't touch water for the first few days, not even brushing your teeth without warm water. For the sake of the future, a little discomfort during confinement was acceptable. Besides, who knew if it would be a natural birth or a C-section? Whether she could shower or not was completely unpredictable. Chenlai, do you want to wash your hair? You going to help me? Su Qinghu shot back, then laughed. It's been hard for me to wash my hair lately. Either Mom helps or I go out to get it washed. Chenlai, we can give it a try. He'd never washed anyone's hair before. Not even Big Egg and Little Eggs. Su Qinghu, let's wait until after lunch. The weather will be warmer and I can dry my hair in the sun and get some sunlight on my back. They walked and chatted, a cozy warmth with a hint of playful romance. Su Qinghu suddenly felt something and looked back, but didn't see anything. Feels like someone's watching me. Before Chenlai could ask, Su Qinghu explained her actions. Chenlai looked around but didn't notice anything. All he saw were a few elderly people here and there. Did you sense any malice? Chenlai asked. Su Qinghu, how would I know? Maybe we're just too good-looking and people are stunned. She finished praising them both and couldn't help but laugh. A little narcissistic, maybe, but whatever. Because of what Su Qinghu said, Chenlai strolled around the neighborhood before taking her back home. Once home, he started making phone calls. Su Qinghu lounged with a fruit plate full of nuts, listening to him call people. His voice was getting more and more attractive these days. She wondered if his heavy breathing sounded just as good. Ahem, stop right there. After finishing his phone call, Chenlai looked up and met Su Qinghu's gaze. Su Qinghu was resting her chin in her hand, watching him with a bright, warm smile. Her eyes seemed like a springtime lake, warm and luminous, gentle and soft. Chenlai walked over and sat down beside her. Naturally, he took the fruit plate she was holding, set it in front of himself, and started peeling nuts for her. His hands were a bit rough, but they were strong and attractive. I want to hold hands. Su Qinghu said, in our bedroom, in the second drawer of the nightstand, there's a small box. Can you get it for me? Chenlai agreed, still peeling nuts as he walked to the bedroom. He came back with a small box and handed it to her. Su Qinghu took the box and opened it, about to take out the nail clippers, when something suddenly appeared in front of her. She looked down and saw a few peeled nuts in his palm. Without using her hands, she leaned over and ate them straight from his hand. Feeling the soft, warm touch, Chenlai's breath caught for a moment, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed. Su Qinghu didn't notice any of this. Her attention was all on his hands. She said, "Give me your hand." Qinlai offered his hand without asking any questions, completely trusting and relaxed. Su Qinghu picked up the nail clippers, grinned mischievously, and grabbed his hand. "Let me trim your nails." "I can do it myself." Qinlai tried to take the clippers. "My nails are pretty tough. It takes some effort." Su Qinghu dodged away. "Nope. What are you doing? What are you doing?" No one is taking away her right to play with his hands. "All right," Qinlai relented, putting his hand back down and scooting closer to her. With his other hand, he grabbed a plump pillow and tucked it under her elbow for support, letting her trim his nails. Su Qinghu lowered her head, carefully trimming his nails, her lashes curving with her smile. "We have 3 sets of these little tools at home. My parents have one, did Dan and Dan have another, and I keep a set here. Nail clippers, ear picks, nail files, everything we use regularly is here." She wasn't a professional, but for everyday use, it was more than enough. Qinlai listened to her talk, watching her long, straight lashes, her delicate nose, her radiant face, and then glanced at her belly, which was close to his hand, a smile spreading on his lips. "Oh right, I'll clean your ears later," Su Qinghu said without looking up. "Are you scared?" "Don't worry, I'll be really gentle." "Okay," Qinlai replied. He rested his free hand behind her waist. "Does sitting like this make your back sore?" Su Qinghu glanced at him. "I just sat down, so I'm fine." "How long does it take before your back gets sore?" he asked. Su Qinghu was stumped. "I haven't really paid attention." "How about this? You time it, and I'll tell you when it starts to ache." "All right," Qinlai agreed with a smile. After she finished trimming his nails and smoothing out the rough edges, she cleaned his ears. Su Qinghu felt completely refreshed. It was so relaxing, so satisfying. Qinlai grabbed her hand and picked up the nail clippers, wanting to trim her nails in return. "Stop. Stop. Stop. I don't need a trim," Su Qinghu protested. Her nails were neatly rounded, just a few millimeters past her fingertips. With her good complexion, her nails looked rosy and healthy, as if she'd had a manicure. Every time she looked at her hands, she felt happy. You need a mirror to see your face, but you can see your hands and pretty nails anytime. In short, her nails were not to be touched lightly. "Then I'll trim your toenails," Qinlai said, compromising. "Then let me wash my feet first," Su Qinghu replied. Qinlai got up right away. "Wait here." He brought in a basin of warm water and washed, dried, and trimmed her toenails. He did it all in one smooth motion, so much so that Su Qinghu was still in shock. This man. Qinlai looked at Su Qinghu's slender, fair feet and her beautifully arched instep, and sincerely praised, "You have a great arch. Walking or exercising shouldn't put much strain on you." Su Qinghu looked at her own arch, then nodded after a moment. "It really does look nice." Before she got pregnant, she could trim her own fingernails and toenails. After getting pregnant, she could still do her fingernails, but her toenails were out of reach. She couldn't ask her mother-in-law for help, right? And definitely not the kids. It's not that they couldn't or wouldn't help, she just found it awkward. So every so often, she'd go to a pedicurist to get her toenails trimmed. Of course, she paid for it. She had planned to rest at home for a while before going out to get her nails done, but who knew this man would come home so suddenly? If he was willing to help, she was more than happy to let him. After Qinlai finished, he cleaned up the basin and wiped the water off the floor. He came back and asked, "Do we have any alcohol or alcohol wipes at home?" "Yes, over there, in the little medicine box," Su Qinghu pointed. Qinlai took it, poured some alcohol, and carefully cleaned all the little tools, letting them air dry before putting them away. "I'm going to wash my hands," he said. Su Qinghu nodded. "Go ahead." This man was so meticulous, disinfecting each tool so carefully. She realized she hadn't really paid attention to that before. "Wait." Suddenly, Su Qinghu realized something and her eyes widened. His good looks distracted her. She forgot to tell him that the tools for fingernails and toenails were supposed to be separate. Holding her forehead, Su Qinghu was speechless. Luckily, he disinfected them. When Qinlai came back from washing his hands, he saw her looking at him meaningfully. "What is it?" he asked. "Why are you so good-looking?" Su Qinghu asked sincerely. "You're tanned and rough, but still so handsome." His masculine aura was overwhelming, full of hormones and temptation. He made her forget to remind him. Qinlai, embarrassed by her praise, ran a hand through his short hair, his gaze a little evasive. "So, do I rank ahead of the cherry tree now?" Su Qinghu replied, "Yes." "What about ahead of did Dan and Erdan?" he pressed. "Can't we be tied?" Su Qinghu countered. Qinlai hadn't expected that answer and was momentarily stunned, but then his hearty laugh filled Su Qinghu's ears. He looked so good when he laughed, and his laugh was so pleasant. Su Qinghu admitted that sometimes she really was a superficial woman. But being superficial could be so much fun. Like now, just having Qinlai around made her happy. A feast for the senses. Qinlai was drawn in by Su Qinghu's passionate gaze. He walked over and leaned down. Su Qinghu tilted her face up, blinked at him, then closed her eyes. "Kiss me." Qinlai chuckled, his voice deep and rich, tickling her ears. He leaned in closer, so close she could feel his breath. Su Qinghu felt his breath on her skin, her heart beating faster. Is this the joy of a brief separation, sweeter than a new marriage? Every little reunion felt like falling in love all over again, her young heart dancing in her chest, utterly intoxicating. Qinlai's gentle kiss landed on her forehead, and Su Qinghu's heart, which had been dancing the cha-cha with joy, instantly froze. That was it? She opened her eyes and met Qinlai's gaze. Raising her hand, she hooked it around his neck and pulled him down a little. Qinlai thought she wanted to say something, so he cooperatively bent down. The timing, the setting, everything was just right. Su Qinghu didn't say a word. She simply lifted her chin and kissed him on the lips. They say if you want something done right, do it yourself. Turns out the old saying is true. Satisfied, Su Qinghu nestled back into the pile of pillows on the sofa, grinning like a little fox who'd just stolen a chicken. Qinlai, on the other hand, was really struggling. Earlier this year, the first time he ate meat, his young wife refused to let him use protection, so he didn't. He just hadn't expected that the two of them would so easily and harmoniously create a little life. Looking at her pregnant belly, Qinlai closed his eyes. After a few deep breaths, his scalp tingled, and without a word, he awkwardly escaped to the bathroom. Once she was alone in the living room, Su Qinghu cleared her throat, feeling a bit guilty. She really owed him. She'd only been thinking about herself, completely forgetting his predicament. When Qinlai came back, he was still damp, his hair dripping wet. She was just about to say something when Qinlai made a gesture, signaling her to keep quiet. Though Su Qinghu was a little confused, she went along with him and stayed silent. The steam coming off this man didn't seem like it came from a shower, but more like it was rising from within him. He seemed restless. "Are you okay?" Su Qinghu blurted out, then immediately wanted to smack herself. He clearly wasn't okay. It was written all over his face. Qinlai took a deep breath and let it out. "Don't mess with me." As long as she didn't tease or provoke him, everything would be fine. Su Qinghu said, I can't really promise that. She was just being honest. With such an outstanding man, who checked every box of her aesthetic, and who belonged only to her, if she didn't kiss and hug him, she'd be letting down her own sense of ownership. Qinlai. What could he do? Let her do as she pleased. At worst, he'd just have to train his resistance to temptation. Su Qinghu said, "Just seeing you makes me happy. Sometimes I just can't help myself." She was telling the truth. Qinlai replied, "Then we'll do as you wish. Whatever you want." When it came to his own woman, what choice did he have but to go along with her? Trying to shift the mood to something more serious, Su Qinghu asked, "By the way, what was that phone call about earlier? Are you suspecting someone's following you, or me?" "That couldn't be right. This neighborhood was pretty safe." Qinlai said, "It's better to be cautious. Whether it was true or not, it was best to check. If nothing was wrong, even better." They chatted idly for a while, and soon it was noon. Chinlai went to cook. With his tall figure standing in the kitchen, the whole room felt crowded. Su Qinghu didn't want to just sit around, so she stayed by his side to help. After helping out, Su Qinghu suddenly felt a heaviness in her belly. She paused, blinked, and tried to feel it again, but it was gone. But at that moment, Su Qinghu suddenly remembered something. Something she always felt was important, but could never quite recall. Chinlai. Su Qinghu called out to him. Chinlai looked over immediately. Seeing her frozen in place, his heart skipped a beat. Is it time? No. Su Qinghu shook her head, looked at him, and swallowed nervously. I have something to tell you. What is it? Chinlai asked. His hands were still wet, so he couldn't touch her, only look at her and ask. Su Qinghu said, I forgot to pick a name for the baby. She blinked, looking a little guilty. God, after being pregnant for so long, she'd actually forgotten something so important. Chinlai said, no rush. As long as we have a name before we register the household, it's fine. Though he said that, his mind was already racing through names with good meanings. Really, it's not urgent? Su Qinghu looked at him skeptically. We can just use a nickname for now, Chinlai replied. When he first found out she was pregnant, he was thrilled. As for the baby's name, he decided to let her choose. But he never imagined his girl could even forget about that. Su Qinghu. Chinlai's discomfort didn't escape Su Qinghu's notice. At first, she didn't quite catch on, but now even her beautiful eyes widened in surprise. She'd thought she was the only one who could make such risque jokes, and that this man wouldn't get the driving innuendo for a while yet. Who would have thought he'd accelerate so fast? He'd left her in the dust. Chinlai, who'd just been teased to the point of needing a shower, was now completely flustered under her expressive, almost speaking gaze. Did he mishear her just now? Su Qinghu took a deep breath and looked away, saying with admiration, You're really quick on the uptake. If this car were real, she'd have choked on its exhaust by now. They were both adults, after all. Even if you don't get the joke 1 second, you'll catch on the next. Su Qinghu now understood what Chinlai meant, and Chinlai also realized what driving was all about. The two of them fell into an awkward silence, then pretended nothing had happened and busied themselves with their own tasks. Mom. Just then, a loud voice rang out from the courtyard gate. Su Qinghu, Erdan. She glanced at her watch. 12:10. Mom, did Dad cook? Is lunch ready? Erdan rushed into the kitchen. My brother and I are eating at home today. As he spoke, Dan also came into Su Qinghu's line of sight from behind him. Su Qinghu turned to Chinlai. How about you let the kids have your portion and then make yourself another one? Chinlai, okay. Honestly, his portion was enough to feed 2 growing boys. Dan scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. Their decision to come home was so sudden, they hadn't even told anyone in advance. But, Dad, don't worry about going hungry, Dan pointed at the fridge. Our fridge is never empty. Want some dumplings? Grandma made a bunch of dumplings and mini wontons and put them in the freezer. You can cook them anytime. Chinlai, I know. Dan looked at Su Qinghu, eyes full of curiosity. Mom, have you thought about having another baby? Su Qinghu. What the heck? What kind of question was that? What did he mean, have you thought about having another baby? It's not like the baby would just come out because she wanted it to. She'd have to go into labor first. Seeing Su Qinghu's face full of exasperation and speechlessness, Dan grinned awkwardly. Hee, let me rephrase that. Su Qinghu looked at Dan, then at Dan. Did you two come home for lunch, or to check if I'd gone to the hospital to give birth? Hee, both, Dan admitted cheerfully. After admitting it, he even pouted a little. I had a dream today that you had the baby and didn't call us. Su Qinghu, it wouldn't happen. Really? Dan looked at her expectantly. Su Qinghu was silent for a moment. With your and your brother's grades and abilities, missing 1 day of school won't matter. If that's the case, why wouldn't she call them? Haven't I said this a bunch of times already? Su Qinghu ruffled Dan's hair. Why do you keep asking? Dan, I just got spooked by my dream. It wasn't like he wanted to worry. Dan started, his dream was. Before he could finish, Dan grabbed his arm. I was really sad in my dream. Don't expose me. Dan felt the strength in his brother's grip and decided not to tell Su Qinghu that Dan had been napping in class. But Su Qinghu already sensed something was off. She cupped Dan's face, looked at him seriously, and felt his forehead. Okay. She couldn't really tell if someone had a fever by touch. Qinlai, check if Dan has a fever, Su Qinghu called out. She was pregnant, and her body temperature was higher than normal, so she couldn't judge by feel. Qinlai didn't bother with his hands and just ordered, Dan, get the thermometer for him. Report back in 5 minutes. Dan agreed and went to the living room. Dan was baffled. What's up? I don't feel like I have a fever. Mom, look at me, I'm full of energy. Do I look sick to you? Su Qinghu, let's check your temperature first. When people have a fever, they lose their appetite and look listless. Look at me, do I seem tired? Plus, I ate a ton this morning. Dan patted his chest. Didn't miss a single bite. Maybe he'd eaten too much and felt a little nauseous, but just a little. Qinlai shot him a look. Go take your temperature in the living room. Dan, I'm fine really. Why take his temperature when he felt perfectly okay? But Dan had already brought the thermometer, shook it down, and handed it over. Dan took it reluctantly and stuck it under his arm. Su Qinghu glanced at her watch, then at him. You sure you want to take your temperature in the kitchen? The living room was way more comfortable, with a sofa to lie on. Dan, I'll just do it here. If you do it here, your temperature might be higher than usual, Su Qinghu teased. The kitchen's all hot and steamy, right? Dan blinked, then blinked again, and decisively went to the living room. No way was he going to end up taking medicine or getting a shot because of a high reading. Mom, call me when 5 minutes are up, he shouted. Su Qinghu, okay. Dan followed Dan out. Dan whispered, bro, look at the drying rack. Dan glanced over. On the rack, freshly washed baby boy clothes were drying in the sun, looking crisp and clean. Mom didn't scold us, Dan said, holding the thermometer under his arm and grinning. She's not mad either. They wanted a little brother and even bought clothes for him, but Mom wasn't angry. Dan, if you have a fever, does that mean you don't have to go to school this afternoon? Dan froze. Right? Why didn't he think of that? If he had a fever, he wouldn't have to go to school. If he stayed home, he could keep an eye on things, and if Mom went into labor, he could go to the hospital with them right away. Dan, a fever isn't contagious, but if you're home, just don't bother Mom too much. Dan, then I'll just hang out in the yard. No one was getting past him. In the kitchen, Su Qinghu said to Qinlai, if Dan has a fever, you take him to the hospital. I won't go, okay? There were too many people at the hospital, and if someone had a cold, it'd be too much trouble for her as a pregnant woman. Qinlai, Auntie said you're due any day now and shouldn't be left alone. Dan can take Dan to her hospital, and someone will take care of them once they get there. Su Qinghu, I'm not having contractions yet. You should take them. She pointed toward the living room. There's a phone at home. We can stay in touch anytime. And by stay in touch, she didn't just mean Qinlai and her, she could also contact Auntie and her mother-in-law whenever needed. No, Qinlai refused. Let's wait until Dan's temperature is taken. He wiped his hands clean, turned off the gas stove, and asked Su Qinghu, is it time? Su Qinghu nodded and walked out of the kitchen. I'll go check. I'll come with you. Qinlai half supported her by the waist and followed her out. Su Qinghu had a feeling that Dan had a fever. The child's eyelids looked different than usual, a bit tired, as if he couldn't quite keep them open. Even though he was trying to look energetic, there wasn't a trace of confusion in his eyes. It's done. Su Qinghu walked into the living room and looked at Dan, who was slumped on the sofa as if he'd suddenly lost all his energy. She felt a bit puzzled, but didn't say anything. She just motioned for him to take out the thermometer from under his arm. Dan weakly pulled it out and handed it over. Dan watched, feeling an itch in his teeth and an urge to smack Dan on the head. Just a moment ago, Dan was fine and stubbornly refused to admit he had a fever. Now, in just a short while, he was as wilted as a dehydrated cabbage. Was he faking it on purpose? Dayton shifted his gaze to Su Qinghu, watching as she checked the thermometer and walked over. He also leaned in to take a look. After Su Qinghu read it, she handed it to him. Take a look. Dayton checked it and then looked at Erden with Su Qinghu, both of them visibly shocked. Su Qinghu asked, Erden, you really didn't feel unwell just now? Huh? Just now? Erden blinked. Maybe I got a burst of energy from running back home, but actually, I feel really bad. I even feel like throwing up. As he spoke, he gagged, jumped up from the sofa, and rushed out of the living room to vomit in the yard. Even his breakfast hadn't digested. Dayton poured some water, Chinlai went to check on the child, and Su Qinghu quickly found Erden's medical record booklet and some money, then walked over to him. Chinlai supported Erden as he took the water from Dayton and rinsed his mouth. When he saw Su Qinghu approaching, Erden looked at her with teary eyes. Mom, I feel awful. Su Qinghu patted his head. Feeling any better? Do you still want to throw up? No, I don't. That last bout had emptied his stomach, and now he was completely drained. Su Qinghu looked at Chinlai, but before she could say anything, he spoke up. I'll take him to the hospital. She handed him a men's shoulder bag. The medical record and money are inside. Go and take a taxi. Chinlai picked up Erden and headed out, instructing Dayton, call your grandma and ask her to come over to watch your mom. You go to school as usual this afternoon. Before Dayton could say anything, Chinlai had already disappeared through the gate. Dayton said, Mom, can I skip school this afternoon? If you think it's okay, I have no objection. Su Qinghu always respected her children's opinions, especially after they started middle school. She tried to let them make their own decisions whenever possible. I'm fine, Dayton replied. All right, let's eat first. After we finish, your teacher should be in the office. You can call and explain, then ask for leave. Okay, Dayton nodded. Do you want to take your temperature too? Su Qinghu suddenly remembered. Dayton hesitated, but finally took his temperature and showed her. 36.5 degrees Celsius. Normal. Su Qinghu was relieved. They ate together, with Dayton doing his best to take care of Su Qinghu, who gladly accepted his help. Meanwhile, Chinlai got out of the taxi and strode into the emergency room carrying Erden. Normally, Erden looked pretty sturdy, but in Chinlai's tall and strong arms, he seemed as small as a chick. Being carried made Erden feel secretly happy. Even though he was uncomfortable, it was still bearable. Chinlai glanced down at the groaning Erden and suddenly asked, What are you singing? Erden replied instinctively, just making something up, singing whatever comes to mind. He changed the lyrics of The world only has mom is good to The world also has dad is good. Chinlai, you're not feeling sick anymore? Huh? I am. I still feel a bit dizzy and nauseous. Erden was afraid Chinlai would put him down and make him walk, so he quickly added, a little dizzy and still want to throw up. Chinlai looked at the emergency room just ahead and asked, Can you hold it in? If you can, let's see the doctor first before you throw up. I can. Erden replied. Honestly, he could walk just fine now, but he just wanted his dad to carry him. Hearing that, Chinlai quickened his pace. Once inside, he registered at the emergency desk and, while waiting, followed the nurse's instructions to take Erden's temperature again. Erden obediently tucked the thermometer under his arm and told Chinlai, This thermometer feels really cold. When he put it under his arm, it made him shiver. Chinlai frowned slightly and didn't say anything, his handsome face serious enough that other patients didn't dare stare at him. If the thermometer felt cold, it only meant Erden's body temperature was too high. Sure enough, when the nurse took it out, she frowned. Why did you wait until the fever was this high to come in? It's 39 degrees Celsius. Huh? Erden said. He hadn't felt anything except the urge to throw up. Come with me. The nurse led them into the exam room. The doctor asked a few questions, checked Erden's throat, and quickly wrote a prescription. Go pay and get the medicine. With a fever this high, the fastest way to bring it down was in 4 drip. The doctor prescribed in 4. Erden watched the nurse approach, baring his teeth, his heart racing as he instinctively shrank back. Chinlai shot him a look, so he forced himself to turn away and let the nurse insert the needle. All done, Chinlai said, patting him. Close your eyes and get some sleep. Chinlai held him. Erden wanted to say he wasn't sleepy, but ended up dozing off anyway. When the 4 was done, Chinlai took the medicine and carried Erden home. Erden was still asleep. Dayton opened the door. When Chinlai laid Erden on the bed, he still hadn't woken up. Chinlai closed the door and walked into the living room. Su Qinghu asked, "How is he?" Chinlai glanced at Dayton, saw it was just the 2 of them at home, and sighed inwardly. "He's better. After the 4, I checked his temperature again before coming back. He just needs to take his medicine now." "How high was it?" Su Qinghu asked. 37.8 degrees Celsius, Chinlai replied. "His breath isn't as hot anymore. Do we need to help him cool down further?" Su Qinghu asked, thinking of things like cold compresses or wiping his palms. "No need. His temperature's come down, and as long as he can sleep, it's fine. When he wakes up, he can take his medicine and drink more water." Su Qinghu nodded and, holding her belly, walked to the sofa. As she was about to sit down, she felt a slight, dragging pain, but it passed quickly. When she tried to feel it again, it was gone. Chinlai noticed her hesitation. "Does your stomach hurt?" Dayton asked, "What kind of pain is it?" Su Qinghu replied, "No. Maybe it was just the tension leaving her body all of a sudden." Dan arrived at the hospital at 1 p.m. By the time he finished his 4 drip and got home, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. He fell asleep while getting the 4, and even after getting home, he still didn't wake up. Even when dinner was ready, there was no sign of him waking. Su Qinghu didn't let Chinlai or the others wake Dan. She just let him sleep as much as he wanted, planning to make him something to eat whenever he woke up. The 3 of them finished dinner and spent some time reading in the study. As it got close to 9 o'clock, Su Qinghu urged Chinlai and Dan to go wash up, while she continued jotting things down in her softcover notebook. Once the 2 finished washing up and came to check on her, Su Qinghu stood up with a smile and stretched. The baby's name was finally decided. "Chinlai, go make a bowl of plain noodle soup for Dan." Did Dan, "Go pour a cup of warm water for Dan, so he can take his medicine later." After giving her instructions, she followed the 2 out of the study. Chinlai, who was behind them, closed the study door as he left. Walking side by side with Dan, Su Qinghu asked, "I'm going to your bedroom now, is that okay?" Dan nodded. Chinlai, walking behind them, heard this and glanced at Dan, then at Su Qinghu. "Do you have to ask before entering the kids' room?" But earlier today, when he carried the kids home, neither of them said anything, they all just went in together. "So what's the deal now?" Dan seemed to remember something too. He turned to Chinlai and said, "Thanks, Dad." Their bedroom was noticeably tidier, and the clothes in the wardrobe had been refolded and rearranged. He could tell it was his dad's doing because his mom and dad had totally different folding styles. "Chinlai, do I need to apply before entering your room?" he asked directly. Dan glanced at Su Qinghu, thought for a moment, then said, "You can come in any time." Then he added, "We're both guys, so there's nothing inconvenient about it." Su Qinghu nodded. "If they want to come into our room, they need to ask first, too. But sometimes during the day, they'd forget about that rule." Chinlai nodded. The 2 men went off to carry out Su Qinghu's instructions, while she went into the kids' bedroom. Dan was still asleep. Judging by the smile on his face and the way the corners of his mouth curled up, he must have been having a good dream. She raised her eyebrows, her beautiful eyes curving with amusement, and reached out to feel his forehead. Even though you can't really tell if someone has a fever just by touching their forehead, somehow it always feels reassuring. Her hand slid down, and she pinched his cheeks, making his lips pucker up. "Wake up." Su Qinghu shook his face gently. Dan, wake up." She thought it would be hard to wake him, but after just a couple of calls, he suddenly opened his eyes, looking energetic and full of life. Did his fever go away just like that? Kids really do bounce back fast. Dan stared at her with bright eyes. "Mom, is it time? Are you going to the hospital? Su Qinghu, no. Huh. Dan blinked in confusion. I just dreamed that my little brother was calling me, and he called me Big Brother. Su Qinghu felt a headache coming on. Dreams are always the opposite of reality. Maybe it's a little sister. No way, Dan insisted. It can't be a sister. Su Qinghu, don't be so sure. Didn't you notice all the baby clothes your grandma and I bought are gender neutral? They'd bought clothes that would work for either a boy or a girl, so there was no need to worry no matter what. Dan said, my little brother said he liked the clothes my brother, and I picked out for him, and he even thanked us. He puffed up his cheeks and stuck out his neck, looking like he'd argue with her all day if she didn't admit it was a boy. Su Qinghu, was that your whole dream? Even with his eyes closed, she could tell how happy he was. Dan, yup. He answered loudly, his voice and eyes full of joy. All right, get up and eat, then take your medicine, she said, shaking her head in exasperation. Then you can go back to sleep. Dan hopped out of bed, acting like nothing was wrong. Mom, where's the thermometer? I don't think I have a fever anymore. Su Qinghu grabbed the thermometer from the desk, shook it down, and handed it to him as he got out of bed. Dan tucked it under his arm and followed her to the living room. Walking ahead, Su Qinghu said without looking back, no matter if you have a fever or not, you still have to finish the medicine the doctor prescribed. Dan, okay. But, Mom, you really don't feel any pain? He tilted his head, eyeing her belly. My little brother already called me Big Brother. Su Qinghu. She was truly speechless. Before Dan woke up, Dan and Qinlai had also been sneaking glances at her belly. Even though they didn't say anything, the message in their eyes was obvious. She was the pregnant one, but they were the ones getting anxious. By now, Dan had already poured the water and set out a packet of medicine next to the cup. Qinlai brought in a bowl of plain noodle soup. Dan grinned foolishly. Being sick felt great. Everyone in the family was fussing over him. Dad carried him and cooked for him. His brother didn't nag him about studying and even brought him water, and Mom's smile was the prettiest of all. He took out the thermometer. His fever had dropped to 37.5 degrees Celsius. Su Qinghu and Qinlai both breathed a sigh of relief. Kids' fevers come on fast and strong, it's scary. Now that it was coming down, the adults could relax, and the child felt better, too. Dan took his medicine without complaint, slurped up his noodles, and then sprawled out on the sofa, so comfortable he was practically dazed. So nice. If your fever is completely gone by tomorrow morning, you'll go to school as usual, Su Qinghu said, glancing at him. She didn't say the rest. You'll still have to hand in your essay and finish your homework. But she'd let that slide for now. Dan sat up and looked hopefully at Dan. Bro, can you get my backpack for me? Dan glanced at him, then went to fetch the bag. Dan rummaged through it for a bit, then handed Su Qinghu a piece of paper. Mom, I finished my poem about the sunset. Su Qinghu was drinking water at the time. When she heard that, she handed her cup to Qinlai, who was standing beside her, and took the paper. She read it and nodded. Not bad. Not bad? Just not bad? He'd even shown it to the teacher after finishing it. Dan stared at her, waiting for more, but nothing came. Su Qinghu didn't continue, not because she was worried about hurting his enthusiasm, but because she felt a different kind of movement in her belly just now. She couldn't quite describe it, but it felt like a signal. She had a feeling the baby would arrive in the next couple of days. The resilience of kids is truly remarkable. No matter how much he didn't want to go to school, still put on his backpack and went off to school with Dan. Qinlai was like a machine after cleaning the whole house. He organized all the clothes in the wardrobe, folding them neatly and stylishly. Su Qinghu watched him with great interest. She used to be like many others, really enjoying those professional organizer videos, so satisfying and therapeutic. As Qinlai folded the clothes, he glanced at her from time to time before continuing, unhurried and methodical, as if he was enjoying himself too. Only he knew in his heart that he was actually a bit anxious. On one hand, he hoped his girl would hurry up and give birth so he could spend more time with them. On the other, He was anxious that time was passing too quickly. What if it was time for him to leave and the baby still hadn't arrived, safe and sound, unmoved by wind or rain? 2 days passed like this. Even Erden had calmed down, and everyone had resigned themselves to waiting when Su Qinghu finally went into labor. She woke up at 2 in the morning. When she opened her eyes, she was a bit shocked. She felt something wet underneath her. The first thought that rushed into her mind almost made her want to hide in shame. At her age, could she really wet the bed? But then a wave of persistent pain hit her, quickly making her dismiss that idea. Was this her water breaking? She blinked, then blinked again, and finally reached out to Chenlai. With a click, the bedside lamp turned on. Su Qinghu looked at Chenlai and asked instinctively, "You're not asleep?" That look, that reaction speed, he didn't seem like someone who'd just woken up. Chenlai said, "I couldn't sleep." He sat up. "Do you want some water? Or something to eat?" He'd actually been asleep at first, but for some reason, he woke up around 1 o'clock and just couldn't fall back asleep, his mind unusually alert. Su Qinghu said, "I think I'm about to give birth." After saying that, she took a deep breath. Even though her grandaunt and a friend from the OB/GYN department had told her a lot about what to expect, she was still a little panicked. She looked at Chenlai, suddenly feeling a bit aggrieved, her eyes welling up with tears. "It hurts." Chenlai quickly got dressed, called out for Daden and Erden to get up, then gently helped Su Qinghu get dressed, soothing her and rubbing her back. He offered his arm to her. "If it hurts, just bite me." Good, something to distract her. Su Qinghu just clung to his arm, focusing on her breathing to help ease this pain that was so different from anything she'd felt before. Daden and Erden came running over as soon as they were dressed. "Daden, call your grandparents and ask them to find someone to drive over with a car," Chenlai said, glancing at Daden as he helped Su Qinghu put on her shoes. "Your mom's about to give birth." Daden's hands shook, his legs went a bit weak, and his heart pounded wildly. He turned and quickly made the call, explained the situation and what they needed, then hurried back. Under Chenlai's direction, Erden had already gathered everything the baby and Su Qinghu would need, ready to grab and go as soon as the car arrived. "Bro, can you check if I forgot anything?" Erden asked nervously, hands shaking. "The baby stuff, mom's stuff, are they all here?" Daden checked carefully, muttering to himself, and only after going over it twice did he nod. "It's all here." By now, Chenlai was already helping Su Qinghu wash her hair. She always showered before bed, just in case she went into labor suddenly and didn't have time to wash up. But she only washed her hair every other day, and yesterday wasn't a hair washing day. Chenlai didn't really get it, but seeing how insistent she was, and after confirming it was safe for her to wash her hair at this stage, he did as she asked. Sweat was already beading on Su Qinghu's forehead. Chenlai gently dried her hair, his heart tight with worry. "Dad, here's a clean towel," Erden said, handing over a freshly washed and dried towel from the cabinet. Chenlai glanced at him, and Erden quickly explained, "We washed all these before. They're clean and ready to use." Thanks to their mom's influence, they were particular about these things. New clothes and towels were always washed before use. Chenlai quickly swapped towels and continued drying her hair. Suddenly, Daden remembered something and ran to the kitchen, coming back with 2 thermoses of hot water to add to the pile of bags. Su Qinghu sniffled. "Can you guys get me some tissues? I can't hold back my tears anymore." Chenlai paused, but before he could react, Daden and Erden were already scrambling to hand her tissues. "It really hurts," Su Qinghu said. The pain itself wasn't the worst part. What she really feared was going through all this pain and then having an ugly baby. She took a deep breath. If the baby turned out ugly, there was no way she could lie and say he was cute. "Will eating candy make it hurt less?" Erden asked. Su Qinghu looked at him teary-eyed. "I don't know." Because she didn't want the kids to get cavities, there was hardly any candy among the snacks at home. So, there was almost no candy around. Erden quickly ran back to his room, opened his own drawer, and came back hugging a chubby bamboo-shaped pen holder. Try these, Erden said, handing it over. There's gummies, hard candy, milk candy, chocolate. Try them and see if any of them make your tummy stop hurting. Despite the pain, Su Qinghu couldn't help but laugh. You've been exposed. Erden looked evasive. I was just saving them, I didn't eat them. Chenlai looked at them and sighed. Even at a time like this, they were still joking around. We were saving them for our little brother, Dayton explained. When he's old enough to eat, we'll give him one every 3 days, so his teeth won't get cavities. Su Qinghu. But you never saved any candy for me. As she spoke, tears slid down her cheeks, one clinging to her lower lashes, about to fall, a picture of heartbreak and reproach. Dayton and Erden were stunned, guilt flooding their hearts. Had they really neglected her? But something felt off. Erden blinked, still holding the candy-filled pen holder. But, Mom, you don't eat candy. Since the new year, he'd only seen her eat 2 gummies, 1 chocolate and 1 orange-flavored hard candy. She didn't even eat 1 piece a month. Su Qinghu kept crying. I don't eat candy, but is this really about the candy? This is your love. You don't love me anymore. Erden pouted. Then from now on, my brother and I will buy you dresses. Dayton's fingers curled, and under her gaze, he couldn't help but laugh. You're like a big kid. A big kid who can't be left alone. Su Qinghu wiped away her tears. So big kids don't deserve to be loved? Dayton stifled his laughter. Then I'll buy you dresses too. Thinking of how she usually dressed, he added, and pretty bracelets, bangles, and earrings. Su Qinghu said, then let's pinky swear. Don't forget about me when you have a little brother. Don't leave me all alone and pitiful. Dayton and Erden grinned and hooked pinkies with her. When Mrs. Meng and the others arrived, Su Qinghu was writhing in pain. She had come with Chen Bai. Since there was only 1 car, her original plan was to have her husband stay home with the kids while she accompanied her son and daughter-in-law to the hospital for the delivery. But things didn't go as planned. The kids had no intention of staying home. Still, the situation was urgent. The 2 kids held back tears, reluctantly nodding their agreement. Dan said, then you'd better go quickly. There was only 1 car and a driver uncle. There simply wasn't room for everyone. He understood. Dan glanced at Su Qinghu, then at Chenlai, anxious, but pursing his lips and saying nothing. Chenlai had already picked up Su Qinghu and was carrying her to the car, while Chen Bai and Mrs. Ming loaded things into the trunk. After double-checking that nothing was forgotten, Mrs. Ming waved to her husband and reminded him, we're leaving now. For breakfast, take the kids out to eat. There was food in the fridge, but she didn't quite trust her husband to cook. Rather than worry about the dangers of him using the stove, it was safer to have them eat out. Su Qinghu took a deep breath, enduring the pain. You and Grandpa take a taxi here. Or ride the bicycle. With that, the car sped away. There was only 1 bicycle at home, but she was in too much pain to remind the kids to borrow one from the neighbors. Suddenly, Dan cheered up and let out a loud whoop, turning and running to the porch. There was a bicycle parked under the porch. Dan was happy too, but when he saw there was only 1 bike, he couldn't help but look at Chen Bai. Chen Bai was puzzled by his look. Dan spoke up, Grandpa, why don't you stay home and watch the house? Dan and I can go to the hospital. There was only 1 bicycle, but he could ride with his little brother on the back. Any more people, though, and it wouldn't work. Chen Bai and the others had left in a hurry, never expecting the 2 kids to be so determined to see the newborn baby. It was a little funny. How about this, none of us will stay home. You and Dan can sit front and back, and I'll take you both to the hospital, Chen Bai said, stretching his limbs. Quick, go lock the doors. Dan responded immediately. Dan pushed the bike over and looked at Chen Bai. Grandpa, let's ride the bike to the hospital first. If we see a car with 4 wheels on the way, we'll take a taxi. That'll be faster and save time. He was really worried that if they pedaled all the way to the hospital, the baby would already be born, and he wouldn't be the first one to see him. He absolutely couldn't let that happen. All right, Chen Bai nodded. Dan had already locked the living room door and was now locking the front gate, urging Chen Bai to hurry up. It was already past 3 in the morning. The sky was still dark, but some breakfast vendors had started setting up, their scattered lights illuminating small patches of the street, making everything look warm and busy. Did Dan and Erdan noticed all this, but ignored it, scanning the road and every corner, hoping to spot a taxi and switch from 2 wheels to 4 as soon as possible. Chinbai, a retired old man, looked scholarly and lean, but he was still getting on in years. With 2 half-grown kids in tow, he pedaled steadily, trying to keep his breathing even. Did Dan and Erdan were just kids, they couldn't take turns with him. All they could do was cheer him on, feeling sorry they couldn't help more. Erdan scratched his head. We were in such a rush, I forgot. We should have called Mom's colleague. Uncle Yuan has a car. At first, all he could think about was getting to the hospital as quickly as possible. It never occurred to him to ask for help. Now that he thought about it, he was a bit annoyed. They'd ignored the shortcut and taken the hardest, most time-consuming way to the hospital. Hearing this, Chinbai almost choked. Right? Why hadn't he thought of that? Being in a rush was understandable, but since his son and daughter-in-law had already gone ahead, there was nothing to worry about. He could have just called his old friend's son, Zhao Yanliang. That kid had just bought a car, a private one, not a work vehicle. Sigh. They'd all lost their heads. Halfway there, Erdan's sharp eyes spotted a car. He shouted, Uncle. Driver uncle. We want a ride. Hurry. We'll give you a tip when we get there. Chinbai's ears were ringing from his yell. Even Dan felt momentarily deafened. Erdan kept shouting, waving his arms excitedly. Chinbai was struggling to keep the bike straight as Erdan twisted around, but he did his best to control the handlebars and keep them from swerving too much. The driver saw there were 3 people and a bike, and wasn't too keen. He was about to pretend he hadn't seen them and turn the corner to try his luck at the station, when he heard Erdan offer more money. He thought it over and finally stopped. Add another 5 yuan. 3 people and a bike. Chinbai frowned, annoyed by this, and was about to say something, but Erdan agreed without hesitation. Sure, it's just 5 yuan. And if you get us there 10 minutes earlier than expected, I'll give you another yuan. In an emergency. Any problem that can be solved with money isn't really a problem. No matter what, he had to be the first one to see his little brother after he was born. The driver asked, Really? Who's paying? Whoever pays is the boss. He glanced at the tall, skinny old man, thinking he might try to stiff him in the end. Just as he was about to refuse, Erdan whipped out a big bill. He was about to complain, but then the other boy also handed a big bill to the noisy one. He glanced at the tall, thin old man again and, seeing no objection, told them to get in and helped half-shove the bike into the car. Then they sped off. Erdan watched the speed and let out a satisfied sigh. Thanks, uncle. Here, have some wedding candy. The driver took it and asked what the candy was for. Erdan started to explain that his little brother was about to be born, but Dan cut him off. Don't distract uncle while he's driving, he said. Erdan quickly shut up and sat quietly. By the time Su Qinghu and the others arrived at the hospital, someone was already waiting for them, including Su Lilin. She led them into the delivery room, had Chinlai stay with Su Qinghu, and took care of the admission and payment procedures with Mrs. Meng. Su Qinghu had only been in the delivery room for about half an hour when Dan, Erdan, and Chinbai arrived at the hospital entrance. The driver only charged them the normal night fare, handed the extra money back to Dan, congratulated them, and drove off. He'd actually charged 3 yuan less. Dan thanked him and Chinbai, then turned around to see that Erdan had already dashed into the hospital lobby ahead of them. Erdan had already asked the nurse for directions and went straight to the delivery room door. The door was closed, so Erdan couldn't see what was happening inside. He called out for Su Qinghu. Su Qinghu was lying on the bed, her forehead covered in sweat. She was trying to conserve her strength, following Chinlai's breathing instructions. Suddenly, she heard Erdan's voice and replied with a muffled, yeah. Then she reminded Chinlai, you tell Erdan to be careful, not to shout in the hospital. Tell him to go find Mom. Chinlai glanced at her, walked over to the delivery room door, cracked it open, and told Dan which ward Mrs. Meng was in. Dan tried to peek inside but couldn't see Su Qinghu, so he pressed his head forward and asked, "Dad, where's Mom?" Chinlai replied, "She's lying on the bed." But before he could finish, Chinlai said, "We don't know exactly when the baby will come. Go find your grandma first." Dan asked, "Can I go in?" He looked so eager that Chinlai was at a loss for words. Chinlai said, "Only one family member can accompany her." Then, "Dad, are you tired? How about I take your place for a while?" Dan suggested, thinking outside the box. "I'm family too. Family is family, anyone from their household counts. So it should be fine for him to go in." Chinlai gave a direct order, "Now, go find your grandma and stay with her. Don't wander off." But Dan tried to bargain, "Can I at least go in and see Mom?" He kept his voice down, but Su Qinghu still heard him. As Chinlai looked over, she shook her head. "No." She was gasping for breath, her voice not loud, but just enough for Dan to hear. Dan protested, "Huh? Why not? Wasn't he supposed to wait for his little brother to be born?" Su Qinghu replied, "I look terrible. I don't want you to see me like this." Oof. The pain. Her belly hurt so much that tears sprang to her eyes. Seeing this, Chinlai shot Dan a look, closed the door, and returned to Su Qinghu's bedside, wiping away her tears and the sweat brought on by the pain. He couldn't share her pain, and he was anxious and worried. "Let's do a C-section. I'll go get the doctor." "What for?" And the others already checked me. They said it'll be soon." Su Qinghu sucked in a breath. "Don't give the doctors extra work, ugh." A few women who had been in the delivery room earlier had already been taken to the labor ward, and 2 of them needed C-sections. Aunt said Su Qinghu was in good health, so if she could deliver naturally, she should. When Chen Bai and Dan reached the nurse's station, Mrs. Meng had just finished settling her things and came out. She told them to keep Dan company while she went to the delivery room. Chen Bai and the 2 boys watched Mrs. Meng's back as she left, speechless. It seemed like there wasn't much they could do to help. Mrs. Meng checked in on things, then waited by the delivery room door. After a while, a doctor came to check on Su Qinghu, then left again. Around 4:50 a.m. the head of obstetrics and Su Lilin arrived. Mrs. Meng greeted them and stepped aside to let them in. Less than 5 minutes later, Chinlai came out supporting Su Qinghu, who was wearing a hospital gown. Dan and Dan had been waiting in the hallway. As soon as they saw Su Qinghu come out, they wanted to rush over, but before they could take more than a couple of steps, Su Qinghu had already entered the labor ward, and Chinlai was stopped at the door. Dan walked over. "Dad?" Why couldn't his dad go in either? Chinlai responded but didn't say more, just stared at the labor ward, his heart pounding. Dan came over too. "Dad, you can't go in either?" He'd heard that if family members insisted, they could accompany the mother. Chinlai said, "Your mom doesn't want me in there." He said it calmly, but there was an indescribable sense of disappointment in his voice. Dan and Dan exchanged glances and said nothing. Well, at least it was fair. None of the 3 men in the family could go in. So when the doctor auntie brought their little brother out, whoever got to see him first would depend on their own skills. Dan rubbed his hands together, ready to go. Dan unconsciously edged 2 steps closer to the labor ward door, then stopped. If he moved any closer, his silly brother would notice and copy him. Chinbai watched them and felt a bit left out. The 3 of them waited. Chinlai kept glancing at his watch, then at the labor ward. Mrs. Meng stood quietly nearby, holding a well-sealed bag. These were things for the baby and Su Qinghu. She held onto them, ready to hand over whatever was needed. Mrs. Meng had given birth before, but back then conditions were tough and she was in good health, so she delivered at home. Now, with all the hospital procedures, she just followed Su Lilin's instructions, not really sure what else to do. They waited until 5:50 a.m. When the sky was getting light, the labor ward door opened, and a doctor came out holding a newborn. "Family of Su Qinghu?" At that, everyone rushed over. Chinlai said, "I'm her family." No one knew his legs had gone weak, or that his mind had gone blank for a moment. He was acting on instinct alone. He looked at the doctor. It's a boy, born at 5'20", weighing 3.5 kilograms, 52 centimeters long, the doctor said quickly, then looked at the group. Who's going to hold the baby? Mrs. Ming said, I will. She handed her things to Qinlai. You hold these. Qinlai took the bag, eyes still on the labor ward, and asked the doctor, what about my wife? She needs to be observed for another hour and a half. If everything's fine, she'll be moved to a room. Take the baby to the ward first, and don't feed him anything yet. With that, the doctor went back inside. An hour and a half later, Su Qinghu was wheeled out of the labor ward, with Su Lilin beside her, grinning from ear to ear. It was great. Xiao Su hadn't suffered much and had a smooth, natural delivery. The baby was healthy and even a bit longer than average. Su Qinghu really hadn't suffered much. With Aunt Su Lilin and the head doctor there, she felt completely relaxed. Actually, giving birth didn't seem so scary after all. Su Lilin caught her looking and smiled. Don't worry. With Andy here, you can stay beautiful however you want. Su Qinghu blinked and smiled a little, then saw Qinlai. She said, Qinlai, isn't our son handsome? She was proud. The delivery had gone smoothly, and when the doctor handed her the cleaned-up baby, she was truly happy. The baby was clean, with long, tightly closed eyes and naturally defined brows. In short, he was good-looking. Not at all the wrinkly little monkey she'd worried about. Qinlai was speechless. At the time, all he could think about was why she hadn't come out yet. When he finally saw the baby, all he noticed was that he was red, and then Mrs. Ming took him away. He's handsome, he said. Su Qinghu was satisfied. In the hospital room, Mrs. Ming cradled her newborn grandson, unable to stop smiling. Qinbo and the two boys, Dan and Dan, gathered around her, staring eagerly at the baby. Mrs. Ming finally tore her gaze away from the baby's face and looked at the three of them, lowering her voice. He's too little and soft right now. Wait a few more days, let him get a bit sturdier, then you can hold him. Dan and Dan looked at their soft, sweet little brother, not even daring to breathe too loudly, let alone ask to hold him. They wanted to, but just didn't have the nerve. Qinbo, on the other hand, was different. I can hold him. Back when Qinyan and Qinlai were born, their grandparents weren't around, so he'd squeezed in time whenever he could to help take care of them. It had been years, and he was a bit out of practice, but holding a newborn was no problem for him. Mrs. Ming glared at him. The baby's asleep. What if you wake him up? Su was still in the delivery room. If the baby started crying and wore himself out, he wouldn't even have any milk to drink. Qinbo said, I can make him formula. That was something he was good at. I haven't smoked these past few days, and I've been showering every day. There's no way I'll affect the baby. Seeing his wife stubbornly refusing to let go, Qinbo got anxious. You told me before, if I did all that, I could hold the baby for a bit once he was born. How could she go back on her word? All the agony he'd gone through, craving cigarettes these past days, would be for nothing? Let me hold him, and I'll quit smoking for another 10 days. Qinbo started bargaining. Mrs. Ming hesitated, wanting to refuse, but seeing her husband's awkward, hopeful, and pitiful look, she finally, carefully, handed the baby over. The moment the baby was in his arms, Qinbo's heart melted. He said, he's so much better behaved than Qinlai and Qinyan were. When his son and daughter were born, their crying had given him a splitting headache. He'd almost wanted to kneel down on the spot. He'd been anxious and heartbroken. But this one, nestled in his hands, was like holding a little ball of fluff. He was afraid even to breathe too hard, worried he'd wake him. Before Mrs. Ming could say anything, Dan and Dan tugged at Qinbo's sleeve. Grandpa, can you sit down? Grandpa was too tall, holding the baby. They couldn't see clearly. Qinbo quickly sat down. The baby just moved his lips a little, his tiny fists curled up by his head, sleeping soundly. Dan leaned in for a closer look, then turned to Mrs. Ming for help. Grandma, can I touch his hand? Go wash your hands first, Dan frowned. Great-grandma said you have to be clean when you touch a baby. Without hesitation, Dan said, I'll go wash my hands. Thanks to the Qin family and their aunt, Su Qinghu had a nice single room for her postpartum stay, fully equipped, so they didn't have to leave the room to wash up. Dan had already washed his hands while Su Qinghu was in the delivery room. Now, finally working up his courage, he stretched out a finger to touch the baby's chubby little fist. But just as he reached out and touched his brother's delicate little finger, the baby grabbed hold. Dan's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the tiny hand, then up at Mrs. Meng. Grandma? Mrs. Meng saw it too. She knew it was just an unconscious reflex, but looking at Dan's clear, bright eyes, shimmering with unshed tears, she smiled and said, He likes you. Dan's mouth fell open a little, then he looked at the baby, lips curving into a smile, his eyes crinkling with joy as he felt the gentle grip on his finger. His little brother liked him. The first hand his brother ever held was his. How wonderful, he had another family member now. Qinbo said, This baby looks. But before he could finish, Mrs. Meng quickly hushed him. Don't say he's good-looking. Huh? Qinbo was confused, looking from his wife to the baby, full of question marks. He didn't get it. If the baby was good-looking, why couldn't he say so? Wasn't it just telling the truth? What do you know? Mrs. Meng shot him a look. Everyone says you have to give babies humble names so they'll grow up strong. If you say they're not good-looking, then they'll grow up to be good-looking. Dan came back from washing his hands just in time to hear this, and he was instantly upset. Humble names. He thought of his classmates' relatives. Kids called things like donkey egg, dung ball, clod, pot lid, iron pillar. No way. His brother was so cute. Why should he get a humble name? Why say he's not good-looking? Grandma, that's just old superstition. He hurried over, about to say more, when he suddenly noticed his brother was holding Dan's hand. Dan was instantly upset. What? In just this short time, his #1 spot had been stolen? Let go. Dan glared. Dan said, It's not me, it's the baby who won't let go. What if he never lets go? Dan fumed. Are you going to eat, go to the bathroom, go to school, all with your hand stuck out? Excuses. All excuses. Dan, well, if that happened, they'd deal with it then. Anyway, none of that had happened yet, and his silly brother was just making things up. He stayed calm, didn't say anything, and kept his hand where it was, looking as relaxed as a breeze over the hills. Dan couldn't take it, but he stayed clear-headed. The baby's just born. He's not that strong. Try taking your hand back. Dan was reluctant, but seeing Dan about to cry, he gently moved his finger. The baby didn't react much, just instinctively gave a little squeeze, and then let go. Dan pulled his hand back, still feeling as if his brother's tiny hand was holding on, happiness welling up inside him. Dan finally cheered up a bit. He reached out his finger and touched the baby's little fist. The baby instinctively grabbed hold, smacked his lips, and his eyes moved a little. Dan's eyes went wide. Was he about to open his eyes? Was he? He was about to be the first person his brother saw. He was so excited he could barely sit still, practically ready to jump for joy. But in the end, he was disappointed. The baby just twitched his eyelids, but didn't open his eyes. Little brother? Dan called. Of course, the baby didn't respond, still sleeping soundly. So the group just sat there, watching the baby sleep, their hearts full of joy. When Su Qinghu was finally being wheeled to the door of the room, the baby suddenly stirred, wrinkled his tiny brow, and started to cry. Dan and Dan. Dan panicked. Grandma, he's crying. Is he hungry? Where's the formula? The baby was still in Qinbo's arms, not yet returned to Mrs. Meng, and his little cry made Qinbo's heart race. But the baby's cry wasn't loud or sharp. Qinbo actually thought it sounded rather nice. All three, one big, two small, looked over at Mrs. Meng. She suppressed her annoyance at Qinbo for hogging the baby and said, Let's wait a bit. I think Su should be out soon. It's best for the baby to learn to nurse. If he's hungry, he'll have more strength in a bit. As soon as Su Qinghu was wheeled to the door of the hospital room, She heard the sound of a baby crying. Her heart skipped a beat. It wasn't out of fear. She just suddenly felt like something inside her had changed. She couldn't quite put her finger on it. Was this what they called the glow of motherhood? Chinlai also froze for a moment, his whole body tensing up. He felt a bit nervous and at a loss. How was he supposed to soothe the baby later? As soon as Su Lilin and the others entered the room, Mrs. Ming immediately looked over, smiled, and greeted the doctors, thanking them. By now, Chinlai had already picked Su Qinghu up and gently placed her on the hospital bed. The little baby was still crying. Even though Chenbo usually found the sound of a baby's cry pleasant, seeing his daughter-in-law now made him feel a bit guilty. He really hoped no one would think he didn't know how to calm a baby. The other doctors, being considerate, gave a few reminders and then left. Now, only Chinlai's family and Su Lilin remained in the room. Su Lilin gave Chinlai a few instructions, saw that Su Qinghu looked well, and then walked over to Chenbo, reaching out his hand. Chenbo instinctively wanted to avoid him and refuse, but suddenly realized who was in front of him. He forced a dry smile and handed the baby over to Su Lilin. Su Lilin took the baby and walked over to Dan and Dan. Congratulations, from today on, you two are big brothers. Hearing this, Dan and Dan felt both shy and proud. Their mouths curled up in silly grins when no one was looking. Dan said, "Great-grandma, just now, little brother grabbed my hand and big brother's hand." Su Lilin raised an eyebrow. "Oh, you two got there first." Dan grinned. "Great-grandma, when will little brother open his eyes?" He wanted to be the first person his little brother saw. Su Lilin was patient with the children. She glanced at the baby and smiled at Dan and Dan. If he's getting enough nutrition, maybe he'll open his eyes soon. The baby was clean, and aside from being a bit red, you could tell he was a healthy, energetic little one. Even his length was above average. All the food, drink, and exercise during pregnancy had paid off. Lying on the bed, Su Qinghu watched them and started to feel a bit left out. She turned to Mrs. Ming, who was standing by the bed, and said, "Mom, do you think this place is like a dividing line between two sides?" Mrs. Ming didn't get it at first, but when she followed Su Qinghu's gaze, she burst out laughing. "Wasn't it just like that?" She and Xiao Su were on one side, Su Lilin and the kids were on the other, and Chenbo was awkwardly squeezed in the middle, leaving an empty space between them. Dan glanced at Su Qinghu, then quickly turned back. "Mom, after little brother sees me first, I'll come talk to you properly." Dan also looked over, shuffling his feet a bit. "Mom, great-aunt said you can't eat right after giving birth." That was what their great-aunt had told them earlier. Su Qinghu said, "I didn't say I wanted to eat." She just felt a bit empty inside. "Then you should rest," Dan said. Little brother isn't crying anymore. Indeed, the baby had stopped crying. It made those earlier cries seem a bit half-hearted. Su Qinghu looked at the baby surrounded by everyone and seriously considered, if everyone else is going to be the gentle mother type, should I be the strict father? But before she could make up her mind, Chinlai had already prepared some hot water, poured it into a clean basin, and brought it over. Chenbo stood up and headed out. "I'll go get you all something to eat." Once he left, Mrs. Ming, realizing Dan and Dan were old enough, pulled the curtain to give Su Qinghu a hot compress on her chest. When Su Qinghu saw her mother-in-law's actions, her eyes widened and she sucked in a breath. "No way. Please no." She was just about to refuse when she heard Su Lilin call Mrs. Ming over. A moment later, Su Lilin came in. Su Qinghu was truly embarrassed now. Even though she'd just given birth and kept telling herself this was a special situation, she still felt shy. Eat, aunt, how about, she looked at Chinlai. Chinlai immediately understood, his face and neck turning red. "Great-aunt, why don't you tell me what to do?" "I'll do it." He more or less guessed what was needed. Su Lilin was both exasperated and amused. "I'm your great-aunt. I was just in the delivery room helping with the birth. Why are you shy now? Just treat me like a doctor." She laughed again. Silly kid, she was a doctor after all. Su Lilin glanced at Chinlai. Put the basin on the stool and go check on the baby. Chenlai looked at Su Qinghu, and when she nodded, he finally went out. Erdan called Chenlai over to look at his little brother. Suddenly, he noticed Chenlai's face and neck were red and was puzzled. "Dad, are you hot?" Chenlai took a deep breath. "No." Then, before he could finish, Chenlai ruffled his hair. "Why are you so chatty? Didn't you say you wanted to be the first person your little brother saw? Aren't you worried you'll miss it while you're talking?" Dan immediately turned his attention back to his brother. Dan just glanced at Chenlai, then at the curtain behind which Su Qinghu was, said nothing, and continued watching his little brother. That tiny bundle, cradled in Mrs. Meng's arms, made Chenlai's eyes sting with emotion. He felt something indescribable inside, full, soft, and overwhelmingly joyful. He wanted to shout it to the world, to show off, to tell everyone that he and his beloved had brought a new life into the world, a living continuation of their love. "Want to hold him?" Mrs. Meng saw the look on her son's face and couldn't help but laugh, though she was also a bit teary-eyed. Such a grown man, looking like he might burst into tears at any moment. Chenlai stammered, I can't." Faced with such a soft, delicate little baby, he had no idea how much strength to use or how to support him. Mrs. Meng said, "Just try. I'll teach you. You have to learn sooner or later." Chenlai's Adam's apple bobbed as he stared unblinkingly at Mrs. Meng's demonstration, afraid to miss a single detail. Dan and Erdan were the same, watching intently, listening carefully, their eager expressions suggesting they were ready to take on the role of human cradles for the baby in the future. Just as Chenlai, trembling with nerves and reverence, finally managed to hold his little son, a sharp cry came from Su Qinghu. He jumped in fright, and the baby smacked his lips and opened his eyes. Chenlai didn't even realize the baby had opened his eyes. Still holding him, he immediately started to walk toward the curtain. "Wait here with the baby. I'll go check on her," Mrs. Meng said, quickly heading inside. Dan and Erdan looked anxiously toward the inside, a bit scared. Erdan asked, "Bro, do you think Mom's okay?" His voice was trembling, he was genuinely frightened. How could Dan know what was happening inside? But right now, he was scared too. In the past, when he and his brother didn't want to go home early and get scolded or hit, they'd go to the park or find a spot on the street to do their homework and satisfy his brother's love of eavesdropping. Back then, the elders used to say that sometimes women could be in danger before or after giving birth. As soon as Mrs. Meng walked in, she saw her daughter-in-law with tears in her eyes. She paused for a moment and looked at Su Lilin, who had already rinsed out a towel. The freshly wrung towel was still steaming. In that instant, Mrs. Meng understood what had happened. But this kind of situation was really unavoidable, and for a moment, she didn't know how to offer any comfort. What could possibly be wrong with Su Qinghu? It was just some chest pain, that's all. Su Lilin shook her head and smiled. "It's lucky it's me here. If it were someone else, you'd probably have an even harder time," Mrs. Meng said. "It'll be better after today." She wanted to say more, but after running the words through her mind, everything sounded awkward. It didn't sound like comfort at all, more like forcing little Su to just accept and endure it. "Bring the baby over," Su Lilin said to Mrs. Meng. After Mrs. Meng left the room, Su Lilin moved her hands a bit with the hot towel, and soon, there was fresh milk ready for the newborn. Mrs. Meng came back in, carrying the tiny baby who was still sleeping. Su Lilin took the baby and placed him next to Su Qinghu. "Time to feed him." After saying that, she looked at Mrs. Meng. "I have to get back to work, so I'll leave things here to you. If she still hasn't passed gas by the time she should, let the head nurse know. As for when she can start eating, ask the head nurse again later. And for the baby, don't wrap him up too tightly and don't hold him all the time." She gave a string of instructions, then glanced at Su Qinghu's odd expression and smiled. It was her first time experiencing this essential rite of motherhood. Feeling strange was perfectly normal. Su Qinghu felt her grandaunt Su Lilin's gaze. She tore her eyes away from the instinctively feeding baby and looked at Su Lilin, blinking, waiting for her to speak. Su Lilin asked, "Are you alright?" Su Qinghu replied, "I think so. I don't seem to have any adverse reactions." She thought for a moment and added, "It just feels weird, very new, and also kind of moving." Su Lilin was amused by her description. "Let's hope this child keeps you feeling this way." If the baby is well-behaved and not too hard to soothe, that feeling of being moved might last a while and keep her in a good mood. She was about to leave when Su Qinghu called out, "Auntie, I love being beautiful." She blinked at her. Su Lilin instantly understood and couldn't help but laugh. "I know, you want to recover your figure after birth. Don't worry, I already made a recovery plan for you. I'll make some adjustments in a couple of days and give it to you." "Thank you for saving my beauty, Auntie." Su Qinghu's spirits soared. With her grandaunt around, she hadn't gotten any stretch marks during pregnancy, and now with postpartum recovery, there was no pressure at all. As long as she stuck to the plan, everything would be fine. Su Lilin smiled, shook her head, and left. Su Qinghu was still basking in happiness when she suddenly gasped, and by reflex, almost pushed the baby away. Mrs. Meng saw her movement and was nearly scared breathless. When her daughter-in-law realized in time and stopped, she finally let out a sigh of relief. Su Qinghu gave an embarrassed laugh. "Sorry, I got careless and forgot I had a baby." Mrs. Meng sighed, but couldn't help but smile. "This baby is strong and healthy." Outside, Dan and Dan were waiting anxiously, itching to know what was going on inside. What's happening? What did their little brother do? Was he waving his tiny fists in a cute way? Chenlai wanted to go in, but seeing the two kids beside him practically bursting to rush in, he decided to set an example and held himself back. Suddenly, Su Qinghu thought of something. She looked up at Mrs. Meng and asked quietly, "How do I know when he's had enough to eat, and not too much? He's so tiny, how big could his stomach be? Feeding for this long should be enough, right?" Mrs. Meng was taken aback. She hadn't thought of that question before. "But feed him until he stops, Mrs. Meng said after a moment's thought. "He'll stop when he's full." Su Qinghu. She looked down at the little one, happily nursing away. It had already been 10 minutes, and he didn't look anywhere near full, nor did he show any sign of stopping. Outside, Chenlai was getting anxious. He looked at Dan and Dan, "Are you too hungry? Let's go get some breakfast. I'll give you money." He reached for his pocket, but Dan spoke up. "Dad, did you forget? Grandpa went to buy us food. He might be back soon." Chenlai's hand froze. Dan and Dan looked at him, and then Dan asked, "Dad, can we go in and see? Isn't it cute to watch little brother nurse?" Chenlai, "No." Dan, "But, Dad, don't you want to see little brother?" Chenlai, "We can see him later. No rush." The three of them fell silent. About 15 minutes later, Su Qinghu finally escaped her grain silo state. Looking at the now full and sleeping baby, she felt a wave of drowsiness herself. Mrs. Meng noticed and picked up the baby, placing him in the crib. Seeing this, Chenlai strode in, saw that Su Qinghu could barely keep her eyes open, and carefully helped her lie down, covered her with a light blanket, and tucked her hands in before standing up. When he looked again, Su Qinghu was already asleep. She looked tired, but her complexion was good, and there was still a faint smile on her lips. Mrs. Meng came in. "She's asleep," she spoke softly. Chenlai just nodded, checked his watch, and left the room with Mrs. Meng. By the crib, Dan and Dan leaned on their knees, staring at their little brother with eyes full of wonder and joy. Dan, he's so tiny. When will he grow up and walk?" When little brother was born, Dad said we couldn't give him candy, at least not until he's 1 or 2, Dan said. "So those candies are just for us. Aren't those candies the ones you hid for yourself?" Dan exposed him without even looking up. Dan, how could that be? I was saving them for little brother. You're not fooling me." Dan finally glanced at him. "I'm not stupid. Food has an expiration date, the teacher said so." Dan. "Fine," he admitted it. He did hide the candy. He was just in a hurry at the time and didn't want Mom to be in pain, so he wanted to give her something sweet. He really hadn't thought it through. and now he'd exposed himself. While they were talking, Mrs. Meng and Qinlai came out. Looking at the baby in the crib, Mrs. Meng asked Qinlai, "Have you picked a name for the baby?" Qinlai replied, "Qinghu asked you all before if there were any taboos or things to pay attention to when naming him. Based on what you said, the two of us picked a name for the baby. No ugly nicknames." Dan suddenly interrupted. "I absolutely won't allow my little brother to be called Go Dan, dog egg, Mao Dan, fur egg, or Lu Dan, donkey egg. Even though he and his brother were called Did Dan and Dan, having a San Dan, third egg, would just be too much, no way. He wouldn't allow it." Qinlai and Mrs. Meng both looked at him. "My little brother's nickname has to be unique." Dan stuck out his neck, looked at Mrs. Meng, who seemed a little guilty, and the bewildered Qinlai, and bravely voiced his opinion. "Didn't you say you wanted an easy-to-raise nickname?" Dan glanced at his older brother Dan, then, as if drawing strength from him, looked back at Mrs. Meng and Qinlai. "My brother and I both think chestnut is easy to raise. Every autumn, the hills are covered in chestnuts. They're prickly, not easily messed with." He chattered on, completely unaware that the baby in the crib was rubbing his little fist against his cheek, teetering on the edge of opening his eyes. "So, a long time ago, we decided that if we had a little brother, we'd call him Little Chestnut as his nickname." Dan looked at Qinlai. "Dad, is that okay?" Qinlai suddenly strode over. Under Dan's confused gaze, he nodded. "That's fine." Before Dan could cheer, Mrs. Meng came over too, and his big brother was already bending over the crib, reaching out a hand for the baby to grasp. Following the baby's delicate little fist, Dan almost let out a loud "whoa." But Qinlai quickly covered his mouth, stopping him from disturbing Su Qinghu's rest. Dan struggled, mumbling angrily and sadly. "Big brother is so mean. He stole my first look." "Quiet," Qinlai said, his voice not loud but very stern. Dan finally gave up struggling, but tears started streaming down his face. He felt so wronged. How could they do this to him? He stood there, sobbing and sniffling. Qinlai said, "All right. You got to pick your brother's nickname." Don't think he hadn't noticed the silent battle of glances between the two kids just now. That nickname, Did Dan, clearly had nothing to do with it. Dan, still feeling aggrieved, was comforted a bit. That's right, he'd thought up the nickname himself. When his little brother could walk and talk, he'd make sure to tell him that his nickname was chosen by him. Dan was still amazed, staring at his brother's beautiful, dark, shiny eyes. Without thinking, he said, "Grandma, my little brother's eyes are so pretty." Mrs. Meng smiled. "This child is strong, he's already opening his eyes." She glanced at Dan, who was trying to look reserved but couldn't hide his excitement, and smiled without saying anything. The baby lay in the crib, eyes wide open and shining, his tiny fist rubbing his cheek, his little fingers gripping Dan's finger. His mouth moved a few times, as if he were smiling. "Grandma, is he looking at me?" Dan was overjoyed. Mrs. Meng hesitated, then said, "Yes. Let's just say he is." By now, Dan had calmed down and was leaning over the crib, calling his brother by his nickname, Little Chestnut. When Dan heard that, his face twitched. He asked Qinlai, who was also watching the baby, "Dad, what's my brother's formal name?" "Qinjinsher," Qinlai replied. That was the name his wife had chosen. When he'd asked her about the meaning, she said it was about meeting the most flavorful life at the best time and place, so she named him Jinsher. Dan asked, "Is it the Jin from delicious and the Sher from time?" "Yes," Qinlai answered, a bit surprised. He rubbed Dan's head. "How did you guess?" Dan said, "I don't know, it just felt like those two characters." Qinlai smiled and said nothing more. Dan frowned and looked at his brother. "Big brother, do you not like the nickname I picked for our little brother?" Dan looked at him but didn't answer. Wasn't it obvious? "Anyway, I don't want my brother to be called nicknames like Mao Dan or Go Dan or Lu Dan." Dan pouted. Those nicknames sounded silly, not clever or cute at all. Dan, chestnut. Huh? Dan was confused. What chestnut? Did Dan? His nickname is Chestnut. Little Chestnut, isn't that prickly? Dan, no way, that's not cute. Did Dan chose to stay silent? Mrs. Meng and Chinlai didn't get involved, just watched the kids play with the baby, quiet and content, feeling truly happy. Finally, after several rounds of silent debate, did Dan and Dan reached an agreement. Their little brother's nickname would be Li Tuan or Chestnut Bun. Dad, Grandma, is that okay? Dan asked. Mrs. Meng and Chinlai exchanged glances. Chinlai said, "Why don't you two come up with a few more nicknames? When your mom wakes up, she can pick one." Did Dan and Dan paused, then agreed. Mrs. Meng was just about to ask Chinlai to call the family and share the good news that the baby was born, when Chinbo quietly walked in carrying food. She swallowed her words. Who should they call anyway? Just their daughter Chinyen and son-in-law Qian-yin, who else? As for the others, they could wait until the baby's 1-month celebration after they left the hospital. Chinbo set the food on the table and asked Mrs. Meng, "Are we eating here or outside the ward?" His daughter-in-law was still sleeping. He glanced at the crib, and at just that moment, froze, then hurried over to look at his little grandson. When did he wake up? And his eyes were open. Mrs. Meng collected herself. Xiao Su just fell asleep. The baby woke up while we were discussing nicknames. What's his nickname? Chinbo asked, eyes never leaving the baby. Chinlai said, Did Dan and Dan came up with a few options. When Qinghu wakes up, she'll pick one. Chinbo nodded. This kid is so good-looking, why can't I brag about him? It's killing me. He wanted to call his old friends and brag about the baby, but since he wasn't allowed, he felt stifled. Oh, right. Why is it just you all here? Where's Xiaosu's grandaunt? Chinbo asked. Mrs. Meng replied, she had to go to work. Xiaosu's baby was born at 5:20, and after 2 hours of observation, her grandaunt had to rush to work. You just let her go to work like that? Chinbo frowned. Mrs. Meng was taken aback. What's wrong? She's been hungry since 4 or 5 o'clock. Chinbo shook his head. At her age, Xiaosu's grandaunt needed to take care of her health. Going to work hungry wasn't good. Mrs. Meng said, she can't eat at work anyway. Grandma, I have chocolate and fruit candy and milk candy. Dan pulled a handful of sweets from his pocket and stuffed them into Mrs. Meng's hand. You can take them to great-grandma. Mrs. Meng said, wouldn't it be better if you kids took them over? Dan thought about it, but he wanted to stay with his brother and didn't want to go anywhere. When Dan looked over, Dan quickly looked away. He didn't want to go either. Chinlai glanced at the curtain shielding Su Qinghu, then at the light outside. I'll go. Besides bringing something for Grandaunt to eat, he could also take the chance to give some candies and fruit to the doctors and nurses in the department as a thank you. Mrs. Meng thought of this too. See if you can buy some fruit and pastries. If you can, get some. Chinlai replied, okay. As he spoke, his gaze landed on his son's delicate little face, and he found it hard to move his feet. He didn't want to leave this room either. After finishing the breakfast Chinbo had brought, Chinlai went out to buy wedding candies and fruits, taking Dan and Dan with him. Today was Friday, still a school day. After leaving the hospital, he stepped on the gas and quickly dropped the kids off at the school gate. He watched them go in, then drove off again. He went back to get their school bags and delivered them to their classrooms before hurrying off once more. Dan hugged his school bag and watched his dad's retreating figure with a pitiful look. If Mom were here, she'd definitely let them skip school for the day. But with Dad, no way, he had no idea how capable the two brothers were and wouldn't even let them miss a single class. See? I told you, once you get a stepmom, you get a stepdad too. A chubby kid said smugly to Dan. He didn't even say anything to you, just dropped off your bag and left like he was being chased by a dog. Dan. Honestly, he kind of wanted to be that dog chasing after his dad. But, what do you know? Dan pouted, chin held high. If I were my dad, I wouldn't even bother bringing the school bags over. And I'd run even faster than him. The chubby kid was dumbfounded. Are you nuts? Gee. Before Dan could say anything else, someone tugged his arm. He turned to see Qian Duoshu blinking at him. It's done, let's go to the school gate. Dan instantly perked up. Really? Yeah. Qian Duoshu's eyes sparkled. I called my dad. He got us excused from school. Dan let out a whoop and jumped 2 feet high. It's not that they didn't want to go to class, it's just that their uncle got them excused, so how could they refuse? Let's go, he said, grabbing Qian Duoshu and running off. Qian Duoshu struggled. What about Deji? Wait here. Dan let go, dashed to the next classroom, and, before he even saw the person, shouted, Zhang Anyun, meet at the school gate, hurry. Then he ran off. Dan, hearing this, quickly packed up his books, grabbed his bag, and ran out. Clearly, they were all on the same page. Back in his own class, Dan was about to pack up when he saw Qian Duoshu struggling out the door with 2 school bags, one on each shoulder. In that instant, Dan was touched. He hurried over, took both bags, slung them over his own shoulders, and put his arm around Qian Duoshu. If anyone ever bullies you, tell me. I'll stand up for you. Qian Duoshu's eyes curved into a smile. Okay, he replied, then curiously asked, is your little brother really that cute and good-looking? Dan spotted Dan at the classroom door and patted Qian Duoshu's head. Enough questions. You'll see when we get to the hospital. Qian Duoshu, being dragged along, grinned and touched his head. It was the first time had patted his head without complaining. Dan didn't pay much attention to all this. As he ran out, he asked Dan, what's going on? Nothing much. Duo just wants to see the baby. Dan glanced at Qian Duoshu. Qian Duoshu nodded immediately. Yeah, so I called my dad and asked him to take me to the hospital to see my little brother. Dan. That actually sounded pretty legit. But what did it have to do with them? Qian Duoshu, seeing Dan looking at him, flashed a big, toothy smile. said, since we're going to see the baby and auntie, the 3 of us brothers should go together. Dan couldn't bear to look at this silly little cousin and could only glare at Dan. Was Dan the type to get embarrassed? Definitely not. If he were, he wouldn't have roped in Qian Duoshu, who was just a year older than a toddler. But he had no objections to the outcome of this coaxing. The 3 of them ran to the school gate. Qian Duoshu handed the leave slip to the gatekeeper, who agreed to let them go but insisted they wait for a parent to pick them up. So, they waited another 10 minutes or so before Qian Yin arrived in the car, with Chen Yan in the passenger seat. The 3 kids squeezed into the back, packed in with the gifts Chen Yan and Qian Yin had bought. Chen Yan felt a bit anxious. She wasn't afraid to face her sister-in-law, Su Qinghu, but she was nervous about seeing her brother, Chen Lai, especially on such a big, happy day. It wasn't until they reached the hospital and she was carrying the gifts that she finally relaxed. No matter what, Chen Lai might ignore her, but he'd never throw her out. Honestly, that was good enough. No need for conversation, better than fighting like roosters. As soon as they got out of the car, Dan grabbed Qian Duoshu and ran. Qian Duoshu stared at him in surprise, but let himself be dragged along. Dan watched his brothers retreating back in shock, completely dumbfounded. What was going on? His brother ditched him and ran off with someone else? He kind of wanted to do that too. But just as he took a step, he remembered his uncle and aunt and forced himself to stop. He had to lead the way. Qian Duoshu was dragged quite a distance before he finally looked back in confusion, but his parents were already out of sight. He asked, Gij, shouldn't we wait for my mom and dad and Erji? They'll find us, Dan replied calmly, not feeling guilty at all. Qian Duoshu thought about it and nodded. Okay. Erji would lead his parents over. The 2 of them rushed to the ward door. Dan reminded Qian Duoshu, walk softly, talk quietly, and if you want to touch Li Tuaner, you have to wash your hands. Qian Duoshu nodded obediently. Okay. And no kissing, Dan warned seriously. Not on the hands or the face. The baby only had his face and hands exposed, so those were the important rules. Qian Duoshu pouted a little. Well, okay. When he visited other babies, their parents and grandparents always encouraged him to kiss the baby, saying he was smart and that kissing the baby would make the baby smart too. Gidge, is it because I'm not smart enough? Qian Duoshu couldn't help but ask, a little aggrieved and disappointed. Did Dan, what? Is it because I'm not smart enough, so I can't kiss the baby? He persisted. Finally understanding what Qian Duoshu meant, did Dan opened his mouth, then managed, none of us have kissed him, so you can't either. Qian Duoshu's mouth dropped open, not quite getting it. If they didn't kiss him, that was their problem, why did he have to follow their rules? Then you guys kiss him, he said. Did Dan? You kiss him first, then I can kiss him, Qian Duoshu blinked, feeling his logic was flawless. Then I can pass my smarts to the baby. Did Dan? He's too little. What if you kiss him and his skin breaks? Just thinking about how soft and delicately Tuaner's little hand had felt when he grabbed his finger made Did Dan nervous. What was Qian Duoshu feeling? Utter shock. He never imagined his brother would say something so unscientific. It's not like he was biting someone's face or hand, just a gentle kiss. How could that possibly break the skin? He looked at Dayton, but Dayton didn't look back at him. Instead, Dayton took his hand and led him into the hospital room. Inside the room, only Mrs. Meng, the sleeping Su Qinghu, and the dozing little Li Tuaner were there. The little one had just been fed, now smacking his lips in his sleep, eyes closed, looking completely content no matter how you looked at him. Mrs. Meng watched the little guy and couldn't help but smile. People always say that if a child smiles in their sleep, it means they're very blessed. This little one. Anyway, she felt happy just watching him, and she loved seeing his little movements as he slept. When Dayton led Qian Duoshu in, the first thing they saw was Mrs. Meng smiling at Li Tuaner in the crib. Mrs. Meng heard footsteps, looked up, and saw it was Dayton and Qian Duoshu. She was momentarily surprised and spoke softly, "You too." Dayton said, Erden was showing off to Duo, saying Li Tuaner was born and looked really cute, and Duo couldn't resist calling Uncle. Uncle got us leave from school and brought us here. Hum. Qian Duoshu let go of Dayton's hand, walked over to the crib, and curiously looked at Li Tuaner. After a glance, he looked up at Mrs. Meng and said, Grandma, he's so good-looking. Mrs. Meng replied, You shouldn't praise him. Huh? Qian Duoshu was confused. Like Dayton and Erden, he didn't get it either. Mrs. Meng casually explained a bit, then smiled and said, From now on, Duo, you're a big brother too. Okay. Qian Duoshu nodded obediently. I'll protect my little brother. It felt so novel, he was a big brother now. Grandma, is Mom still sleeping? Dayton glanced at the bed behind the curtain and bit his lip. Can I go in and see her? Go ahead, just walk quietly. At 9 o'clock, she'd called Xiao Su and fed the baby again. Everything was tidy now, so it was fine for the kids to go in. Ever since she started spending time with Su Qinghu, Mrs. Meng had unconsciously picked up her habits. Paying attention to little details in everything she did. It was about respect in all aspects, and it made being together very comfortable. Dayton glanced at Li Tuaner, then quietly walked behind the curtain. On the bed, Su Qinghu was sleeping soundly. Seeing her peaceful face, even with a hint of a smile at her lips, Dayton couldn't help but smile too. He quietly backed out. As soon as he came out, he saw Qian Duoshu holding Li Tuaner's tiny hand, grinning so wide his eyes turned into slits. He thought, Big brother, Li Tuaner is awake. Qian Duoshu beamed like a little sunflower swaying in the breeze. He's even playing with me. Li Tuaner had looked at him. Dayton said, He's just been born. He doesn't know how to play with people yet. His certainty made Qian Duoshu hesitate a bit. After staring at Li Tuaner for a while, Qian Duoshu insisted, His head and eyes are facing me. That meant he was playing with him. Before Dayton could say anything, Erden came in with Qian Yin and Chenyen. As soon as he got to the door, he rushed to the crib. Li Tuaner, Big brother's here. He was excited, but kept his voice low. Li Tuaner's eyes moved a bit, his little fists twitched, and Qian Duoshu, sensing it, quickly let go. Then they watched as the little guy slowly closed his eyes. He went right back to sleep. Erden? Erden stared at the baby in disbelief. Li Tuaner, big brother just got here and you're already sleeping? Mrs. Meng was amused, but she explained to comfort Erden, babies sleep most of the time. You never know when they'll wake up or fall asleep. After that, she looked at her son-in-law and daughter walking in from the door. Qian came in confidently, glanced around, greeted Mrs. Meng in a low voice and put the things he was carrying on the table. Qian walked over and greeted Mrs. Meng, Mom. Mrs. Meng remained gentle as always. You're here. Qian replied. Qian put down the things and came over to look at Li Tuaner in the crib, praising, he looks lively. Mrs. Meng smiled. When Xiaosu was pregnant, she ate and drank well and was in a good mood. Of course the baby takes after her. Qian Duoshu frowned. Grandma, didn't you say we shouldn't praise him? Isn't looks lively the same as looks good? Why is it okay for Dad to praise him, but not for me? Mrs. Meng laughed. Well, how do I put it? Let your dad explain, he knows more. Qian paused, wanting to laugh, but explained, one is about appearance, the other is about character. You can praise character. Qian Duoshu nodded, wanting to ask something else, but Dayton pulled him aside. Are you going to school this afternoon? Qian Duoshu got distracted, leaving the adults to talk. Qian asked, Where's my dad? I sent him home to cook, Mrs. Meng replied. She'd taught her husband how to make chicken soup suitable for pregnant women, so she wasn't worried he'd mess it up. Qian asked, My dad can make chicken soup? I taught him, Mrs. Meng smiled. You've had it before, but the one you had was made by me. With both her daughters-in-laws around, she could spare time to make postpartum meals. But Xiaosu was different. She only had one grandaunt, who was a skilled doctor and couldn't leave her work. So Mrs. Meng had to take care of things herself. She couldn't very well have her husband stay here. It wouldn't be appropriate. She'd thought about all this before Xiaosu gave birth and had prepared in advance. Where's Chenlai? Qian smiled and asked Mrs. Meng. Still not back from buying celebration candies and fruit? Mrs. Meng smiled and nodded. He should be back soon. At those words, Qian's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively wanted to leave. The happier her brother was now, the more attentive he was to Su Qinghu, the more guilty she felt about what happened back then. Looking back, it all seemed a bit ridiculous. But she couldn't help it. She'd only ever liked Qian since she was young, liked him from the very first time she saw him. She didn't dare gamble on Yao Yingying's bottom line. How about we take the fruit we brought and deliver it to the baby's great-grandma's office and the OB/GYN department first? Qian suggested. Mrs. Meng had already noticed that among the boxes Qian brought in, there were apples and longans. Let's give them apples, she said. Xiaosu's grandaunt said there are rules about what you can give nurses. Apples are always safe. Mom, Qian got this fruit from a friend, Qian reminded her. It's all improved varieties, tastes great. If you're going to give some away, wait for Chenlai to come back and use what he bought. Hearing this, Mrs. Meng hesitated. Her son-in-law's friends were all researchers, so the things they produced should be better than what's available in the market, right? While she was hesitating, Chenlai came in. I've already delivered them. Chenlai nodded at Qian, then turned to his mother, Mrs. Meng. I made sure the doctors and nurses all got some. He took the opportunity to do a favor for grandaunt, so they'd look after her more in the future. Chenlai and Qian still didn't say much to each other, but thanks to Ms. Meng's presence, the awkwardness wasn't so obvious anymore. Qian knew his wife and brother-in-law had some issues, but since his wife didn't want to talk about it, he respected her choice and didn't press. His mother-in-law clearly knew about it too. If he had to guess, she'd probably tried to mediate, but it didn't seem to have worked. After chatting for a while longer, Qian got up to leave. He didn't ask Ms. Meng to wake Su Qinghu. When he was about to take Qian Duoshu home, the child was clearly reluctant, looking up at Qian with pleading eyes. Dad, I can take care of myself. Please let me stay. In the afternoon, when little brother is sleeping, I can do homework with big brother. I won't make any noise. He really didn't want to go to class that afternoon. Qian found it a bit odd. His son rarely didn't want to go to school. But this was a hospital room, and his mother-in-law already had her hands full caring for the new mom and baby. He didn't want to add to her burden by leaving the child behind, so he was about to refuse. Qinlai spoke up, let him stay. Qian looked at Qinlai and saw he was serious, so he considered granting his son's wish. Are you sure? Yeah. Qinlai glanced at Dan and Dan, then at Qian Duoshu, who was practically glowing with happiness, and confirmed, Mom and I will both be here this afternoon. Don't worry. Qian said, all right, he'll stay with you this afternoon. I'll pick him up after work. Okay, then we'll get going now. Qian discreetly patted Qinyen on the back, signaling her to say something. Qinyen hesitated, avoiding Qinlai's gaze, and looked at Ms. Meng. I'll bring you dinner this afternoon. Ms. Meng waved her off. No need, I'll make dinner myself. Her husband would be coming in the afternoon, so there'd be 3 adults to help with the new mom and baby, plenty of hands. After a few more words, Qinlai walked them out. At the door to the hospital room, Qian told him not to bother seeing them off any further, so Qinlai just nodded and went back inside. He asked Mom, did she wake up after I left? She didn't wake up on her own, I called her Ms. Ming said, glancing at the curtain behind her with a smile. Li Tuaner woke up first, so I called Xiaosu to feed the baby. Did she eat anything? Qinlai asked. No. Xiaosu said she'd eat after she got some more sleep, Ms. Meng replied with a smile. Just as well, by the time she wakes up, your dad should be here with the chicken soup. Don't put too much salt in the chicken soup, a lot less than we usually use, Qinlai reminded her, recalling what his grandaunt had said. Ms. Meng replied, you don't need to tell me that. I already told your dad. The food had to be as bland as possible, just a tiny bit of seasoning, almost no salt at all. As they talked, Li Tuaner, under the watchful eyes of his 3 older brothers, let out a couple of whimpers, his mouth puckering as if he was about to cry. Dan and Dan immediately panicked, their anxiety spreading to Qian Duoshu, who started calling out, Grandma, Grandma, come comfort little brother. Grandma and Dad had said that newborns were very delicate, only adults could hold them. Before Ms. Meng could move, Qinlai hurried over, awkwardly gesturing with his hands, unsure how to pick up the tiny baby. Ms. Meng couldn't stand it and gently pushed her son aside. Go get a diaper. The baby had probably peed. She reached over and, sure enough, the diaper was warm and wet. Qinlai quickly brought a fresh diaper. He'd kept it folded just as it had been, which saved some trouble. Ms. Meng changed Li Tuaner and the baby stopped crying, opening his big, bright eyes as if searching for something. He's got sharp ears, Ms. Meng said with a smile, reaching out to touch Li Tuaner's little nose, only to be stopped by the 3 kids. Qian Duoshu said, Grandma, you have to wash your hands before you can touch the baby. Dan chimed in, he's not just the baby, his name is Li Tuaner. Dan added, his full name is Qin Jinshi. Qian Duoshu looked at Dan, then at Dan, his lips curving into a small smile, but he didn't say anything. Both big brothers really liked the baby. He liked his big brothers, and he liked the baby too. Ms. Meng was both amused and exasperated, but didn't argue. She gently handed the baby to Qinlai and went to wash her hands. Fine, with 3 kids watching, she had to set a good example. As soon as Ms. Meng left, the 3 kids all turned to look at Qinlai. Qinlai looked at them and they craned their necks to look up at the tall, handsome Qinlai. Qinlai. He glanced at their heights, then, understandingly, sat down on a stool with Li Tuaner in his arms. As soon as he sat, the 3 kids crowded around, calling out Li Tuaner and Qin Jinshi, one after another. The lively atmosphere was almost like New Year's. Qinlai couldn't help but laugh, feeling a warmth in his heart. Li Tuaner had a full head of hair, striking features, and a well-shaped nose and mouth. At first glance, you could see Su Qinghu's resemblance, but if you looked closer, it wasn't so obvious anymore. Maybe he'd inherited the best of both parents. At least for now, that seemed to be the case. Qinlai felt a quiet pride. Who wouldn't be happy to have such a good-looking child? and one who combined all their best features at that. MS. Ming came out after washing her hands and said to Chenlai, "It's 11 o'clock now. When do you want to take the kids out for lunch? I'll buy food and bring it back here." Chenlai glanced down at the soft, little Tuaner in his arms and looked up at Ms. Ming to discuss. "Let's eat together. That way, he wouldn't have to make another trip to bring food back." Ms. Ming said, "I think we should keep the air in the hospital room fresh. You'd better eat outside." Chenlai thought that made sense and agreed without further thought. He said, "I'll wait for Dad to get here, then take the kids out for lunch." If he left now, only his mom would be here to look after Su Qinghu and the baby. If something happened to both at once, she wouldn't be able to manage. Ms. Ming said, "That works." She checked the time. "I think your dad will definitely be here by 11:30. Chenlai asked, "Mom, didn't you hire a postpartum nanny?" With only MS. Ming at home, she couldn't possibly handle everything herself. "Don't get me started," Ms. Ming said, getting annoyed. "We had one lined up, but at the last minute she bailed. It's so frustrating." She and Xiaosu had discussed it, since taking care of a baby is no easy task and the nanny would have to live in. They'd offered more than the market rate. But just 2 weeks ago, the woman said she wasn't coming. "You didn't find another one?" Chenlai frowned. MS. Ming replied, "Of course I tried. I found a few, but every time we agreed, they'd back out after a couple of days. It was just ridiculous." Chenlai suggested, "What about asking Auntie to recommend someone?" "Some of the people your auntie recommended were among them," Ms. Ming said, clearly frustrated. "We tried both our own contacts and your auntie's." Some friends had even wanted to recommend their own relatives, but she was worried it might get awkward if something went wrong, so she politely declined. Chenlai fell silent. The more he thought about it, the stranger this whole thing seemed. It didn't feel like a series of coincidences, but rather something premeditated. Ms. Ming said, "You stay here and watch over little Su for now. I'll go make a call and try to hurry things along. I'll also check with your grandaunt to see if she can recommend anyone else." Sigh, just thinking about it made her feel stifled. "Okay," Chenlai replied in a low voice, glancing at the already sleeping little Tuaner. He was also racking his brain, wondering if he knew anyone suitable for the job. Unfortunately, he came up empty. Seeing that Tuaner was asleep, did Dan and Dan just watched quietly, not saying anything. Xian Duoshu looked at Chenlai seriously. "Uncle, is it really that hard to find a nanny for the baby?" Chenlai looked at him. He went on, "What about borrowing a grandpa or grandma from someone else's family? In other families, it's always the grandparents who look after the kids. Since it's all about childcare, does it really have to be a nanny? Couldn't someone else's grandparents do it?" Chenlai understood what he meant and couldn't help but smile, then patiently explained, "We're looking for a middle-aged woman because, first, they've had children themselves and have experience. Second, they have the energy and stamina to handle the hard work of caring for a child. We're hiring someone to take care of Tuaner and your aunt, so too young or too old just isn't suitable." Xian Duoshu tilted his head, thought for a moment, and nodded. "Got it. People the age of grandparents might not have the energy or strength for the job." Did Dan and Dan both looked worried. "So, when will we find someone?" Dan was especially anxious. He'd once run a little business helping people find jobs, but the adults took it over. Later, he realized it was all hard-earned money and came with too many favors owed, so he gave it up. Plus, taking photos for people was easier and paid more, and it was enough to support their good deeds. Besides, their mom gave them a budget for things like this, though it wasn't easy to get, since it was tied to their grades and chores. But come on, for them, that was never really a problem. Still, since he'd given up that job, it was a lot less convenient to find a nanny for the family now. Sigh. Dan let out a long sigh. Chenlai glanced at them, saying nothing, but he was secretly amused. These 3 little ones sure had a lot on their minds. Let's see what feedback Ms. Ming gets first. If there's still no lead, he'd go out and look himself. Ms. Ming made her call, explained what they needed, and then picked up some food to bring to Su Lilin. It was lunchtime, and Su Lilin should have finished seeing her patients by now. But when she arrived, there was still a long line at the door. She checked her watch. It was well past the doctor's off-duty time. Since Miss Ming was carrying food, the people in line didn't say anything and let her go right in. Still, her arrival caused a bit of a stir. If the doctor was eating, they'd have to wait until the afternoon. Even if they wanted to squeeze in an extra appointment, it would have to wait. Su Lilin was just finishing up with a patient. When she saw Ms. Meng, she nodded, finished up, wrote a prescription, and sent the patient off to get their medicine before turning to Ms. Meng. "You brought me lunch?" Su Lilin signaled to her students, who filed out of the office and closed the door behind them. Ms. Ming could hear the students outside patiently explaining to the patients that the doctor was taking a 1-hour lunch break and they should go eat and rest, then come back in the afternoon. Su Lilin had her rules and her temper. Whether they were new patients or coming for a follow-up, everyone knew this, so there was no arguing. Now that it was just the two of them, Ms. Ming set the food on the table and opened it. Su Lilin started eating and asked about the situation. Ms. Ming explained about the trouble finding a nanny. Su Lilin already knew about this. She thought for a moment and said, "It really seems like someone's deliberately sabotaging things, making sure we can't hire anyone. Right? You think so too?" Ms. Ming felt like she'd found an ally. "At first I didn't think much of it, but the more I think about it, the more off it seems. If it was just one or two, fine, but all of them." Su Lilin said, "Wait a bit. I'll ask around and see if anyone's suitable. I'll come by Su's ward tonight and let you know." She'd definitely check on the baby after her shift tonight. She'd try to sort this out before then. If they were hiring a nanny for Dan and Dan, it would be best if she could cook and do housework. But this was for someone to help with postpartum care, so besides cooking, she'd need childcare experience. Personal hygiene was also a major consideration. Not wanting to take up too much of Su Lilin's lunch break, Ms. Ming chatted a bit more and then left. On her way back, before she even reached the ward, she could already hear laughter and chatter coming from inside, so she quickened her pace. Not long after she left, Su Qinghu woke up. Remembering her grandaunt's advice, she had Qinlai help her out of bed for a short walk. After taking care of personal matters, she returned to bed. She was well rested and no longer sleepy, so she half-sat, chatting with the kids. Just as she was getting hungry, her father-in-law, Qinbai, arrived with a thermal food container. Su Qinghu was surprised and delighted. She quickly thanked Qinbai. Qinlai had already opened the container and ladled out some chicken soup for her. "Have some soup first," Qinbai said, pointing to another container. "There's shredded chicken noodles for you in that one." The chicken soup was fresh and tasty, even with barely any salt, so Su Qinghu found it quite acceptable. But when it came to the noodles, she couldn't help but laugh. There was absolutely no salt in them. Seeing her laugh, Qinlai's eyes twinkled. "What, is it that good?" There really was no salt in there. And food without salt just isn't as tasty. Su Qinghu swallowed a mouthful and chuckled. "I knew postpartum meals were supposed to be low salt, but I didn't realize low salt basically meant no salt at all." She couldn't help but burst out laughing. Qinbai and Qinlai understood and laughed along with her. Only Dan, Dan, and Qian Duoshu looked completely confused. Was not putting salt in food really that funny? Just then, Li Tuaner, who'd been napping and woke up hungry, started fussing. Qinlai, now quite skilled, changed his diaper. Seeing the baby still frowning, he picked him up but didn't hand him to Su Qinghu, who was eating. Su Qinghu didn't realize the baby was hungry. She just thought he'd woken up from his nap. After asking a couple of questions, she went back to eating. Even though the food was bland, she was hungry enough not to be picky. "Auntie, has Li Tuaner always been this well-behaved? He never cries?" Qian Duoshu was really curious and stood by Su Qinghu's bed to ask. Su Qinghu finished her last bite of noodles and smiled. "I was asleep, so I don't really know if he's well-behaved or not. But since you all were here and he didn't fuss, I guess that means he's pretty good." She'd finished eating, but her stomach still felt empty. She wanted to eat more. But, for the sake of a quick recovery, she couldn't. As soon as Mrs. Ming returned, the hospital room became even livelier. Dan, Dan, and Qian Duoshu couldn't wait to tell her all about Li Tuaner's adorable little movements when he woke up and fell back asleep. Mrs. Ming listened with a smile, then took out a few pieces of milk candy for the 3 children. Here, have some to tide you over. After handing out the candy, Mrs. Ming looked at Su Qinghu and asked with a smile, "Are you settling in all right?" Su Qinghu nodded, the corners of her pretty eyes slightly upturned. "I'm fine. Dad's chicken soup is really fresh and he skimmed off all the oil. Other than the food being almost completely unsalted, there wasn't anything to complain about. But she knew, too, that postpartum meals should be light." Mrs. Ming smiled. "That's good." She glanced at Qinbai, who looked rather proud, as if waiting for her praise. Mrs. Ming was amused, but didn't go along with it. Instead, she asked, "Who's taking the kids to eat?" Qinlai said, "Mom, why don't you and Dad take them out for dinner? Bring me back something when you come." Mrs. Ming looked at her son, then at her daughter-in-law, and nodded. "All right. But will you be okay by yourself?" Qinlai replied, "I'll be fine." Dan, Dan, and Qian Duoshu were all sensible kids and left with Mrs. Ming and Qinbai. Now, only Su Qinghu, Qinlai, and their newest family member, Li Tuaner, were left in the room. Su Qinghu asked, "Who picked the baby's nickname?" They'd always just called him Baby or Little One. She hadn't really thought about giving him a nickname. Qinlai sat down by her bedside, holding Li Tuaner. Dan did. He said he didn't want his little brother to be called things like Mao Dan, Go Dan, or Lu Dan. Qinlai couldn't help but laugh. "Originally, we wanted to wait until you woke up to decide, but before we knew it, everyone had already gotten used to calling him that." Su Qinghu looked at the little one in his arms and smiled. "It's a good name. Definitely better than the nicknames Dan was so against." Qinlai noticed that although she wasn't as rosy-cheeked as before, her eyes were bright and full of energy. He relaxed, and his movements as he held the baby became gentler, the stiffness melting away. Seeing him staring at her, Su Qinghu smiled. "Why are you looking at me like that? Were you worried?" Qinlai nodded honestly. "I was. You slept without eating, and when you woke up, you just fed the baby and went right back to sleep. That wasn't like her at all." Su Qinghu's eyes sparkled with laughter. "Afraid I'd just sleep and—" Before she could finish, Qinlai's face suddenly turned serious, cutting her off. All right, I won't say it." Only then did Qinlai's expression ease. He really didn't want to hear those words from her mouth. Life and death, those are serious matters. Su Qinghu said, "Hand me the baby and give us a little privacy." She'd just checked the time. It was about time for the baby's next feeding. He was only being good because he hadn't started crying yet, but his little furrowed brow and pouty mouth looked a bit aggrieved. Qinlai carefully placed the baby on the bed, helped Su Qinghu adjust her position, and hesitated, wondering if he should help her lift her shirt, only to see his wife giving him a warning glare. Even though she'd breastfed in front of others before, Su Qinghu still wasn't comfortable with it, not even with Qinlai. Qinlai didn't leave, but he drew the curtain and turned his back. Honestly, during the new year, they'd already seen everything there was to see. Everything he should and shouldn't have seen was already burned into his memory. As soon as Li Tuaner was put down, his hands started moving. When he caught the scent of his food, he got visibly excited, his little mouth working until he latched on. Su Qinghu poked his soft little cheek with her finger. The little guy paused, but let her play with him. Li Tuaner. Su Qinghu called his name. What did the little one know? All he cared about was eating. So, he ignored both her voice and her finger poking. Qinlai found it funny and wanted to turn around, but was afraid his wife would get mad, so he just kept his back to her and talked. "Mom didn't explain earlier, if we're hiring a nanny, what's most important to you?" Qinlai asked. Su Qinghu propped herself up, looking at his broad back and narrow waist. "Good personal hygiene, knows how to take care of a baby, and can cook." By take care of a baby, I mean someone with at least some basic knowledge of infant care. As for cooking, it doesn't have to be amazing, but at least average. After all, when things get busy, we might need her to make a few meals. She was offering more than the market rate and planned to give bonuses for good performance, so it was only fair to have higher standards. Chenlai said, "Got it." Su Qinghu looked at him. "Do you have someone in mind?" Chenlai replied, "No, but I can look for someone based on what you said." With clear requirements, it would be easier to find the right person. Su Qinghu switched arms, then continued, "I just feel like someone's messing with us. Otherwise, how could so many people agree at first, then back out? See if you can find out what's really going on. Even if it's just about money, it shouldn't be like this." Chenlai said, "All right. Should we share the good news with your colleagues?" Chenlai thought for a moment. "Any teachers or classmates we should tell?" "No, let's wait until the baby's 1 month old. For now, only family needs to know." They chatted about these little things, finding comfort and joy in the ordinary. When Li Tuaner finished eating, Su Qinghu lay back down, exhausted. Feeding the baby while propped up was tough. Chenlai heard her move and quickly turned around, tucking her in before she could say anything, then picked up the baby and started burping him, clumsy, but with a steady rhythm. He'd practiced on Erdan, and only after Erdan said the strength was right did he try it with the baby. That was around 9 o'clock. Now, this was the second time, and he was already much more skilled, with a better sense of how much force to use. Su Qinghu watched the tall, handsome man carefully burping the tiny baby, coaxing him so gently. It was like a tiger trying to pet a bunny, wanting to reach out, but afraid of being too rough and hurting the little one. Chenlai caught her gaze and looked down, seeing her smiling at him. He didn't say anything, but couldn't help the smile tugging at his lips. Just then, Li Tuaner let out a perfect burp. Chenlai shifted him from his shoulder to his arms, cradling him. Su Qinghu watched and suddenly said, "I forgive you." Chenlai wasn't sure what she was forgiving him for, but he was happy anyway. "Thank you. I forgive you for not writing or calling me for so long," Su Qinghu said with a laugh. "You've been so diligent at home, taking care of Mom, Dad, and the kids. I hardly have to think about anything." These past few days, he'd cleaned the whole house, folded all the clothes neatly. He was like a super organizer. And for his parents and great-aunt, he'd sent exactly what they needed, just as they liked. In the afternoon, Dan, Erdan, and Qianduoshu were in Su Qinghu's hospital room, reading and doing their homework. After writing for a while, they'd wander over to the little crib to check on baby Li Tuaner. Every time they finished looking, they'd huddle together and whisper a few words. Mrs. Meng didn't pay much attention to the kids. Taking advantage of the fact that Su Qinghu and her little grandson were both asleep, she washed the diapers and hung them out to dry. Chen Bo spent a good while happily watching his little grandson before Mrs. Meng shooed him away, handing him the grocery list his wife had written so he could go buy food. Where did Chenlai go? He went out to make some visits. After talking to his mother, Mrs. Meng, to get the details about the auntie they'd previously hired and then backed out on, he left her to look after Su Qinghu while he went to finalize the matter of hiring help. Mrs. Meng trusted her son's abilities. After making things clear, she just told him not to act impulsively and let him handle it. Now that the diapers were washed and the basin had been scalded with hot water, Mrs. Meng found herself with nothing to do. She looked around for chores, but couldn't find any, so she just sat down next to Li Tuaner and Su Qinghu to watch over them. "Grandma, we're going out for a bit." Erdan poked his head through the curtain and spoke to Mrs. Meng. Mrs. Meng asked, "Where are you going?" "Don't go far. Just walk around inside the hospital, but don't leave." In the past couple of years, child abductions had become more frequent, and the authorities hadn't been able to stop it, especially with boys. Of the 3 kids in her family, Dan and Erdan were old enough that no one would usually try to steal them, but there was still Qianduoshu. And you never know, maybe someone would want to steal kids of any age. Erdan replied, "We won't leave the hospital." "All right then, walk and talk quietly, don't disturb others." Most of the people here were pregnant women or new mothers who couldn't handle loud noises. Of course, there was nothing anyone could do about crying babies. "Okay," Dan answered, pulling his head back and giving Dan and Duoshu a triumphant look. The three of them marched out in unison. At the door, Dan boasted, seriously, I'm not lying. Arlie Twanner is the best looking. I've wandered around other rooms and compared. That's how I know. He was so proud of himself, he didn't even notice Dan frowning. Dan asked, did you get permission before going into other people's rooms? It was wrong to just barge in uninvited. Of course I got permission, Dan replied. Didn't Dad buy candy? I had a bunch, including my own stash. I went from room to room handing out candy, saying it was for a happy occasion. They let me in and even showed me their babies. Simple as that. Dan. Duoshu looked at him in awe. Second brother, you're amazing. It was nothing, really, Dan said modestly, then led them toward the next room. Duoshu tugged his hand. Second brother, are we still giving out candy? Can we use that excuse again? Dan looked at him too. Both Dan and Duoshu were smart, but a bit too proper, and they had the same question. Dan looked puzzled. Why would we still give out candy? We already did that, so we don't need to anymore. Then how do we get in? Duoshu asked, confused. Just walk in. Dan replied. Dan felt like he'd punched a pillow, technically correct, but so annoying. We gave them candy before, so now we're acquaintances. When acquaintances meet, you just go right in, don't you? Dan was a bit baffled by their looks. If you don't walk in, are you going to crawl in? Dan was speechless. Duoshu pursed his lips and said nothing. At the door to the next room, Dan didn't just walk in. He stood at the entrance, smiling and calling out "Auntie" to the people inside. He was good-looking, sweet-talking, and since he'd brought candy before, people remembered him. Seeing him greet them so politely, they waved him in. Auntie, my little brother and big brother want to see your baby too, Dan said. Of course, come in, the women replied. Who wouldn't want to show off their baby to three cute kids? They welcomed them in. So did Dan and Duoshu, still a bit dazed, followed Dan to see one baby after another. When they came out of the last room, they exchanged glances, both a little incredulous. It was that easy? Dan said, let me show you another trick. He skipped off toward the nurse's lounge and office area, with Dan and Duoshu quickly following. As soon as he got there, Dan beamed and called out sister. The nurse laughed. I'm 32 already, you can't call me sister anymore. What are you three up to? She asked, smiling. Why aren't you with your little brother? That pretty baby. Whenever the nurses went over to check on things, they'd take turns. Partly to see Chenlai and Su Qinghu, and partly to see the beautiful baby. Chenlai was tall and handsome, Su Qinghu was bright and radiant, both unusually good-looking. The baby had inherited the best of both, born clean and almost free of birth residue. His skin was a bit red now, but in a few days, he'd be fair and beautiful. Big sister, I saw a bunch of you come to see my little brother, Dan said with a grin. The nurse laughed. Who wouldn't want to see such a beautiful baby? Dan was satisfied. Did you get the apples my dad brought? I did, the nurse replied with a smile. Red banana apples, those aren't cheap. Not just their department, but even old Sue's side got some. Everyone was treated equally, generous and thoughtful. After chatting with the nurse, the three of them headed back to the room. Dan waggled his eyebrows. Well, Duoshu said, second brother, you're amazing. Dan muttered, that's just taking shortcuts. Dan was indignant. How is that a shortcut? It's a fair exchange, plus, what did Mom call it? Purse. Onal charm. He still felt a little uneasy and whispered to Dan, don't tell Mom, okay? He didn't mind if Dad found out. At worst, he'd get a beating. But Mom mustn't know. Dan gave him a look. Don't do this kind of thing too often. Okay, Dan pouted. I just wanted you guys to see that Arlie Twanner is the best looking and smartest baby. Duoshu was curious. Second brother, how do you know Lee Twanner is the smartest? Best looking was obvious, but how could you tell he was the smartest? Dan was stumped. I can just tell. Duoshu blinked, then smiled. What are you laughing at? Just wait, Lee Twanner will be so smart, he'll make you cry. Dan said, reaching out to mess up Qianduoshu's hair until it looked like a bird's nest. Qianduoshu just laughed and let him. Dan couldn't bear to watch. These two were idiots. He hurried ahead into the hospital room, just in time to hear Grandma Ming talking to Li Tuaner in a cheerful voice. Li Tuaner was awake again. Qinlai went out for a bit and actually managed to get something useful. He reached out to a friend to trace things back to the source, locked onto his target, and went to question and search for them. He quickly found the person, followed them, and cornered them in an alley. The person had shoulder-length permed hair, wore sunglasses and a jacket. If you ignored their build and the way they walked, just judging by the outfit, their gender would be anyone's guess. Qinlai couldn't help but feel a bit put off, even at a loss for words. Li Gooden. As soon as Qinlai called out the name, the person instantly exploded. Who the hell are you calling Gooden? You looking for trouble? Qinlai didn't even blink, easily grabbed his arm, twisted it behind his back. Isn't your name Li Gooden? Qinlai's tone was calm and unhurried. Li Gooden's arm hurt, but he still wouldn't admit to the name. You've got the wrong person. That's not my name. He'd changed his name now to Li Dan. Qinlai, Li Gooden. With a reaction like that to the name, who else could it be but Li Gooden? Li Gooden, damn. Before he could finish cursing, Qinlai twisted his arm harder, making him submit from the pain. My name is Li Gooden. Go as in goji berry, Dan as in devotion. Not Gooden. Damn it, it was all his parents' fault for going to some fortune teller under a bridge when he was born. They said he lacked wood and fire in his life. Goji berries are red and have the wood radical. Dan is also red for prosperity. To hell with prosperity. All his life, especially at school, he'd been mocked for that name. So he quit school for some peace and quiet. When he grew up and could finally change his name, he was all excited, only to find out he needed his parents' approval. After all sorts of trouble and spending money on dinners, he finally got it changed to Li Dan. But the neighbors still called him Li Gooden, no matter what he said. The more he protested, the more they used it. And now, even a stranger was calling him that. Li Gooden felt like he could just drop dead right there. Qinlai, Li Go Dan. He said it word by word, and to Li Gooden it sounded like pure mockery, pure provocation. He tried to struggle, but somehow Qinlai had him pinned so well he couldn't even move. Qinlai, tell me what you've been up to lately. Li Gooden. What do you mean? I've just been eating, drinking, having fun, living it up. What are you talking about? Oh, right, I went to a dance hall too. What, did I steal your girlfriend? He didn't even finish before he let out a miserable yelp, which made him behave a lot better. Qinlai listed a few names, telling him to think carefully. Li Gooden, yeah, I threatened them, so what? I just said a few things, didn't break any laws. Even if you call the cops, they can't arrest me. He was feeling pretty smug. Qinlai smiled, let go of him as he was basking in his own pride. 5 minutes later, Li Gooden was lying on the ground, completely motionless, like a dead dog. Qinlai nudged him with his foot. Ready to talk now? Li Gooden, I just didn't like them, that's all. What other reason could there be? Qinlai found this strange, but didn't show it. You weren't the one hiring the nannies. What's it got to do with you whether you like them or not? Li Gooden fell silent. You could say it was his business or not. Either way, all he had to do was stop those aunties. What did the rest have to do with him? Qinlai, talk. I don't know, Li Gooden said, exasperated. I'm just as confused as you are about why I had to do this. If people didn't hire nannies, they could always get relatives to help. What was the point? Or maybe someone wanted that pretty young wife's mother-in-law to be worked to death as revenge for stealing her beloved? Thinking about what the boss had asked him to do, he was totally baffled. But there was no way he'd rat out the boss. They were all law-abiding citizens. Well, except for loafing around, making a bit of money on the side, and hanging out at dance halls. Nothing truly evil. But the guy in front of him was no pushover. He was afraid if he gave up the boss, this guy would really go after them and never let go. Who told you to do this? Qinlai didn't hesitate, just kicked him again. Get up. Take me to your boss. Li Gooden. What the hell? How did he even know he had a gang, had a boss? He was panicking. When Chinlai got back to the hospital room, it was already 5 in the afternoon. The pear soup he'd brought was still hot. He shared it with the kids and Mrs. Meng, then took the thermos, poured hot water into the insulated container, put in the red date and white fungus soup he'd bought, and finally went to check on the sleeping Li Tuaner. He asked. Li Tuaner didn't fuss, did he? No, he was very good, Mrs. Meng said proudly. You have no idea. So many people are jealous of us. The baby didn't cry or fuss, and even when other babies were wailing, he slept soundly. So steady. There's just one thing, he can't be too far from Xiaosu, Mrs. Meng said with a smile. While you were out, Li Tuaner woke up. I took him to the window for a bit, and his little face looked like he was about to cry any second. Only when I brought him back close did he stop. I tried a few times, and it was always the same. He could change moods so fast. Such a tiny little thing, how could he be so perceptive? Chinlai was speechless for a moment. You tried it a few times? Mrs. Meng. Mrs. Meng looked over at Erden, who was sipping the sweet, warm pear soup, blinking and shaking his head, eyes full of pleading. Sigh, I just thought the baby was cute and wanted to tease him a bit, Mrs. Meng admitted, pinching her nose. Chinlai said, babies are sensitive to light. Don't just do whatever Erden says. He didn't even look over, but still caught the silent exchange between the two, making Erden almost choke on his soup. Erden, I won't do it again. Chinlai glanced at him, then looked at Dayton and the lively Qian Duoshu. When he gets too wild, you two keep an eye on him. Qian Duoshu's eyes lit up, and he was about to answer loudly, but his uncle stopped him with a look. He covered his mouth, nodded, and said quietly, okay. Dayton nodded too, didn't say anything, but shot a glance at Erden. Eat up, Chinlai said, then turned to Mrs. Meng. What about dinner? Cook ourselves or buy something? Mrs. Meng said, I've taught your dad how to make soup, so Xiaosu's meal should be fine. For the rest of us, I can go home and cook now. She looked at the 3 kids. Or should I take you out to eat? I want beef noodles, Erden raised his hand. Dayton, I'm fine with anything. Qian Duoshu. My grandma's coming to pick me up later. Chinlai said, then let's wait for my dad to come, and we'll eat out. All right, Mrs. Meng agreed easily. Tonight, let your dad take the kids home to sleep. You and I will stay here for the night, sound good? You and dad should go home and rest. I can handle things here by myself, Chinlai said. Mrs. Meng shook her head. No way. If you go get hot water or something, then only Xiaosu and our little Li Tuaner will be left in the room. What if someone takes the baby? At this point, Su Qinghu woke up and chuckled, Mom, I didn't have a C-section. I can get out of bed just fine. Besides, I'm not asleep all the time. It was just that she'd given birth today and was really tired. Sleeping more was good for recovery. Did Dan and Dan wholeheartedly agreed. Little Li Tuaner is so adorable. There must be plenty of people who'd want to steal him away. Aren't there a lot of child traffickers these days? He and his brother had even run into something like that before. Although he managed to talk circles around the would-be kidnapper until they were dizzy, there was no denying the person was a human trafficker. Mom, you have to be careful and think about what could happen, Dan sighed, speaking with the gravity of someone much older. Su Qinghu hesitated, then finally asked, so what are you saying? So we have to keep a close eye on little Li Tuaner, of course, Dan said matter-of-factly. Anyway, my brother and I are good at our studies. Missing a day of class won't hurt. Let's just skip school this Saturday. Dan added, we can do our homework and recite our lessons at the hospital. No, Su Qinghu replied, smiling at the two of them. We agreed before. You get 1 day off when I give birth to the baby. The rest of the time, you go to school as usual. But today Dad already took us to school. Dan blinked innocently. We had several classes. Su Qinghu. Mom, if you could just make up for those classes we already took today, Dan said, putting on a serious face as if negotiating a peace treaty, then we'd like to start our leave tomorrow morning. Yep, just 2 or 3 classes off, plus the time spent traveling. By the time they got to school, it'd practically be lunchtime. And lunchtime was even better. They could use their break however they wanted, like coming back to the hospital for another hour or so. No problem at all. Su Qinghu looked at Erdan and let out a long sigh. Kid, even if I didn't hear what you just said, your expression alone is enough for me to guess what you're plotting. Qian Duoshu glanced at Erdan, then at Su Qinghu, and stifled a laugh. Auntie is not only beautiful but also smart. She always knows what Erdan is up to. Catching Qian Duoshu's mischievous grin out of the corner of his eye, Erdan shot him a fierce glare. Only when he saw the little guy cover his mouth did he turn his hopeful gaze back to Su Qinghu, waiting for her decision. Please say yes. It's just a few classes, no need to make such a big deal out of it. Su Qinghu said, all right. Erdan? Huh? That's not what he expected. Shouldn't she have agreed to let them take the whole day off and skip Saturday classes? Su Qinghu smiled kindly. Just as you said, you'll go to school tomorrow. Erdan, but is there really no room for negotiation? Is there a problem? Su Qinghu asked, as if she hadn't caught on to his intentions at all. Erdan hesitated for a long time, watching her expression, then tried, Mom, I want to make it a full day off. He wanted to combine tomorrow's leave into a full day off. Su Qinghu's eyes lit up in understanding. As Erdan breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, she said, I get it. Erdan. MHM. Great, she understands. Hee hee, little Lituaner, your brother just won you more time together. Su Qinghu continued, since you want to make it a full day, then let's do that, go to school for the whole day tomorrow. Erdan. No, that's not what he meant. That's not the kind of full day he wanted. Did Dan's mouth twitched? He glanced at little Lituaner, then couldn't help but speak up. Mom. Su Qinghu looked over, encouraging him, yes. I've already looked at the teacher's lesson plans for this week. I've previewed everything he's going to teach today and tomorrow, Dan said, continuing under Erdan's shocked gaze, and I've marked all the homework he might assign. Bro. Erdan was floored. He never expected his brother to be so competitive. He actually checked the teacher's lesson plans in advance. He even marked all the possible homework assignments. Dan shot him a glance, catching Qian Duoshu's admiring look out of the corner of his eye, and continued negotiating with Su Qinghu. I can finish all the material the teacher plans to cover right here. For the extra stuff, I can look at the class reps' notebooks. Some of the class reps took very neat and thorough notes. Su Qinghu listened, feeling both impressed and a bit sorry for Erdan. This kid is going to be driven crazy by his brother's competitiveness during their school years. Dan, so I think I can definitely stay. Su Qinghu was decisive. All right, you can follow your plan for this week. Erdan? He said, Mom, I think He trailed off. How should he put this? He hadn't made any of those preparations. He only had his brain, nothing else to back him up. What's wrong? Su Qinghu looked at him with what she felt was pure love and patience. Erdan, Meeting her gaze, Erdan found himself unable to get the words out. Su Qinghu continued to encourage him with her eyes. Qian Duoshu couldn't bear it anymore. Seeing Erdan's face turn red from holding back, he turned to Su Qinghu. Auntie, second brother is really smart. He can understand things just by reading. In short, he thought Erdan had a good brain. Ms. Meng was almost bursting from holding in her laughter. These kids were just too funny. Their little expressions were even more entertaining than a comedy show. Chinlai just cleared his throat softly, glanced at little Lituaner's delicate face, and had no intention of getting involved in their leave negotiations. Su Qinghu almost couldn't hold back her laughter. She hid it by rubbing her cheeks, then looked seriously at Erdan. Erdan looked back at her, eyes sincere. Their gazes met, but neither spoke, as if everything was understood without words. Erdan really wanted to give Tagalong Qian Duoshu a bear hug. He'd said exactly what Erdan was thinking, like he could read his mind. But since he hadn't gotten the leave yet, he couldn't celebrate too soon, or it might backfire. From now on, he'd definitely look out for this little guy at school. All the kids looked at Su Qinghu. She smiled kindly, but her words were the opposite of her expression. She said, I believe your second brother is very smart, but just being smart isn't enough to convince me. Qian Duoshu pursed his lips, lowered his head, then looked up again. Second brother always gets great grades on tests. Su Qinghu, your big brother always gets great grades too. Every child has their own way of doing things, but Dan's organization and work style are things Dan should learn from. Being methodical is the only way to manage everything well. Duoshu glanced at Dan and fell silent. Auntie's right. Big brother is a good student. Dad said he could even skip another grade, but he still takes every subject seriously. Dad told him to learn from Big Brother, but he never knew what to learn, now he did. Dan drooped. So does that mean I'm the only one going to school tomorrow? If he'd known, he wouldn't have tried to bargain. He could have gotten a few classes off, but now, nothing. Before dinner, little Duoshu was picked up by Yin. After dinner, a few more hours passed, and it was almost 9 o'clock when Ms. Ming came home, washed up, and brought a change of clothes. Seeing the time was about right, Bai reluctantly took Dan and Dan back to rest. For a while, only Su Qinghu and the newborn little Tuaner were left in the ward, along with Lai and Ms. Ming. After Su Qinghu finished feeding little Tuaner, she drifted off to sleep again. Seeing this, Lai exchanged a few words with Ms. Meng before leaving the hospital. Not long after he left, Su Lilin came in carrying a thermos. Seeing Su Qinghu asleep, she didn't wake her, just set the thermos on the table. Where's Lai? Su Lilin asked casually. Ms. Ming replied, he said he had to step out for a while and wouldn't be back soon. Su Lilin nodded. She'd thought maybe his holiday had ended early. What about hiring the nanny? He just told me he'd take care of it. But right now, there were still only a few people in the ward. Ms. Ming said, he said the person will be in place before noon tomorrow. Her son might not be home much, but he was reliable. Unless something unexpected happened, he always did what he said he would. Su Lilin nodded, clearly trusting Lai as well, so she didn't doubt Ms. Ming's words. The two chatted and laughed, fussing over the tiny baby. This child really was adorable. Comrade, can't you let me go? I really haven't done anything wrong. Li Jiudan was completely out of breath, bent over with his hands on his knees, panting like a bellows. He'd always been a fast runner since he was a kid, and even now he was quicker than most, so even without a proper job, he could get by just running errands for people. But now he was gasping for air, while the man in front of him was still calm and collected. What was the point of running anymore? Where's Zhang Dongxing living these days? Lai asked directly. According to old Qin at home, because of little Tuaner's birth, Zhang Dongxing had been beaten by his father, who was desperate for a grandchild and was ordered to find a partner. It had even gotten to the point where his father was staking out his place every day to push him to get married. To avoid his old man, Zhang Dongxing was living like a ghost, impossible to track down. To save time, Lai had come to find Li Jiudan, who was suspected to be Zhang Dongxing's only contact. Li Jiudan tried to play dumb. Bro, I don't know the guy you're talking about. Lai just looked at him. Li Jiudan managed to hold out for a few seconds, but soon his eyes started darting around. Lai said, just tell me. Don't bother struggling. Even if I don't ask you, it's only a matter of time before I find him. I'm only asking you to save time. Li Jiudan still wanted to put up a fight. Lai added, his old man's been looking for him. What if I take you to his dad? I'm not sure exactly where. Li Jiudan swallowed hard, thinking of that energetic old man who seemed gentle but was actually terrifying. He'd once helped Zhang Dongxing escape a manhunt, relying on his quick feet and light step. Though he'd managed to get away, he always felt that the old man could recognize him just from the back of his head. He was scared of that old man. Take me to him. Lai patted him on the shoulder. Li Jiudan shrank back. If I take you, I'll get beaten up. Oh? Lai glanced at his build, and before he could say anything, Li Jiudan raised his hand in surrender. I'll take you. This guy, could he be that childhood friend Zhang Dongxing always curses about? Thinking about it, Li Jiudan slapped his forehead in sudden realization. Damn, he'd been scared silly. The only person who'd come looking for the nanny, besides Su Qinghu's man Lai, was probably no one else. Lai, he tried tentatively. Chinlai just glanced at him. Li Jiudan quickly started walking. This way. Oh my god, this really was the ugly as a dog, heartless bastard that Zhang Dongxing was always cursing. He got it now. Zhang Dongxing was just jealous, wasn't he? Jealous of his looks, jealous that he'd married a rich and beautiful wife, jealous he had a son. Wow, so men get petty and badmouth people when they're jealous too. If Zhang Dongxing knew what Li Jiudan was thinking, he'd probably send him off to dig coal. But he didn't know, so when he saw Li Jiudan tearfully complaining about being forced by Chinlai to find someone, he just waved him off without saying much. Li Jiudan gratefully scurried away. What's going on? Chinlai looked at Zhang Dongxing and asked calmly, did someone else's kid get to you again? Feeling upset and came to pick a fight at my place. Someone else's kid, meaning Chinlai himself. Zhang Dongxing understood, so he gritted his teeth and snapped back. Have some shame, will you? The one everyone's talking about now isn't you, it's your wife. These days, the model everyone looked up to is Su Qinghu, and those two adopted sons of the Qin family. Chinlai replied, thanks, my wife is my pride. Zhang Dongxing. Damn. Shameless. Ugly bastard Chinlai, heartless as ever. Alright, tell me, why did you have someone stop us from hiring a nanny? These days, hiring a nanny couldn't be labeled as capitalist behavior, so there was no way Zhang Dongxing was just trying to save them from making a mistake. Zhang Dongxing said, help me stall my old man's matchmaking and I'll tell you. Chinlai didn't answer, just looked at him with a half smile. Zhang Dongxing suddenly realized and cursed in his heart. Now that his hideout had been discovered, with Chinlai's analytical skills, he probably wouldn't be able to keep any of his other places secret either. Can you help me out? Zhang Dongxing sighed. My old man's health hasn't been great lately, and I really can't find anyone suitable right now. Chinlai frowned. He hadn't heard anything about old Zhang's health. Seeing Chinlai's reaction, Zhang Dongxing thought there was hope, so he went on, it's not that I don't want to get married. I just can't find the right person. I mean, with your wife out there, even if people don't say it, when they're looking for a partner, they're definitely using her as a benchmark. He really didn't want to flatter this ugly bastard, so he changed his angle and praised Su Qinghu instead. Didn't Chinlai say Su Qinghu was his pride? Then he'd praise Su Qinghu. Chinlai was pleased, and with his concern for old Zhang's health, he finally nodded, albeit reluctantly. Zhang Dongxing grinned on the outside, cursing inside, and as soon as Chinlai nodded, he quickly explained everything. Finally, he said with a smile, really, the main reason is your brother-in-law wasn't happy with the person you found, thought she wasn't professional enough, so he had me block you for a bit. The nanny he's personally trained will be here soon. Little brother-in-law? When did he get a little brother-in-law? For a moment, Chinlai didn't react, but it only took an instant before he figured it out. A brother related by blood to his girl? There probably weren't any left on the mainland. If you really had to count. Unless it was the one who went to Hong Kong early on. You know? Zhang Dongxing looked at his expression, narrowing his eyes slightly. You investigated your wife? But then again, given the special circumstances, it wasn't really a problem to look into it. Does your wife know she has a half-brother? Zhang Dongxing perked up. Chinlai didn't answer. Instead, he asked, that kid is only 14 or 15, right? What benefit do you get from helping him out? Zhang Dongxing played dumb. Huh? What? I don't understand what you're talking about. Anyway, Chinlai had already agreed to help him stall his old man, so this wouldn't be used to threaten him anymore. Now, pretending to be clueless was no pressure at all. Chinlai had gotten the information he wanted, so he didn't push further. He just looked at Zhang Dongxing like he was an idiot and finally said, that kid's a fool. Are you a fool too? What? Zhang Dongxing didn't get it for a second, not quite understanding what Chinlai meant. Chinlai said, my family's situation is special. Where's that kid from? Even if he trains someone, even if it's just a nanny, do you really think we'd let them into our house? Even if someone from over there sent someone here, even if they trained a local nanny, they still couldn't use them. Zhang Dongxing. At the time, he'd been blinded by the benefits, and besides, that place would end up coming back sooner or later. The kid was Su Qinghu's blood relative, so he'd honestly forgotten about this detail. But could he be that honest in front of Chenlai? I know, Zhang Dongxing forced himself to say. I never thought it would work out. I just wanted to throw up a roadblock. Yeah, that's it, just to make a show of it. Chenlai didn't hold back. He landed a few punches on Zhang Dongxing's stomach, then stepped back. Didn't think it would work? Just wanted to block it. Chenlai's face turned cold. My son's already been born, what exactly are you trying to block? Zhang Dongxing took it. This time, he was in the wrong. What did he offer you? Chenlai asked again. Zhang Dongxing didn't dare make anything up now. I've made quite a bit of money these past 2 years, so I wanted to invest it and make more. You know I have a dance hall and business is really good, so I took over a few more places to open more dance halls. But in this business, everyone wants in now and my places have been getting squeezed out. After asking around, he found out that others were copying the Hong Kong model. He couldn't fall behind, could he? So he found old John and asked him to introduce some people from over there, which led him to Lin Jiachu. But Lin Jiachu didn't have those kinds of people, and besides, he didn't want to get involved with someone as red-blooded as Zhang Dongxing, so nothing came of it. A couple of months later, though, things took a turn. That turn was Qinjieli. This kid, not even 14 or 15 yet, came to him, and through him, Zhang Dongxing learned a lot about business tactics and techniques. After a while, they got familiar. Honestly, people from big, established families really are different. The experience Zhang Dongxing had gained the hard way was just scratching the surface compared to what they knew from real-world practice. Later, somehow, Lin Jiachu also invested in some of his businesses and even found him some seasoned professionals from over there to help run his dance halls. Man, those guys really knew their stuff. Everything they said hit the nail on the head. After working together for a while, Lin Jiachu's business skills were still green, but he had experts guiding him, his ex-husband's people, and Qinjieli, this capable son. In just half a year, they'd built up quite a few businesses, some of which were already turning a profit. Thinking of this, Zhang Dongxing sighed. A 14 or 15-year-old kid talking about investment and business like a pro, and the key thing was, he was a good student too, with great grades and spoke Mandarin and foreign languages fluently. He shot Chenlai a resentful look, then thought of his own father pestering him to get married. Zhang Dongxing felt so bitter he wanted to cry. Was it that he didn't want to get married? Was it that he didn't want kids? He just couldn't find someone he liked to have kids with. Thinking about Qinjieli and Su Qinghu, and then about Chenlai and those 2 stepsons, plus the little tidbits he'd heard from family and friends, Zhang Dongxing felt even more depressed. The older ones were outstanding, that went without saying. But that little Ituaner. Well, you couldn't tell if he was smart yet, but he was good-looking, didn't cry or fuss, a well-behaved kid with a face full of cleverness. Chenlai frowned at his antics. When Zhang Dongxing finished, Chenlai finally spoke. Tell him not to meddle in our family affairs. It's better for both him and us. After all, he was still just a kid, lacking political instincts. Zhang Dongxing nodded. Then I'll leave my old man to you. His health and mental state really haven't been great lately. Chenlai just gave him a deep look, then turned and left. This guy still hadn't told the whole truth. But old man Zhang's health was something that really did need attention. As soon as Chenlai left, Zhang Dongxing let out a huge sigh of relief. His old man had been a bit hot-tempered lately and wasn't sleeping well, but as for any serious illness, there really wasn't any. He stretched, face full of satisfaction. Trading, not having to do anything for a bit of peace and quiet. There was nothing more worthwhile than that. As for young friend Qinjieli, if he really had a problem, he could go talk to his brother-in-law. After all, it was their family business. After leaving Zhang Dongxing, Chenlai thought for a moment, then headed to the address on the list. He'd gotten that list from Zhao Liang'an. It was a list of potential nannies, all with clean family backgrounds, no criminal records or bad habits, good character, hygienic, simple family situations, and experienced with kids. He'd had Zhao Liangan prepare it at the beginning of the year, just in case, since with both the biological mother and the aunt around, he figured he probably wouldn't need to recommend a nanny himself. So he'd kept it as a backup and hadn't mentioned it to them. Now, that backup was finally coming in handy. When Qinlai returned to the maternity ward, it was already midnight. There was some movement in the room. He knocked softly and Mrs. Meng came over. Seeing it was him, she opened the door right away. "You went home?" She looked him up and down, noticed he'd changed clothes and his hair looked freshly washed, and asked. Qinlai came in. "Yeah, went home and took a shower." "You're all still up?" he asked in a low voice, his gaze already drifting inside. Mrs. Meng said. Li Tuaner woke up. "Just changed his diaper. Xiaosu is feeding him now." Qinlai quickened his pace, reaching out to lift the curtain, but before Su Qinghu could stop him, Mrs. Meng blocked him. "Go wash your hands and face again." From home to here, there were bound to be germs on his hands and face. Qinlai paused, smiled, and turned to wash his hands. Before he was even done, Mrs. Meng was already ordering him to wash a hot towel. After Su Qinghu gave birth, all the towels she used were brand new. They'd been washed beforehand and left out to dry under the sun. At the end of each towel, a small cloth tag was sewn on, with a few rough Chinese characters stitched in cotton thread to indicate its use. Of course, stitched might be too generous. It was really just a few characters outlined in thread, like face washing, foot wiping, body wiping, and so on. Whatever kind of towel Mrs. Meng needed, it was clearly labeled. So, Qinlai picked out a pure white cotton towel and wrung it out. Just as he lifted the curtain, a little one was placed in his arms, and the hot towel in his hand was taken away. Mrs. Meng spoke crisply and to the point. "Burp your son for me and be gentle." With that, she turned to hand the towel to her daughter-in-law, making sure it wasn't too hot for the skin before turning away, giving her daughter-in-law enough privacy. Outside the curtain, Qinlai looked down at the little bundle in his arms, then glanced at the curtain shielding his wife. He let out a barely audible sigh, carefully lifted the baby upright against his shoulder, and began to burp him with great care and attention. After Mrs. Meng came out, she watched him for a while. Seeing that he was burping the baby quite properly, almost skillfully, she took the baby's diaper to wash. Washing diapers was quick and easy. She did it as soon as they were soiled, which helped keep the air in the hospital room fresh. Su Qinghu took the hot towel Mrs. Meng handed her, cleaned herself up, and was just about to call for someone. Qinlai immediately looked over, though he didn't stop burping the baby. He asked, "Are you done?" Su Qinghu replied, and only then did Qinlai pull the curtain open a bit. "Are you hungry?" Su Qinghu smiled at him, her eyes crinkling. "A little. But I think it's just psychological." "I'm not really hungry," Su Qinghu thought for a moment, then told Qinlai, "Auntie brought me some soup earlier, and I finished it." Mostly, she just felt empty inside. Qinlai walked over with the baby and sat by her bed, sitting up straight with a smile in his eyes. "So, what do you want to eat tomorrow?" Su Qinghu laughed at the way he was holding the baby, but said, "I don't even know what I want to eat." "Qinlai, I'm pretty sure I'm holding the baby correctly." He'd even asked Annie to get a maternity nurse to teach him. He thought he'd learned very diligently and mastered it, too. It's just, maybe he didn't look as relaxed and natural as the nurses did. Su Qinghu was about to tease him when she saw Qinlai's eyebrow twitch. Qinlai met Su Qinghu's questioning gaze. Smiling, he burped. He'd managed to get his son to burp. Su Qinghu was amused by the look on his face, as if he'd just conquered some great challenge. "I almost want to take a picture of you and the little one right now," she said, "just the way you're sitting and the look on your face." Qinlai, "Why not?" He'd be more than happy. "Too bad the camera isn't here," Su Qinghu said, half sitting up to talk to him. She really was feeling well, and after sleeping during the day and again just now, she wasn't sleepy at all. Qinlai was still holding the baby upright, but his arms were noticeably more relaxed now. "If all goes well, the kids will bring the camera tomorrow morning." Mrs. Meng came out after washing the diaper and couldn't help but chime in, "Don't keep Xiaosu up too late." I bet the kids will be back first thing in the morning. Judging by their school schedule, those two would probably be up by 5 or 6 in the morning. Su Qinghu, that's probably true. Chenlai met Su Qinghu's smiling eyes and asked again, anything you especially want for breakfast tomorrow? Seeing Su Qinghu seriously considering it, Mrs. Ming reminded her, didn't you say you wanted to recover quickly? Then just stick to the postpartum meals your aunt arranged. This was something her daughter-in-law had reminded her about over and over. If she got cravings, she was to remind her to hold back a bit. Chenlai looked at Mrs. Ming, a little incredulous. Mrs. Ming could only sigh and turn to watch her soap opera. Su Qinghu blinked. Then I'll just follow Auntie's meal plan. Compared to a momentary craving, recovery was more important. Chenlai, eating a little less is fine. But his words only made Mrs. Ming hesitate, while Su Qinghu flatly refused. She was still young, no need to rush into eating whatever she wanted. Postpartum recovery was the top priority. Nothing would stop her from getting her waistline back. When Su Qinghu woke up, she was still a bit groggy. The light behind the curtain was dim, but clearly different from nighttime. So, she'd slept straight through till morning? The little one. Mom? For once, Su Qinghu felt a twinge of guilt. Feeling a bit uneasy, she called for Chenlai as well. Chenlai. The curtain was pulled back, and Chenlai appeared in her line of sight. He helped her sit up. Hungry? Breakfast is all ready. Su Qinghu went to wash up, and Chenlai got her water, the temperature so perfectly adjusted that she couldn't help but glance at him. This water temperature was just right. Chenlai caught her look, raised an eyebrow, and smiled. Is the temperature okay? He asked. Su Qinghu nodded as she brushed her teeth, praising him enthusiastically. When you go back to work, I'm really going to miss you. If it weren't for the fact that walking around helps her recovery, this man would probably have to act as her legs. Chenlai was silent for a moment, a flicker of emotion passing quickly so Su Qinghu didn't notice his guilt. Su Qinghu, where's the little one? She was surprised to find only herself and Chenlai in the room, but not worried. He said, Auntie took him out. Mom and the kids went with her. Su Qinghu just said, oh, and didn't ask further. By the time she finished washing up, Chenlai had already set out the food. It was still light on oil and salt, but the mix of meat and vegetables looked appetizing and made her hungry. Su Qinghu asked Chenlai and learned he'd already eaten, so she focused on her meal, occasionally asking a question or two. The baby had woken up twice in the night, had a bit of formula, and then gone back to sleep. Chenlai and Mrs. Ming wanted her to get a good rest, so they hadn't woken her. Fortunately, the little one didn't cry much, just whimpered a bit when hungry. Chenlai had sharp ears and woke up at the first sound, and Mrs. Ming, who was a light sleeper, would get up too. The two of them worked together, feeding and changing the baby right away. As Su Qinghu listened, she couldn't help but picture the scene and giggled. Chenlai calmly handed her a spoon, urging her to drink some of the sweet egg soup, and asked what she was laughing at. Su Qinghu said, you and Mom are taking such good care of the little one. The two of them didn't give the baby a chance to use his killer baby moves. What do you mean? Chenlai sensed there was a hidden meaning. Su Qinghu scooped up some sweet soup and smiled. You two didn't even give him a chance to cry. No chance to show off those baby tantrums. Chenlai was stunned for a moment, then looked at Su Qinghu and suddenly burst out laughing. It really did seem that way. While Su Qinghu was eating, Su Lilin was watching her good friend stretch out little Li Tuaner's arms and legs. Mrs. Ming's heart clenched. She really wanted to step in and stop them, but she forced herself to hold back. Even though the way they handled the child looked a bit rough, the baby wasn't crying or fussing. Dan had already left for school, sniffling. His dad wouldn't let him bother his mom, so the pitiful act he'd planned all night to win over Mrs. Su was completely useless. Dan stood next to Mrs. Ming, lips pressed together, fingers clenching from time to time, eyes fixed on little Li Tuaner and the doctor playing with him. He didn't understand. Shouldn't newborns be handled with the utmost care? Why was that doctor so casual, moving little Li Tuaner's arms and legs around like that? Great-grandma. He glanced at Su Lilin, who stood off to the side. chatting and smiling, showing no intention of stopping anything. He looked at Grandma Meng again and understood. Here, only he and Grandma shared the same concern. Little Li Tuaner blinked his beautiful eyes now and then, adapting perfectly. After the exercises, once everything was tidied up and the baby bathed, he smacked his lips contentedly, still not crying or fussing. The way he moved his tiny hands and feet even made it seem like he was enjoying himself. Once he was washed and dried, the doctor dressed him and handed him straight to Su Lilin. "You're really smitten, aren't you, Tisk?" Her teasing didn't embarrass Su Lilin at all. Su Lilin replied, "Of course I'm smitten, it's my own grandchild. Who wouldn't be? It would be abnormal not to be." After chatting for a while, Su Lilin finally carried little Li Tuaner and signaled for Mrs. Meng and did Dan to leave with her. After all, she'd been a doctor for so many years, working tirelessly with hardly any days off. Using a little privilege and asking a friend for help didn't bother her at all. "Great-grandma," did Dan called out to Su Lilin as they walked. Su Lilin turned. "What is it?" Did Dan asked. Shouldn't newborns be handled very carefully? He couldn't help but ask. Su Lilin instantly understood, smiled for a moment, then explained seriously to the earnest young boy. Did Dan felt a little embarrassed, but he listened carefully. Once he understood that those exercises wouldn't hurt the baby, he finally relaxed. Back in the hospital room, Su Qinghu had already finished eating rinse her mouth and was walking around the room on her own. A little exercise was fine, she could handle it. Chenlai stood beside her, watching the sunlight fall on her, wrapping her in a soft glow, the corners of his mouth unconsciously lifting. Hearing movement at the door, both he and Su Qinghu looked over. Su Qinghu greeted Su Lilin and Mrs. Meng, then walked over to peek at the little one in Su Lilin's arms. Little Li Tuaner had already fallen asleep again, his tiny fist resting on his cheek, looking sweet and delicate. Still sleeping. Su Qinghu reached out and gently poked little Li Tuaner's cheek with her finger. Mrs. Meng said, "That's how babies are. The more they eat and sleep, the faster they grow." Su Qinghu looked over at Dan, patting his shoulder. "Why is your face so red? Are you hot?" It was the 9th month of the lunar calendar, so it was still hot, but not too bad here. Could Dan admit he'd just been educated and felt a little embarrassed for making a fuss over nothing? So he just said, "Yeah. Then let's get some popsicles." Su Qinghu glanced at Chenlai. "Ask your dad to buy some." Dan was about to refuse, but Chenlai had already agreed. Su Lilin asked Su Qinghu how long she'd been walking around. Once she got her answer, she told her to go lie back down. Su Qinghu complied, but she was a bit bored. Looking at Dan, she started to recall whether he or Dan still owed her any essays. Getting a negative answer, she lay back down. Su Lilin had specially taken a day off to stay with Su Qinghu, but by noon, seeing everything was fine and the postpartum nanny Yumi had arrived, she went back to her clinic. There wasn't much for her to do here, and she couldn't just hog the baby all day. But watching others hold him made her itch to do it herself. Plus, with her and Mrs. Meng around, the young couple couldn't talk freely, so she just went back to work. Mrs. Meng gave Yumi a few instructions, explained how to use Su Qinghu's daily necessities, and then went home to prepare dinner for Su Qinghu. For a while, only 3 adults and 2 kids were left in the room. Chenlai, Su Qinghu, and the nanny Yumi, plus Dan doing homework and little Li Tuaner sleeping. When Mrs. Meng and Bo arrived with food containers, Dan also ran into the room, sweating. He glanced at little Li Tuaner, then rushed to the bathroom to wash his hands, face, and neck. Once he was clean, he grinned and leaned over the baby, giggling foolishly. Su Qinghu. "Mom, he's so cute," Dan said to Su Qinghu without even turning his head. Su Qinghu Bro, little Li Tuaner is smiling, Dan said to Dan, still not looking up. Dan glanced at the baby, moved his lips, but didn't say anything. A baby this small can't really smile. "Dad, did little Li Tuaner sleep a lot today?" Dan asked Chenlai. Chenlai Then why isn't he awake yet? Erdan reached out and gently touched the baby's cheek. Sigh. He wanted his little brother to see him. Chinlai. The more they eat and sleep, the faster they grow, Dan replied. Erdan, how fast? Will he be able to run by New Year's? Dan was dumbfounded by Erdan's question, his cheeks twitching involuntarily. Sit at 3 months, crawl at 6. They'd learned all this together. Running by the end of the year? Not a chance, even with your toes. For a moment, everyone in the room looked at Erdan, speechless. This kid. Erdan scratched his head, pretending not to notice their bless his heart looks, and giggled. When we set off firecrackers for New Year's, do you think little brother will be scared? Will he be able to enjoy the firecrackers? The fireworks? He had money, he could buy them. He'll be scared, Dan said sternly. No way. Erdan, who was eager to take little Lituan everywhere, okay. Sigh. When will his little brother be old enough to be his sidekick? That afternoon, Mrs. Meng left early. This time, she and her husband Chinbo brought food for the whole family, so Chinlai didn't take the kids out to eat. Su Lilin ate in the hospital cafeteria. Knowing Mrs. Meng would bring food, she didn't order for them, nor did she ask Mrs. Meng to bring her a portion. Everyone here was chatting and eating while over there, Zhang Dongxing had someone send a message to his young friend Qin Jiali. He was really curious about Chinlai's newborn son and wanted to come visit in the evening. According to Chinese custom, evening was the safest time for visiting with gifts. After all, no one else would come to the hospital at that hour. But he was wrong. Just as he finished joking with the nurse and got the room number, he saw his own father heading this way. He was about to run away, but then stopped, thinking of something. If his father was still at the hospital at this hour, unless... Old Mr. Zhang spotted his son too, but said nothing, walking right past him without even a glance for his unfilial child. Zhang Dongxing. He called out, Dad. Old Mr. Zhang, don't call me. I'm not dead. Get lost. Zhang Dongxing stared at his old man, but didn't turn to leave. Old man, you. He wanted to ask about his father's health, but before he could, the old man brushed him off mercilessly. Helpless, Zhang Dongxing trailed after him, lowering his head and acting meek. Come on, just tell me what's going on. Or at least give me the doctor's name so I can ask myself. Old Master Zhang sneered. What's with the attitude? Let me tell you, just because you see other people's sons getting married and having grandkids, doesn't mean you should get all anxious. Some things can't be rushed, you know. Zhang Dongxing moved a little closer, trying to read his father's expression, but the lighting was poor and he couldn't see anything. Old Master Zhang just kept sneering. Zhang Dongxing deliberately grumbled, I knew it. I knew you'd be jealous again. How old are you now? You've already lost a few teeth and you're still so sour. Get lost. Old Master Zhang finally lost his patience. So you know I'm old, huh? If you know I'm old, why don't you get married before I kick the bucket? Zhang Dongxing was glad to have gotten his father to talk, so he wasn't in a hurry anymore. It's not that I don't want to get married, I just haven't found the right person. You wouldn't want me to end up in a miserable marriage, would you? With that glib tongue of yours and the way you throw money around, if you'd just put in a little effort, you could make any girl happy. Who knows, maybe some girl would be so smitten she'd marry you even if she was blind. Old Master Zhang was exasperated, but Zhang Dongxing just grinned shamelessly. I want someone smart and pretty. Old Master Zhang held back for a long moment before spitting out, Pa. Look at yourself. What are you dreaming about? As they talked, they arrived at Su Qinghu's hospital room. It was lively inside. Judging by the noise, there must be quite a few people. Zhang Dongxing hesitated at the door. So many people. He didn't really want to go in. Old Master Zhang didn't even look at him. He just called out a greeting and walked in with a cheerful smile. He was a regular here, and since it was mealtime, there was nothing inconvenient about dropping by, so he didn't wait for anyone's invitation. Old Zhang, Qin Bai greeted him with a smile. Have you eaten? Old Master Zhang nodded. I have. I just saw some nice sugar cakes outside, so I bought a few for the kids. As he spoke, he looked kindly at Dan and handed them over. Share these with your brother. Dan and little Qian Duoshu had arrived one after the other, and they were really hungry. They took the cakes and thanked old Master Zhang. Dan dug around in his pockets for a while, finally pulling out 2 white rabbit candies to give to old Master Zhang, insisting he accept them. Old Master Zhang was touched. He was already so old, and before he could spoil his own grandkids, he was already being treated so kindly by someone else's. Sigh. He let out a sigh. When he realized everyone was looking at him, he noticed his sigh had slipped out loud, and he felt a bit embarrassed. Chenbai, what's wrong? What else? That unfilial son Zhang Dongxing still isn't married. Every time I catch him, he gives me some excuse about not finding the right girl. Can you believe it? Old Master Zhang got worked up just talking about it. Chenbai glanced at Chenlai, who was holding little Tuaner, but said nothing. He figured old Zhang was upset after being triggered by someone else's kid again. Chenlai noticed his father's look, glanced back, and then they both looked away. It wasn't like he wanted this, but what could he do? Chenlai looked at Su Qinghu, his eyes full of subtle warmth, a smile that wasn't obvious, but impossible to ignore. Su Qinghu wanted to laugh. Chenlai didn't even have to do anything, and it was enough to make Zhang Dongxing fume with envy, unable to vent his frustration. It was honestly a little funny. Su Lilin shot her a look, telling her to behave, but then she got pulled into the conversation. Old Master Zhang. Miss Su, do you think you could introduce a girl to my unfilial son? The nurses at your hospital are all smart and pretty. If one of them took a liking to him, it'd be a blessing from 3 lifetimes. Su Lilin was about to refuse, but then remembered there was a suitable girl in the Su family, so she hesitated. Miss Su, do you have someone in mind? Old Master Zhang perked up immediately. Even Su Qinghu and Chenlai looked over, not to mention the 3 kids. Su Lilin, actually, there is someone. Not an outsider, she's from our Su family. Outside the door, Zhang Dongxing, who had been hesitating, heard this and immediately strode in, greeting everyone with a big smile. Actually, I already have my eye on someone. Su Lilin glanced at old Master Zhang and dropped the idea of introducing someone. Old Master Zhang was stunned for a moment before asking, who? Since when? Are you lying to me? No, Zhang Dongxing forced himself to say. You haven't been on any business trips lately, so the girl you like must be from around here. Tell me, which street? What's her name? Old Master Zhang sneered. Zhang Dongxing braced himself and made up an address and a surname, but didn't give a name. Old Master Zhang stared at him in shock, mouth agape. Everyone looked from old Master Zhang to Zhang Dongxing, curiosity filling the whole room. A moment later, old Master Zhang lunged forward, grabbed Zhang Dongxing, and dragged him out, gritting his teeth and cursing, "You little bastard. You're a disgrace. You've completely embarrassed me." Zhang Dongxing had a bad feeling. Could it be that the place he made up really did have a girl living there? They just moved here, and I haven't even had a chance to visit their house. And you, shameless as you are, have already wormed your way in and started courting their daughter. How thick-skinned did you have to be to get a pretty girl's address so fast and go after her? Old Master Zhang was so furious, he wanted to beat his son to death on the spot. Break up with her. You're not good enough for her. I won't. Zhang Dongxing refused instinctively, then added dramatically, "You can't break us up." Even though the girl was completely made up and he didn't know her at all, that didn't stop him from using her as a shield against his father. Still, he was really curious. Could the address and girl he made up actually exist? And judging by his father's reaction, the girl must be pretty outstanding? Seeing that Zhang Dongxing was stubborn as ever, old Master Zhang cursed for a while, then, after thinking it over, dragged his son back to the compound. Might as well lock him up and beat him to death. Dan followed them out, listened to the whole father-son exchange, then turned and dashed back to the hospital room. After hearing his account, Su Lilin felt a sense of familiarity. Why do I feel like this girl sounds a lot like the new surgeon our hospital just hired? Su Qinghu's eyes sparkled, and she suddenly caught Chenlai's gaze as he held little Tuaner. She blinked. It's okay if I'm a little curious, right? Chenlai, he made it up. What? They just got back to the country. Zhang Dongxing hasn't even had a chance to meet them, Qinlai said with a smile. Besides. And what else? Erden asked impatiently. Su Qinghu, hurry up and say it. He can't get in touch with them. Qinlai could only say this much. Neither side had any chance to meet the other privately. Su Qinghu blinked and didn't ask any more. Erden, on the other hand, still wanted to probe further, scratching his head in frustration, but before he could get the words out, Dayton stuffed a sweet cake into his mouth, silencing him. Little Lituana was sleeping soundly in Qinlai's arms. Qinlai glanced down at him before gently placing him in his crib. Erden's attention was immediately drawn over. He leaned on the edge of the crib, watching little Lituana. He hoped his little brother would grow up quickly. After 5 days in the hospital, Su Qinghu was bundled up tightly by Qinlai and brought home. When they reached the door, he carried her into the house. Su Qinghu wanted to walk on her own, but she respected her family's concerns and let them fuss over her. After all, they'd already compromised on letting her wash her hair and bathe, so she could give in on this one. Family harmony was important. Aunt Yu followed them in, holding the baby's diapers, feeling both helpless and amused. This was the first time she'd encountered such an easy family. Other than making formula and washing diapers, there was hardly anything for her to do. As for the baby, well, she'd only held him twice, maybe. Su Qinghu and her family were discharged in the morning. As soon as she entered the house, she immediately pulled off the thin blanket and let out a long sigh. So hot. The light swaddle on little Lituana was also removed, and after changing his diaper, he was placed on the bed. Su Qinghu glanced at him and, seeing that he was adapting well and entertaining himself, left him be. Aunt Yu and Mrs. Meng busied themselves. One watched the baby, the other sorted and put away things brought back from the hospital, taking out what needed to be washed. Qinlai had already gone to prepare bathwater for Su Qinghu. Of course, it had to be warm. Mrs. Meng wanted to say something, but gave up. It was noon, the weather was hot, and there was nothing wrong with washing up. When Su Qinghu finished her bath, she felt completely refreshed. She stood in the house with her back to the sun, leisurely drying her hair, a smile never leaving her lips. Qinlai came over and handed her a towel. Use this one instead. Su Qinghu handed him the damp towel and took the dry one to continue drying her hair. We'll give little Lituana a bath in a bit. Okay, Qinlai replied, not moving. But we'll have to wait another half-hour. Su Qinghu looked at him. Qinlai explained, it's been less than an hour since you last fed him. The car ride had been stuffy, and the baby had spit up before getting out. Su Qinghu remembered and nodded, glancing at the little one on the bed and sighing. He really is full of energy. Since waking up that morning, he'd only slept for 2 hours, and now he didn't seem sleepy at all. Aren't newborns supposed to just eat and sleep, sleep and eat? And yet, he could amuse himself? At this age, he shouldn't even be able to see clearly, right? What was he looking at? Curious, Su Qinghu wrapped her hair in a towel and leaned over to watch him. Little Lituana was like a delicate sunflower, automatically tracking her movements. Judging by his expression, he seemed quite happy. Can you really see me? Su Qinghu tapped his tiny nose. Say, Mama. Pfft. Aunt Yu had forcefully taken over the laundry, so Mrs. Meng came over to see her little grandson. She had just reached the door when she was amused by what she saw. He won't be able to talk until he's at least a year old. Su Qinghu gave an awkward laugh and called out, Mom. Yes, Mrs. Meng responded, then looked at little Lituana, her heart full of joy. Oh, how can this child be so lovable? She missed him even after just a short while. Qinlai remembered something Su Qinghu had reminded him of, and waited until Mrs. Meng was about to go outside to hang laundry before quietly saying, Mom, please try to treat all the kids fairly and equally. Mrs. Meng was taken aback, then felt a little embarrassed. These past few days, she'd cared for Dayton and Erden as usual, but her attention had definitely been more focused on little Lituana. I'm not playing favorites. She was just like any grandparent, putting more energy into the youngest who needed more care. And honestly, Babies as clean and pretty as little Lituaner were rare. She just couldn't help wanting to look at him. I'll be more mindful from now on. Mrs. Ming sighed. Now I'm just like Dayton and Erden. I can't help but want to look at little Lituan every chance I get. Just seeing him made her happy, and she felt more energetic in everything she did. Chinlai smiled. You can do whatever you want. Just remember one thing, you're their grandma. Mrs. Ming waved him off with a smile. All right, I know. I'll pay more attention from now on. Her son's reminder was timely. She needed to adjust her mindset and try to treat all the kids equally. And don't just talk about me, you need to watch yourself too. Mrs. Ming shot him a look. These days in the hospital, you barely let go of little Lituaner. Whenever the baby was awake, hardly anyone else got a chance to hold him, not even Su Qinghu. Chinlai, I was just holding him up for everyone to see. Mrs. Ming. She was silent for a moment, took a deep breath, pointed at him from a distance, then grabbed a hanger and went to find Aunt Yu, who was diligently doing the laundry. Chinlai returned to the bedroom. Su Qinghu was holding little Lituaner's hand, examining it. He asked, "What are you looking at?" Checking if he's got anything in his fist. Su Qinghu didn't even look up, studying the baby's soft, thin nails. Should I trim them? I asked Great Aunt about that, Chinlai said. Wait another week. After that, you can trim them. For now, just dress him in long-sleeved clothes. Su Qinghu looked back in surprise. You even asked about that? Chinlai grunted in affirmation, then pulled her up to sit properly. Sit up straight. He took off the towel from her head and carefully dried her hair, his voice low and gentle, making his reminder sound less nagging. For now, make sure to dry your hair quickly after washing. Same with bathing, keep it short and watch the water temperature. Su Qinghu sat quietly, listening. When he finished, she looked up at him. Are you leaving soon? Yeah. Chinlai met her gaze and replied, though his hands didn't stop moving. Su Qinghu was silent for a moment, then looked up again. There are too few photos of you at home. When Dayton and Erden come back, have them take a few pictures of you. That way when... She trailed off. Chinlai waited, but when she didn't continue, he asked, when what? When... Su Qinghu tried to keep a straight face, but couldn't help grinning mischievously. When the time comes, I'll tell little Lituaner, this is your legendary father, the uncle everyone talks about, the one the people call the most lovable. Chinlai paused, looking at Su Qinghu, opened his mouth as if to say something, but realized that no words would suffice. Sorry. He gently held her hair, making sure the still damp ends didn't touch her fair, slender neck. Su Qinghu squeezed his taut waist, her eyes sparkling. If you can keep this figure when we're old, then there's nothing to be sorry about. To be honest, as a devoted face con, she'd still love good looks even when she's old. If you turn into a handsome old man, then when I'm old, I won't go looking at those pretty young things. Su Qinghu squinted, thinking for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. She looked at Chinlai and cleared her throat. Do you think, when we're old, we'll end up fighting because I keep checking out good-looking youngsters? It didn't seem entirely impossible. Chinlai leaned down, gazing into her misty eyes, and kissed her gently under her eye. I'll try my best not to give you a chance to fight with me. He didn't have any bad habits, and as long as he stayed disciplined, meeting her standards wouldn't be hard. Su Qinghu closed her eyes, tilted her face up, and tugged at his shirt. Kiss me again. Chinlai chuckled softly, glanced out the window, and seeing that the living room was empty, cradled the back of her head and dutifully deepened the kiss. Still feels just like being in love. That was Su Qinghu's happy conclusion after their kiss. All those sayings about old married couples kissing is so awkward you could gag for half the night. Clearly, their truthfulness is questionable. After the kiss, Chinlai's eyes were even more full of laughter. Suddenly remembering something, his gaze shifted to behind his girl. Little Lituaner was already asleep, tiny fists clenched, sleeping soundly and sweetly. Su Qinghu turned to look too, and seeing their son asleep, the flush on her face faded a bit. Even though he was just a little baby, he still counted as an onlooker, right? As the two of them were watching their child and discussing who he resembled, there was suddenly a bit of a commotion in the courtyard. Chinlai said, I'll go take a look. Su Qinghu nodded. She didn't go out, but walked over to the window and saw Zhao Liangen leading a few movers into the yard. That's good, just put it here. After giving instructions and paying the movers, Zhao Liangen saw them out, greeted Mrs. Meng and the others, then turned to Qinlai. The crib and cradle you wanted are all here, but we'll have to assemble them ourselves. Crib? Mrs. Meng came over and looked at the pile of wooden parts, asking Qinlai, what's this for? The bed at home was big enough for little Li Tuaner to sleep with his mom, no problem, and it made nighttime feedings easier, no need to get out of bed. Li Tuaner has been sleeping alone since birth. Now that we're home, let's keep it that way, so he doesn't have to adjust, Qinlai said casually. But the real reason was far from that. The main reason was Su Qinghu. Su Qinghu was afraid that if the baby slept with her, she might roll over and squish him. Mrs. Meng thought about it and agreed. But, so, you're not letting little Li Tuaner sleep with Xiaosu? He's just a tiny baby after all. Qinlai replied, it's not cold yet, so let's keep it this way for now. Mrs. Meng found that reasonable and didn't say more. Instead, Zhao Liangen, who was helping Qinlai assemble the crib and cradle, just smiled quietly. Once Mrs. Meng left, Zhao Liangen said, you dote on your wife so much you're not even thinking about your son? Qinlai was examining the crib parts. At that, he glanced over. Watch what you say. Aren't I putting together his bed and toys right now? He waved the crib leg in his hand. Zhao Liangen chuckled awkwardly and changed the subject. What does your wife think about her brother? He meant Qinjiali. No need to tell her, Qinlai said, lowering his head and gathering the crib legs together. If it's already been dealt with, there's no need to bring it up. If the kid didn't dare make his actions public, it meant he didn't want anyone to know. After this warning, he should behave for a while. What about the kid? Zhao Liangen was quiet for a moment, watching the crib take shape, then asked, since they've come back to the country, it's only a matter of time before they see the child. What are you and your wife planning? He'd arranged the housing for them, and their requirements were clear. It was halfway between their workplace and this house. Qinlai replied, we have no plans. The child has to stay with us. By us, he meant Su Qinghu and did Dan. What if the child wants to be with his own family? Zhao Liangen asked. Qinlai smiled and replied with something seemingly unrelated. Did Dan changed what he calls her? Huh? Zhao Liangen didn't get it. What do you mean? Qinlai just glanced at him and said nothing more, but Zhao Liangen suddenly understood and gave him a thumbs up in admiration. That kid did Dan seemed quiet, but he was sharp and stubborn. After all these years, he'd never called the previous woman mom. And now, after such a short time with Su Qinghu, he'd changed what he called her? Thinking back on Su Qinghu's character and the way she handled things, Zhao Liangen took a deep breath and let it out. Sigh. After spending time with her, who wouldn't like Su Qinghu? She's beautiful, rich, fun, knows her boundaries, has a good temper, and can make people laugh. Who wouldn't want someone like that as their mom? Sometimes, he even wondered if he'd had such an elder growing up, maybe his life wouldn't be so mediocre now. Ahem, getting off track. Anyway, nowadays, even when he's teaching his own kids, he unconsciously imitates Su Qinghu. His kids might not be as smart as did Dan or Dan, but ever since he changed his approach to parenting, they'd become more self-motivated and didn't give him and his wife nearly as many headaches. So, my wife wants to get to know your wife, Zhao Liangen said. Qinlai looked up, a bit confused. Isn't that up to them? Yes, but also no, Zhao Liangen said, a little unsure how to explain. It's just, your wife is so outstanding in every way, looks, everything. My wife doesn't dare approach her easily. Qinlai looked at him, at a bit of a loss for words. The disdain wasn't for Zhao Liangen's wife, but for Zhao Liangen himself. What's with that look? Zhao Liangen was annoyed. So your wife's amazing, and it's normal for my wife to feel intimidated, right? Qinlai, your wife gets intimidated by other people? She got along fine with the neighbors, didn't she? He'd even bragged about it before. That's different, Zhao Liangen sighed. I work at the housing bureau, so when she interacts with people, she's got that advantage. Plus, she works at the neighborhood office. But with you guys, it's not the same. She doesn't have any edge. His wife had been pestering him endlessly, asking him to come up with a way for her to get to know Su Qinghu. What could he possibly do? Might as well just ask the person closest to the target. Zhao Liangen looked at Qinlai expectantly, hoping he could come up with a good idea to finally give his ears some peace. Qinlai looked at Zhao Liangen without saying a word. Meeting Qinlai's gaze, Zhao Liangen braced himself and said, "Come on, help me think of something." Honestly, he'd said it so many times, Su Qinghu is easy to get along with, not nearly as unapproachable as she seems. But his wife just wouldn't believe him. Qinlai said, "They've met before." Since they've already met, if they want to get along, just find an excuse and they'll have more chances to interact, right? "We've met and even talked," Zhao Liangen confirmed what Qinlai pointed out, then added, "But do you have any way to get rid of these weird ideas my wife has? People just need to interact a few times, have a few conversations, and they'll naturally get closer, right?" He really couldn't understand his wife's concerns. Qinlai thought of Su Qinghu's job, paused, then asked, "Your wife works at the neighborhood committee, right?" "Yeah, that's right." Zhao Liangen nodded. "She's even a little leader there. When she's busy, she's swamped, but when she's not, she's really free." Qinlai said, "My wife works at the newspaper." "Huh? Oh yeah, I know that." Zhao Liangen was a bit confused, not sure why Qinlai was bringing this up. Qinlai continued, "The neighborhood committee often comes across interesting or noteworthy things, right?" Zhao Liangen nodded. That was true. Sometimes the things his wife told him really opened his eyes. "You could have your wife provide news leads for my wife," Qinlai said, lowering his head as he assembled a crib, sounding casual. "That way, after a few times back and forth, they'll get to know each other." Zhao Liangen slapped his thigh. "Hey, why didn't I think of that?" That really was a good idea. Maybe not foolproof, but there was a 70 or 80% chance it would get rid of his wife's odd lack of confidence. After Mrs. Ming finished hanging up the clothes from their hospital stay, she was now hanging up little Chestnut's diapers on the bamboo pole. Hearing her son and Zhao Liangen talk, she felt something was off. Now she finally understood. Her son was solving someone else's problem, but mainly for his wife's sake, wasn't he? Well, she'd heard Xiao Li and Xiao Yuan say before that coming up with news topics was hard. Now, with Zhao's wife as a little leader at the neighborhood committee, forget topics, they might get direct news material. Mrs. Ming glanced at her son but said nothing. Not bad. Even though he's not always home, when he is, he solves whatever problems he can. And if he can't solve them right away, he at least makes connections for the long run. Back at home, Su Qinghu, who had spent most of her time lying in bed at the hospital, finally relaxed. She stood by the window, watching Qinlai work, stretching her arms and legs and doing her daily postnatal exercises with deep breaths. Behind her, little Chestnut was sleeping soundly. After a while, Su Qinghu stopped exercising, rummaged in the drawer for her camera, quietly opened the window, and started snapping candid photos of Qinlai working in the yard. Qinlai sensed something and looked over, only to see Su Qinghu waving the camera at him before quickly aiming it at him again. Click. Another shot. Qinlai smiled, set the assembled crib aside, and started putting together the cradle. Zhao Liangen helped him out. "By the way, what exactly is a news lead?" "I get what you mean by interesting or noteworthy things, but what's a news lead?" Qinlai glanced at him. "Do you read the newspaper?" "Of course," Zhao Liangen answered quickly. "Every day, morning and evening editions. And even the internal bulletins." Seeing that he was genuinely asking, Qinlai thought for a moment and gave a simple explanation. For example, if there's an accident somewhere, and the person involved either ran away or didn't, and the situation is handled well, if you report it to us, that's a news lead. Got it. Zhao Liangen was overjoyed. Now he could finally give his wife a proper explanation. Even if his wife had more questions, he'd be able to answer at least some of them. Once Zhao Liangen and Qinlai finished assembling the crib and cradle, and after telling Su Qinghu in advance about providing her with news leads, Zhao Liangen left in high spirits. Chinlai walked him to the door. As soon as he came back into the living room, he saw Su Qinghu smiling at him. Chinlai smiled back. What's up? Do you know how to develop photos? Su Qinghu asked, holding up the camera. Not really, but I can learn, Chinlai replied. There was a darkroom at home, mainly for the kids and Mrs. Meng and Chinbo. He'd only heard about it from his mom and hadn't actually been inside. When the kids get home from school, ask them to teach you, Su Qinghu said, putting down the camera. They've already learned the basics from Duoduo's dad, and I've had colleagues come over to guide them. Now both Egg and Little Egg are pros. Yep, her own free little labor force. Developing photos? Mrs. Ming came over. I can do it too. Give it to me. She didn't have anything to do at the moment, so she might as well go to the darkroom and develop some photos, leaving her son and daughter-in-law some time alone to talk. Su Qinghu said, no rush. I'll do it, Mrs. Ming said, taking the camera and heading out. Su Qinghu, what do you do when you have an industrious mother-in-law? The plan to give Chinlai and the kids some quality bonding time failed. Chinlai chuckled, put his hand on her shoulder, and led her to the bedroom. It's fine. When Egg and Little Egg get home, we'll take some more photos and develop them together. I'll watch and learn. Okay, Su Qinghu replied. Remember those things Zhang Dongxing was rambling about in the hospital? Chinlai asked once Su Qinghu was seated on the bed. I remember. Why? Su Qinghu replied. The people and address he mentioned are related to Egg, Chinlai said. They're Egg's relatives. They've just returned to China and are about to start teaching at a university. Didn't Aunt say that girl was going to work in their hospital's surgery department? Or is she also going to be a university lecturer? Su Qinghu asked. It's a family of 3, Chinlai explained, giving her a brief rundown of the family's situation. Su Qinghu's curiosity was piqued. So, the girl Zhang Dongxing was talking about actually exists? Her parents came back from abroad and are about to teach at a university, so they must be professors. And if the girl's name made it to Aunt's ears, she must be pretty outstanding too. Zhang Dongxing. Old man Zhang really did a good job. Brilliant, even. Yeah, Chinlai replied. Su Qinghu was silent for a moment. I have a feeling Zhang Dongxing is going to get tripped up. Because even she was curious about that girl. And, Su Qinghu added mischievously, Egg is definitely going to protest. She knew that family would respect Egg's wishes and wouldn't force him, so she felt comfortable joking about it. What is it? Chinlai asked. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw little Chestnut stirring, so he picked up the baby and expertly changed his diaper. When the baby started fussing, he looked at Su Qinghu. Formula or... Su Qinghu blinked, took little Chestnut from him, and looked at Chinlai. Chinlai sighed and turned his back, giving her privacy. Only then did Su Qinghu start nursing her son. She really wasn't being dramatic or fussy, she just genuinely felt embarrassed. No matter who was around, she didn't want to breastfeed in front of others. She sighed helplessly, and Chinlai chuckled softly. What are you laughing at? Su Qinghu pouted. I still feel like I'm 18. But in reality, I'm already a mom. Bittersweet. But this was the child she wanted. So far, having a baby didn't seem to have changed her life all that much. It was, all right. Little Egg told me something before, Chinlai said. His hearing was sharp, he could hear their son gulping down milk, and hearing Su Qinghu sigh, he spoke up. What is it? Su Qinghu asked. He said that when you all went shopping in April or May, someone thought you were their older sister and stopped them to ask questions, wanting to introduce you to someone, Chinlai said with a laugh. Su Qinghu remembered and laughed. Yeah, they asked if I was a high school graduate or still in college. As Su Qinghu was speaking, she suddenly paused. That's not really something worth being jealous about, is it? She put down the clothes, handed little Tuaner to Chinlai, and looked at his polite but unreadable smile. She blinked, tugged at the hem of his shirt, her gesture both soothing and playfully mischievous. Chinlai carefully took little Tuaner and burped him. Noticing her movement, he glanced down at her slender white fingers tugging his shirt, then looked up to meet her bright, spirited eyes. He gave a low mm. Erdan had said she ultimately turned down that person's kind offer. Su Qinghu tugged him a bit harder, and Chenlai obligingly leaned toward her. "You're not jealous at all?" she questioned, a hint of annoyance in her tone. Chenlai found it amusing, but straightened his expression and replied, "You turned him down. So, there was no need to be jealous. So, what if I turned him down? You just think it's not even worth being jealous about, huh?" Su Qinghu huffed. Chenlai placed a hand on the back of her head, gently massaging. "I am jealous." "Heh, hypocrite." Su Qinghu lifted her chin. "You didn't think it was worth being jealous about just now." She was just venting, but her head instinctively leaned into his palm. Sensing this, Chenlai pressed a bit more firmly, kneading between the back of her head and neck. Su Qinghu let out a comfortable sigh, abandoning her plan to keep acting spoiled. "My shoulders too." "All right." Chenlai chuckled softly, placed the wide-eyed little Li Tuaner back in her arms, and seriously began to massage her shoulders and neck. The baby had finished burping. Su Qinghu squinted her eyes in comfort, the curve at the corner of her eyes showing her delight. "How do you know how to do this?" "During intense training, I'd massage them a bit," Chenlai said, paying attention to his strength. "But when I did it for them, I used a lot more force. Actually, to be precise, when he massaged them, he only cared about the result, not how sore the process was." Su Qinghu caught the hesitation in his voice and couldn't help but laugh. "I thought you only knew how to massage legs and feet." Before she had Li Tuaner, he would regularly massage her legs and feet every day to help with circulation. She really hadn't expected him to know how to do shoulders and neck. Chenlai had actually asked and learned about it, but not specifically for pregnant women. After coming back, he listened to Aunt Su Lilin's advice, but since there were professionals for massage, his amateur skills hadn't been needed. Now, he finally got to show off a bit. "Grandma, Dad, Mom, I'm home." Before anyone even entered the yard, Erdan's voice rang out, followed by an, "Ow hey, what are you doing, bro?" "Did Dan, you're too loud, you'll scare Li Tuaner." Erdan grumbled, "Oh, I'll remember next time." Mrs. Ming smiled. "There's chicken soup simmering in the kitchen. Do you want a bowl of soup first, or some chicken noodle soup to tide you over?" It was still a while before dinner. "Erdan, Grandma, I want to see Li Tuaner first." As he spoke, he was already taking off his backpack and dashing into the house. Did Dan followed right behind, calling back to Mrs. Ming, "Me too, Grandma." Mrs. Ming watched the two of them with a smile, then headed to the kitchen. Whether it was chicken soup or chicken noodle soup, she'd blanch some greens first, gotta add some vitamins. Erdan rushed to the bedroom door, grinning. "Mom, can I come in?" Su Qinghu nodded. "Come in." "Yay!" Erdan responded, eyes fixed on the baby in her arms. Seeing the tiny hands moving, he grinned even wider. "Li Tuaner is closest to me, always waiting for me to get home from school." Su Qinghu glanced at him, then at the confused little one in her arms, and cleared her throat. "Or maybe, you woke Li Tuaner up with all your noise?" Did Dan shot Erdan a look. Erdan scratched his head with a sheepish laugh. "Hee hee, I'll be more careful." Before, they'd only seen Li Tuaner at the hospital. Now that he was home, they could see him anytime, which made Erdan super excited. "Mom, Li Tuaner spit up," Did Dan said, already grabbing a soft towel from the nightstand and handing it over. Su Qinghu looked down and met the baby's big, innocent dark eyes. Sure enough, there was a little bit of milk at the corner of his mouth. Chenlai had already taken the towel from Did Dan and gently wiped the baby's mouth, then picked him up. He held the baby upright, softly stroking his little back. Dan craned his neck. Dan sighed. Dad was just too tall. When he stood up like that, Dan really couldn't see Li Tuaner's face at all. Did Dan was a bit better off. He'd shot up quickly thanks to good nutrition, standing nearly 20 centimeters taller than his peers. He could still see Li Tuaner's little face in Chenlai's arms without much trouble. "Dad, is Li Tuaner not feeling well?" Did Dan frowned at Chenlai. "Did you give him any boiled water?" When Li Tuaner was still in the hospital, he'd asked the nurse about it. She'd said that in hot weather, you could give the baby some boiled water. And it was hot now. Chinlai could tell his son was scrutinizing him and almost wanted to laugh, but he answered seriously, "He's breastfeeding these days, so there's no need to give him water." "I'm not overheated, so it won't affect Li Tuaner." Su Qinghu caught Chinlai's gaze and smiled at Dedan. He spit up probably because he ate too much. Dedan looked at her, then at Chinlai, and left the room. He'd better call great-grandma to double-check. Dan stayed, and since he couldn't see Li Tuaner, he finally noticed the new items in the room. "Hey, a crib and a cradle." He went over to take a look, even reached out to touch them, and commented, "Pretty smooth, no splinters." Su Qinghu felt a bit guilty. She felt she wasn't as qualified a parent as her two kids. Chinlai watched Dan shaking the crib and cradle and asked with a smile, "Inspection complete?" "Yep, not bad at all." Dan nodded solemnly. "Very qualified." After Chinlai assembled the crib and cradle, he checked them carefully, sanding down any rough spots. If Dan could still find a problem, that would really be something. Dan finished his call and came back with confirmation from Su Lilin. He told Chinlai and Su Qinghu, "Great-grandma says it's normal." Su Qinghu hesitated, then just said, Did they really not trust her with the baby? Was she really that unreliable? Dan noticed the hint of grievance in Su Qinghu's eyes and unconsciously tried to comfort her. "It's okay, you've got us too." Thinking of his observation journal, Dan was confident that he and his brother could help take good care of Li Tuaner. Su Qinghu, "Kid, maybe you shouldn't try to comfort me." Dan, I made an observation journal. How about I give it to you?" He'd make a new one for himself tonight. He could give her this one for now. Su Qinghu took the soft leather notebook her eldest son handed over with a complicated mix of emotions. She felt touched, ashamed, and a little guilty. After flipping through a few pages, Su Qinghu decided to just give up and let things be. The combination of tables and detailed written records, all neatly organized, reminded her of the folders on the computer of a powerful businesswoman from her previous life who had deeply influenced her. She looked at Dan, wanting to say something but hesitating. Dan looked back at her, his eyes questioning. "How about you keep this notebook instead?" Su Qinghu gave a dry laugh. It was just too much trouble. Li Tuaner kept such detailed records even under normal circumstances. Isn't that only necessary when there's a problem? Besides, don't you think it's a hassle? Su Qinghu looked at him and asked sincerely, "And keeping records like this is a bit waste." It's really time-consuming, isn't it? Dan silently took the notebook back. He shouldn't have gotten his hopes up. She hated trouble so much that whenever she took them out, she wished she could just buy everything new on the spot. It's not a hassle. It only takes a few minutes to write it all down. Su Qinghu suddenly felt a little humbled. "Then, I'll trouble you with it." Dan nodded. "After school, you guys can describe things to me, and I'll record them." Why did she think it was so time-consuming? Wasn't it just a few minutes' work? Neither of them understood the other, but they decided to respect each other's way. Dan had been hiding himself, but once they finished talking, he stretched out like a sprouting seedling, squeezing out from between the rocks. "Mom, after school today, someone was following us." Dan raised his hand cautiously to report to Su Qinghu. "I think they saw we're smart and good-looking and wanted to steal us." Both Su Qinghu and Chinlai looked over. "If you don't believe me, ask my brother." Dan pointed at Dan, "But they followed us the whole way and never found a chance to do anything." Su Qinghu and Chinlai exchanged glances. Could it be Dan's relatives? You couldn't blame them for thinking that, since they'd just discussed this issue. Describe what they looked like. Chinlai wrapped his big arms around Li Tuaner, sitting on the edge of the bed, looking at the two kids. Dan. They looked like normal people. Actually, they didn't really look like child kidnappers. But you never know someone's true intentions. There are plenty of stories like that old folks always say. He almost gave away that he'd been eavesdropping on gossip. Dan quickly swallowed his words. There were 3 people. 1 man, 2 women. The man looked kind of like Uncle, tall and thin. I couldn't tell his age. He could have been in his 30s, or maybe his 40s. The women. were both pretty and looked educated, like sisters. Yeah, and they were all dressed nicely, all tall and thin. After finishing his description, Erdan looked at Su Qinghu and Qinlai. That's it. Su Qinghu, that description wasn't much help. Qinlai was almost certain they were Dan's relatives, but that depended on whether he'd seen them before. If you gave that description to a sketch artist, what do you think they could draw? He asked. Erdan blinked, then blinked again, giving a sheepish smile. Should I try to describe them again? Go ahead, Qinlai agreed. Then he thought of something and nodded at Dan. Before you started middle school, you took art classes, right? Dan glanced at Su Qinghu, suddenly feeling guilty. For 15 days. After that, he switched to learning a foreign language. Based on Dan's description, try drawing them, Qinlai ordered calmly, as if he hadn't noticed the silent exchange between Dan and Su Qinghu. Dan hesitated. Okay. Su Qinghu wanted to say something, but in the end kept quiet. Was this man trying to teach the kids a lesson? Half an hour later. Looking at the drawing, both Mrs. Meng and Aunt Yu, who had come over to watch, fell silent. Dan looked at Erdan. Erdan looked at Dan. Neither said a word. One gave a poor description, the other drew poorly, so the people on the paper looked a bit deformed. Erdan didn't get it. Sure, his description wasn't great, but his brother had been there too. He'd seen those three people. Dan pressed his lips together, frowning at the drawing, as if scrutinizing the artwork, or maybe himself through the drawing. I'll go back to learning art, Dan said after a moment, looking up at Su Qinghu. This time, I'll study until I reach exam level. Su Qinghu, don't worry, I'll make sure you have the best teacher and all the resources you need. I'm sorry, Dan said to Su Qinghu. I didn't really put my heart into those 15 days. No need to apologize. You guys learned a lot over the summer, at least your photography and language skills are great. Su Qinghu sat up straight, moved by Dan's earnest self-reflection. And your art teacher praised you both. It was her fault for not insisting they stick with art. Hey, Su Qinghu turned to the man holding Lil Li Tuaner. We let them try different things to help them find their interests. It wasn't about forcing them to finish every class they signed up for. Besides, the kids made good use of the money. Qinlai, holding Lil Li Tuaner, said nothing. Dan quickly spoke up. Dad, it was my fault for distracting my brother. Really, he wanted to study, but I dragged him off to make money. Sigh, maybe Dad shouldn't stay home, too much pressure. Su Qinghu stood up too, walking over to stand beside the kids, looking at Qinlai. Sigh, she was responsible too. Might as well let him handle the teaching. Qinlai watched her actions. You two didn't study seriously, Qinlai said, ignoring Su Qinghu and looking straight at Dan and Erdan. With your intelligence, 15 days should have been enough to do much better than this. Su Qinghu. She looked at the stern-faced Qinlai, then at her two slightly guilty kids, in disbelief. You two were hiding your abilities? Are the kids just too smart, or is the family's genetic line just too strong? She suddenly felt like a country bumpkin. Mrs. Meng had thought her son was being too harsh, but now she was stunned too. Aunt Yu swallowed, at a loss for words. Is this family nuts? Do they really believe their kids are some kind of child prodigies descended from the stars? Dan's eyes darted around, and even Dan's expression changed. Clearly, Qinlai had hit a nerve. No way. Su Qinghu stepped away from the kids and stood beside Qinlai, protesting. How are normal people supposed to live? Dan hesitated, then looked at her for a while before he couldn't hold back. Can you really say, hand on your heart, that you're a normal person? Su Qinghu, why couldn't I? She raised her hand and put it right on Qinlai's chest. Hand on my heart, I'm a normal person. Qinlai. Mrs. Meng. Pfft. Yumi? Dan sighed, stepped forward, and pulled her hand away. You'd better stand with us. Dan pressed his lips together, but his eyes sparkled with laughter as he quietly moved forward to stand in line with his brother and Su Qinghu. Qinlai ignored the little maneuver and said sternly, Don't waste your intelligence. The three of them. No, actually, just the two of them listened humbly to her advice. Su Qinghu deliberately excluded herself. She wasn't one of those researchers. All she could do was do her own job well, live her life, and occasionally help capable people shine. Take, for example, the little financial whiz, Cheng Qian. At this moment, Cheng Qian, who always worked hard and never complained, content to be the old ox plowing the fields, was happily off in the south, humming as he tirelessly searched for business opportunities. Su Qinghu, of course, had no idea. She only cared about the results, occasionally using her connections to help him out of a jam. Right now, she was in the study, busy reflecting with her 2 kids. Hold back? Why would you need to hold back? Su Qinghu didn't understand. That's not how you do things, or how you behave as a person. There's no need to keep something in reserve, right? And even if you do keep something in reserve, it should be your trump card to win. But your so-called backup plan is just pretending to be dumb? Not studying? How does that help you in the future? Dan fell silent at her questioning. Dan scratched his head. Back in the hutong, I heard the old folks say that stepmothers love nothing more than ruining smart kids, so we were afraid Yao Yingying would ruin us. Su Qinghu almost laughed. Too many stories, huh? Who could possibly ruin these 2? Wait. What do you mean by ruin? Su Qinghu felt she might be getting to the truth. Dan, make us dumb. He answered without hesitation, crisp and clear. Su Qinghu didn't know what to say. She looked at Dan. What about you? Dan looked at her, pressed his lips together, a little embarrassed, but still forced himself to be honest. I was really happy. Happy because he didn't have to think about the future, didn't have to force himself to do anything, just did whatever made him happy, so happy he felt like he was floating. Dan found it hard to describe the feeling inside. He met Su Qinghu's bright eyes and under her gentle, patient gaze, tried his best to put his feelings into words. After you got pregnant with my little brother, it was like I finally landed on the ground after floating in midair. And once I landed, I was just really happy, so happy I started floating again. He could play and mess around as he pleased, without that heavy feeling in his heart. Su Qinghu was stunned. After a moment, she reached out and ruffled his hair, her voice low. Actually, I feel pretty uncertain inside too. Dan looked confused. Su Qinghu went on, my heart feels like it's floating in midair too, not grounded, unable to settle. Huh? Dan's eyes went wide. There are things even you can't handle? What are you afraid of? Su Qinghu choked, and the gloomy atmosphere was swept away. She sighed and couldn't help but pat Dan's head. Dan, sometimes you really talk too much. Let me put it this way. Su Qinghu withdrew her hand, lifted her chin slightly, and eyed the 2 kids. If anyone ever comes and says they're your relatives and wants to take you away, I absolutely won't let them. Dan and Dan stared, wide-eyed. What did that mean? Someone came to ask for them. Su Qinghu put on a stern face. If you insist on leaving, then from now on, I'll treat you like strangers. Dan, then just don't let us go. I wouldn't go with them anyway. He was older now and understood a lot more. Even if his real parents came, as long as she didn't kick him out, he wouldn't leave. Su Qinghu, are you answering a little too fast? Huh? Dan froze. I'm just telling the truth. Back when Yao Yingying used to hit him, he'd hoped his real parents would come take him home. But after waiting and no one came, he just wanted to grow up fast, support himself, not rely on Yao Yingying or his birth parents. Now, he just wanted to stay with her, no one could talk him out of it. If you ever divorce my dad, as long as you take me with you, I'll be fine. But if you don't, I'll hate you. When I grow up and have the ability, I'll go against you every day, make sure you can't make money, can't buy nice clothes, can't eat good food. He got more worked up as he spoke, and seeing Su Qinghu's face darken, he quickly changed course. And then I'll bring you to my place and take care of you, be a good son to you. Su Qinghu. That really did sound a bit like a little troublemaker's threat. Heh, you're just a first-year middle schooler, still a little brat. Before you can get your revenge, I'll just squash you first. Su Qinghu glared at him. I've raised you for almost 2 years now. I've earned some gratitude, haven't I? And you want to get back at me? I'll beat you up. Dan looked at her innocently. But you don't hit kids. Even when you're mad, you don't slap us. You can't even pretend to be fierce. Su Qinghu glared, reached out and pinched his cheeks. Why do you have to be so honest? Dan didn't dodge, letting her squish his face, grinning from ear to ear. As long as you take me and my brother with you, there's no problem at all. Dan's face was all squished, but he kept chattering. My brother and I will make lots of money to support you, and maybe a little mudball too. Su Qinghu let go of his face. Even if I'm poor, you'd still stay with me? Yeah. Dan clung to her arm. Mom, wherever you are, you'll definitely do well. Su Qinghu, thank you for having so much faith in me. Actually, my dad's pretty great too. Dan rubbed his own face. He's tall, good-looking, can fight, and even though he doesn't make much money, he gives it all to you. So, if you're really mad, just hit him. Don't get divorced. Su Qinghu. Really, if you hit my dad, he'd never hit back. Dan got more and more excited. He can cook, he can take care of kids. Where would you find someone better than him, right? Standing outside the study, Chenlai, who'd been listening since the word divorce, couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Just a moment ago, they didn't want him, and now they're singing his praises. Let's just pretend all those suggestions about hitting him were meant as compliments. Su Qinghu caught sight of a shadow outside the study window and cleared her throat. Well, I never said I was going to divorce your dad, okay? Don't pin that on her. Su Qinghu thought seriously, she couldn't remember ever saying anything about divorce in front of the kids. Anyway, that's not important. Dan eagerly promoted himself. Don't look down on me because I'm young. I can already make money and do good deeds, you know all this. Basically, you'll never lose out by raising me. Su Qinghu, I don't know about losing out, but you're definitely silly. I'm not silly, Dan protested, trying to hold his ground. Most people keep a trump card in reserve, but your backup plan is wasting your smarts, pretending to be dumb and not learning anything. Su Qinghu mercilessly roasted him. Dan, I'm still young. It's not too late to give it my all and show how smart I am. Sigh, life was passing too fast. He'd almost forgotten he hadn't shown his true potential. I'll take your word for it for now. Su Qinghu eyed him. Remember, when you have the chance to learn without any worries, you have to give it your all. Don't wait until it's too late and regret it. Dan nodded solemnly. Okay. All right, go take a shower. Su Qinghu smiled, a little schadenfreude in her tone. Your dad's waiting for you outside. Dan stared wide-eyed in disbelief at Su Qinghu, who was speaking to him in a lowered voice. He nervously swallowed and lowered his own voice as well. When did my dad get here? Did he hear the whole thing? Su Qinghu, I don't know. Dan? I only noticed when your dad was already standing outside, Su Qinghu said sincerely. So, I really don't know how much he heard. Dan's heart was trembling, completely unsettled. Su Qinghu, go on, you'll have to face it sooner or later. Dan grimaced, full of anguish, not wanting to face reality. Before he could grab Dan for moral support, Chenlai called him out. I'm going. Dan took a deep breath, bracing himself with a mix of determination and resignation as he left the study. Su Qinghu waved Dan over to sit across from her. Dan, I don't know what to choose. He spoke up first, giving his answer before Su Qinghu could even ask again. Some of his memories were blurry, but even in that haze, he could feel the warmth and happiness his birth family had given him, a carefree childhood. His mom and dad loved him very much, and there was a funny old man, probably his grandpa or maternal grandfather, who also loved him dearly. He was sure of that. If they hadn't had an accident, if they were still alive, if they had their reasons and those reasons could convince him, or if they needed him now, needed him to take up the responsibility of supporting the family, he would choose to go with them. Other than that, he probably wouldn't go with anyone. Dan looked at Su Qinghu and shared his thoughts. Su Qinghu let out an exaggerated sigh of relief under his gaze. In that case, until then, you're stuck with me. This kid needed love that was bold and straightforward. That last line of hers should count as bold and straightforward, right? Did Dan couldn't help but smile a little, a bit shy. Su Qinghu. So, let me be direct. Those people following you today are most likely your relatives. Relatives, not family. She still felt the word relatives was more fitting for Did Dan's distant kin. Did Dan's eyes went wide, as if he couldn't quite process it. Su Qinghu. They just settled in. Today, they probably just wanted to see you. From what your dad said, they'll meet you sooner or later. They're just not ready yet. Did Dan fell silent. They weren't ready, probably because they were afraid he'd ask questions they couldn't answer. Actually, he already had his suspicions about a lot of things, had a feeling, but he just didn't want to believe it. Maybe it's my dad who doesn't want them to meet me so soon? Did Dan lowered his head, his hair showing a hint of brown under the light. Su Qinghu, I'm not sure about that. Zhang Anyan, remember, you still have me, your dad, Dan, and little Tuan. Su Qinghu reached out and ruffled his hair into a mess, making him sigh helplessly before she smiled and stood up. Sure, I teased you a lot at first, but wasn't that just to give you an exciting and unforgettable childhood? Did Dan? You did it on purpose. Su Qinghu took a breath, trying to negotiate. Can you pretend you didn't hear that last part? Did Dan frowned. Can you not tease little Tuan like that in the future? Su Qinghu was silent. Can you? Did Dan asked again. Su Qinghu looked around, avoiding his gaze. You three are brothers, sharing everything together. That's only fair. How could she promise that? Her mischievous streak was acting up again. She couldn't even control herself. I got it. Did Dan looked away and stood up with her. Su Qinghu, got what? Protect my little brother. Did Dan glanced at her, then turned to leave. I'm going to shower. Su Qinghu. Is this kid a little too good at handling things? He digests his emotions and still manages to think about others. Maybe it's the exciting and unforgettable childhood I gave him that's working? Propping her chin in thought for a while, Su Qinghu jotted something down in her notebook, then turned off the light, wrapped herself in a thin blanket, and darted into the bedroom like the wind. Ms. Ming was changing little Tuan's diaper, with Aunt Yu watching helplessly from the side. As soon as Ms. Ming finished, Aunt Yu grabbed the diaper and headed out. I'll wash it. Honestly, she felt awkward just sitting around and getting paid for nothing. Su Qinghu quickly stepped aside to let her pass and wash the diaper. Ms. Ming said, Chinlai told me about Dan's relatives. Did you talk to the kid about it in the study just now? Su Qinghu walked in. He's adapting well, didn't even need my comfort. He was even worried her mischief would hurt little Tuan. Unbelievable. Huh? Ms. Meng sounded surprised. Really nothing wrong? Yeah. Su Qinghu shook her head with feeling. Maybe in the first 6 months, I made him cry so many times that now he's much more emotionally stable. Ms. Ming couldn't help but laugh. And do you think that's a good thing? Not bad, right? Su Qinghu said shamelessly. If you praise me, I'll take it all. Ms. Ming just clicked her tongue and told her to rest, then walked out. And you finished washing the diaper and stood in the yard, not sure what to do next. When she saw Ms. Ming come out, she sighed. What is this? I came here to take care of the kids, but now I'm just sitting around. The busy times are ahead. Rest while you can, Ms. Ming said with a smile. Aunt Yu went to the room prepared for her, shaking her head. From what she could see, she probably wouldn't get busy later either. There was a gas stove and a range for cooking, plus a fridge for food storage. Laundry? They had a washing machine. Little Tuan's clothes probably needed to be washed by hand, but the adults' clothes were easy. It felt more like being on vacation. Su Qinghu lay in bed, poking and prodding the soundly sleeping little one. She only stopped when he started to frown and pout, about to cry, then started again, having a great time. She didn't know how long she'd been at it when she suddenly felt several intense stares from behind. She turned and met the eyes of 3 people, all different heights, but wearing nearly identical expressions. Dan looked at her reproachfully, with a touch of resigned acceptance. Chinlai was helpless, but amused as he walked over. Let him off, will you? Dan grinned. I knew you'd be like this. Su Qinghu. Ahem, if I said I was training his resistance to disturbance, would you believe me? The three were silent. Who would believe that? They'd seen it all just now. She was having a blast. Was that really training little Lituan's resistance? Wasn't she just treating him like a toy? Su Qinghu, fine, don't believe it. That whole resistance training thing was just me making stuff up. The three. You adorable sweethearts, big and small. The atmosphere was unbearably awkward, so Su Qinghu decided to find something to do and muddle through it. She went to the living room to get a drink of water and took the two kids with her. Go to bed now, you have school tomorrow. Dan said, don't tease my little brother when he's asleep. Was that something she could really promise? Su Qinghu could only give a vague answer, I'll try my best. Teasing the kids was something that just came naturally. Sometimes she just couldn't help herself. Hadn't it always been like this when she teased him before? Being looked at like that by Su Qinghu, Dan couldn't help but recall those 6 months when he'd been teased to the point of tears. A rush of heat shot straight to his head, and he felt like he was about to combust. Dan pressed his lips together and almost tripped over his own feet as he walked into the bedroom he shared with Dan. Dan glanced at his brother, then at Su Qinghu, grinned, and called out Mom. Su Qinghu looked over, signaling that he could speak. Dan asked, did you and my brother have a secret talk? He'd planned to just take a quick shower and come out, but Dad had caught him and given him a thorough scrubbing. By the time his brother came in to shower, he still hadn't managed to escape the bathroom. He'd wanted to swap places with his brother to get out from under Dad's claws, but seeing his brother in a bad mood, he decided not to. Yeah, Su Qinghu replied. You want to know what we talked about? Dan said, I do. Then wait until your brother is willing to tell you, Su Qinghu said, pouring herself half a glass of cool boiled water and topping it off with some hot water. She took a small sip before continuing, how do you like your art class? Dan was used to Su Qinghu's conversational style, and as her questions drifted from the original topic, he thought for a few seconds before answering, I'm not sure. I don't dislike it, but I wouldn't say I really like it either. Do you want to keep learning? Su Qinghu asked. If you do, can you and your brother manage it together? They were already taking a foreign language class. Usually 2 hours on Saturday mornings, and then the rest of the weekend was up to them. Dan thought about it seriously. Let's do it. I feel like learning to draw could be useful. This time, if they said they wanted to learn, he and his brother would take it seriously, not just in class, but also putting in effort after class, unlike before. You and your brother think it over these next few days. Let me know on Saturday, and if you decide, I'll have your dad take you to sign up and pay the fees over the weekend, Su Qinghu said casually, sipping her water as she chatted. Dan said, my brother and I have our own bank books. We don't need to use Dad's money. Having never seen it for himself, Dan just couldn't believe their dad had more money than he and his brother. Mom, did you scold my brother about the art class? Dan circled back to his original question. Su Qinghu replied, what do you think? Usually, she only had to bring something up and the two of them would start reflecting on their own. She hardly ever had the chance to step in. There was no room for parental authority. Dan was incredulous. My brother really reflects on himself that deeply? He almost made himself cry from self-reflection. All right, go to bed now. Okay. Just as Dan turned to leave, Su Qinghu called him back. Have the competition results come out yet? Not yet. Dan's eyes lit up. He turned back and ran over to Su Qinghu, asking eagerly, the teacher said the results will be out next Wednesday. Su Qinghu nodded calmly. Okay, got it. So, Mom, are you planning to prepare a reward for us? Dan felt it was necessary to subtly remind her. Great-grandma and grandma had both said that after giving birth, Mom had to stay in confinement for at least a month and couldn't go out, which meant she couldn't go to the bank to get money. But Dad was home now. You're that confident that you and your brother will make the top 10? Su Qinghu smiled. Don't forget, you were holding back before. That holding back was definitely not a compliment. Dan scratched his flushed face, unable to help himself. That won't be a problem. He discussed everything with his teacher. There was almost nowhere he could lose points. His brother was probably even better than him. All right, I know. Go to bed. Su Qinghu put down her glass and shooed him off. After a trip to the bathroom, she came back to see two males, one big, one small, lying on the big bed. Little Li Tuan was lying in the middle, while Chen Lai was lying on his side, playing with him. Su Qinghu asked, "You want Li Tuan to sleep between us?" "Don't worry, I'm here. I won't roll over onto him." Chen Lai knew what she was worried about and reassured her. "Li Tuan is still little. Sleeping with us will help him feel more secure." Su Qinghu thought for a moment and didn't insist. "Then, once I'm asleep, move Li Tuan to your other side." She didn't trust herself. After her whole pregnancy, her sleeping posture just wasn't what it used to be. By comparison, the man in front of her, who was such a light sleeper, was much more reliable. Chen Lai, okay. Only then did Su Qinghu close the bedroom door and get into bed. Seeing that Li Tuan was still awake, she left the bedside lamp on. About to Dan's relatives, Su Qinghu found a comfortable position on her side, reached out to play with Li Tuan's chubby little hand, and asked Chen Lai, "What should we do? When should we meet them? Should we set a date, or just let it happen naturally?" Chen Lai watched her fiddling with the baby's hand like she was rolling prayer beads, smiled, and finally answered, "Let's set a date and have them meet. Is Dan ready?" Su Qinghu looked up at him, pausing as she squeezed Li Tuan's hand. Chen Lai said, Dan said if they're going to meet, it should be while I'm still at home." Su Qinghu sighed. Dan's just afraid I'll get bullied or upset." Chen Lai smiled but didn't say anything. "Actually, I'm not someone who's easy to take advantage of," she said, glancing at Chen Lai, "unless I want to be." Chen Lai's lips curled up as he took her hand and Li Tuan's together. "Sorry." "You sure don't look sorry." Su Qinghu shot him a graceful side-eye. Chen Lai said, "Sorry for making you suffer. But I'm really glad you're willing to do it for me. If you're happy, make me happy too." Su Qinghu's eyes sparkled. "Mr. Chen, say I love you." Chen Lai paused, opened his mouth, but couldn't get the words out. Was she teasing him? "Come on, say it." Su Qinghu feigned annoyance. "Don't you love me?" Chen Lai was helpless. "Do you really want to hear it, or are you just teasing me?" From his eyes, Su Qinghu could see what he was thinking. She smiled and winked. "What, do you need a special occasion just to say I love you?" Chen Lai, shouldn't it be a bit more solemn? Su Qinghu narrowed her eyes slightly. Chen Lai's heart skipped a beat, his Adam's apple bobbed, but he didn't say anything. Driving. This word, Chen Lai still doesn't dare to face it. After Su Qinghu explained to him what driving meant, innuendo, just hearing it makes his scalp tingle, and his mind immediately veers off into inappropriate territory. Su Qinghu teasing him is purely for her own amusement, and she enjoys watching him get flustered and restless. Anyway, he doesn't dare touch her right now, so she acts with impunity. Little Li Tuaner is already asleep, breathing softly, completely unaware that her long-absent father is being teased by her mischievous mother to the point of trembling. "Behave yourself." Chen Lai covers Su Qinghu's mouth, looking serious. But his breathing is heavy. Su Qinghu's laughter comes muffled from under his hand, the soft sensation making Chen Lai wish he could go back to when she made him say, "I love you." Forget saying it once, he'd say it 10 or 100 times for her. "Go take a shower," Su Qinghu says with a smile, waving her hand like an emperor issuing a pardon. Chen Lai, no. He buries his head in her shoulder and neck, breathing hotly, looking a bit aggrieved. "Just let me hold you for a while." Su Qinghu gets the silent message, so she lets him hold her quietly, not teasing him anymore. "Want me to tell you a joke to distract you?" Chen Lai doesn't answer, which is as good as agreeing. Su Qinghu, once upon a time, there were 2 bananas out shopping. Chen Lai. This story. He has a feeling it's not going to go the way he expects. "It was really hot," so one banana said. "It's too hot, let's find somewhere cool." Chen Lai. Aren't tropical fruits supposed to be fine with heat? Are Southerners immune to heat? Su Qinghu retorts. Chen Lai. Go on. The other banana says, "Are you stupid? Of course you're hot, you're wearing such a thick coat." The banana who complained thinks about it and realizes it's true, so he peels off his skin and tosses it aside. Chen Lai, not funny. Guess what happened next? Su Qinghu asks. Chenlai. The banana was overjoyed and said, "You're right, it really is cooler without my clothes." No, Su Qinghu is almost cringing from her own joke. The other banana happened to step on the peel and slipped. Chenlai. The bedroom falls silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. After a long moment, Chenlai lets out a deep sigh. Great joke. Su Qinghu, thanks. Not only did it not distract him, it might have left him with psychological trauma. Su Qinghu regrets it a bit. How is she supposed to drive properly in the future? I should be the one thanking you, Chenlai says helplessly. Let's sleep. Okay. Su Qinghu closes her eyes. Chenlai glances at her glowing face, shakes his head, and turns off the bedside lamp. He wakes up twice in the night. Aside from breastfeeding, Chenlai takes care of all the diaper changes. Su Qinghu wakes up in a daze, feeds in a daze, and goes back to sleep in a daze. When she wakes up the next day, neither Chenlai nor little Lituaner are beside her. Su Qinghu opens the curtains. The sun is already high in the sky. Well, great. Another day of sleeping in. She opens the bedroom door and immediately sees 3 people at the entrance to the living room. Chenlai is holding naked little Lituaner, Mrs. Ming stands by with clothes, and Aunt Yu is smiling as she holds a bottle of boiled water. Su Qinghu walks over, glances at the sun, then at the wall clock. Letting Lituaner sunbathe? Hearing her voice, little Lituaner, quietly held by Chenlai, wiggles her hands and feet as if expressing happiness. The sunlight outside is nice, not too harsh, perfect for a baby to get some sun. Mrs. Ming takes Lituaner from Chenlai and says, "Watch the water temperature and don't let Xiao Su touch cold water. Xiao Su, go brush your teeth and wash your face. Come eat when you're done." After Mrs. Ming finishes, Aunt Yu puts the bottle of boiled water on the table. "I'll go make some sweet egg soup for Xiao Su." Everything is arranged perfectly. Su Qinghu doesn't have to think about a thing. "Mom, what did Dayton and Erden have for breakfast?" Su Qinghu asks as she heads to the bathroom. Chenlai answers, "Sweet egg soup." Su Qinghu gets it. They must have seen me eating it and got jealous. Those 2 love meat the most, but their daily morning egg is a routine. They're used to it, but getting them to eat any other kind of egg is impossible. 3 fried eggs each. I was worried they'd get hungry before noon, so I packed some cookies for them too, Mrs. Ming says, holding Lituaner and smiling at Su Qinghu. She really isn't the type to play favorites. She even gave each of the kids a yuan this morning, just didn't mention it. She didn't want Xiao Su to supplement them from somewhere else. Su Qinghu praises Mrs. Ming with a smile. Chenlai has already checked the water temperature. It's ready. Su Qinghu brushes her teeth while Chenlai watches and talks to her. Dayton has an activity class this Saturday afternoon. I'll ask for leave for him. Su Qinghu brushes her teeth and waits for him to continue. Chenlai. Saturday at noon, I'll take Dayton to the tea house to meet up with the family. By the family, he means Dayton's cousin Zhang Jinjing, her husband Lu Heming, and their daughter Lu Xinlin's family. Su Qinghu nods. That's good. Give Dayton some time alone with them. If he wants to talk or ask anything, it'll be easier without us around. Yeah, Chenlai agrees. As for Erden, I won't ask for leave for him. Su Qinghu nods. He usually goes with his PE teacher to visit the elderly during activity class. It's routine. If we don't ask for leave, he won't make a fuss. It's funny, if Erden wants her to sponsor something, he has to submit an application. She taught him how to write a simple proposal, and now he's got it down pat. Chenlai. I'm leaving on Sunday. Su Qinghu pauses mid-rinse, then resumes as usual. Okay. Chenlai wants to say something, but Su Qinghu beats him to it. Behave yourself while you're away. Unless it's absolutely necessary, don't touch any women. Chenlai breathes a sigh of relief and smiles. You know I wouldn't. Knowing is one thing, but I still have to remind you. Su Qinghu washes her face. He hands her a towel, which she takes to dry her face. Take care of yourself. Su Qinghu sighs. Chenlai looks at her. Su Qinghu shakes her head at him. I'm so rich now. Chenlai doesn't get what she means, so he just smiles and waits. I want to spend money on you, But you're never home. Su Qinghu applies some face cream made by Aunt Sulilin, sighing. I went shopping before and picked out several outfits and shoes for you, but since you weren't there, I couldn't check if the colors matched your skin or if the shoes fit, so I didn't buy them. Qinlai, next time, we'll go together. Next time? Next time and the time after that. There are always so many next times. Su Qinghu sighs inwardly, but doesn't show it. She winks at him. Before you go, write me a love letter, no word limit. Huh, if it's less than 500 words, she'll make sure he knows exactly why the flowers are so red. Ever since Su Qinghu brought little Li Tuaner home from the hospital, there had been people coming by to offer their congratulations almost every day. If it wasn't her colleagues, it was Mrs. Meng and Qinbo or Qinlai's friends. The constant stream of visitors was enough to make Su Qinghu dizzy. At first, she tried her best to remember everyone's names and match them to faces, but eventually she gave up and just let it be. She'd remember whoever she could and not stress about the rest. The busiest times were before work in the morning and around lunchtime. Thankfully, things quieted down in the afternoons, so it was still manageable. It was during one of these afternoon lulls that Qinlai went to meet Dan's grandaunt, Zhang Jingjing, and arranged the time and place for their Saturday morning meeting. Time seemed to fly by, especially with the days of parting drawing near. Every day felt like it passed in the blink of an eye for Su Qinghu, and Qinlai was even more meticulous with his schedule, rarely going out unless necessary. Even when Su Qinghu was off work, he stayed home. As for little Li Tuaner, he simply wouldn't give Mrs. Meng or Aunt Yu a chance to take over. Even when his own father, Qinbo, came by, he was only allowed to hold the baby for a few moments, enough to make Qinbo nearly blow his top. Are you serious? Qinbo glared. D I even get 5 minutes? And you're already asking for Li Tuaner back. He suspected those few minutes were being counted by the second. Qinlai remained unmoved. You'll have plenty of chances to hold him. No need to rush. Nonsense. The gentle demeanor Qinbo had cultivated over the years vanished, replaced by a cold snort as he looked at Qinlai. Babies change so quickly. Dan looked completely different from when he was first born. Li Tuaner was well-fed and cared for, making him irresistibly adorable. Some of Qinbo's old friends had already come to see Li Tuaner 2 or 3 times, and every time they left, they joked about wanting to steal the baby. Of course, as if they could dream. But now wasn't the time to be proud. He needed to have a serious talk with this rebellious son. Can't we time this, holding him for a while in minutes? Qinbo tried to keep his tone calm. Come on, let's not be so stingy and count by the second, okay? Qinlai replied, you held him for 5 minutes. Qinbo was incensed. No way. Qinlai, unhurried, said, there's a clock on the wall. If you don't trust it, I have a watch. Qinbo. Your dad has a watch too, Mrs. Meng chimed in. Xiaosu bought it for him. She had one as well, a matching pair with old Qin. But she didn't say that. But Qinbo did. The watches Xiaosu bought for your mom and me are a pair. She had someone get us those. What's it called? Hercules watches. Very expensive. The rebellious son doesn't have one. Qinlai. Su Qinghu, did they really have to bring her into this? Right now, she just wanted to fade into the background. Besides, they weren't called Hercules watches. But whatever, she'd corrected them a few times already, but her in-laws never remembered. Aunt Yu had gotten used to it by now. Whenever the family gathered, she'd go wash Li Tuaner's diapers, and if there weren't any, she'd sterilize his bottles, anything to avoid joining in. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but after hearing so much of what this family said, she couldn't help but feel a little unbalanced inside. It wasn't about money or power, just the warmth and atmosphere of this family, the way they got along. It was something she couldn't help but envy. Su Qinghu noticed Qinlai looking over and returned an innocent glance. Qinbo immediately puffed up, adopting a look of disdain for his rebellious son. Just as Qinlai was about to look away, Su Qinghu's eyelashes fluttered slightly, as if to emphasize her innocence, but he noticed her subtly tucking away 3 fingers. So, she bought 2 pairs of watches? Su Qinghu blinked. Qinlai smiled. then turned to his father, Qinbo, I'm leaving the day after tomorrow. The atmosphere shifted instantly. Qinbo fell silent. Mrs. Meng glanced nervously at Su Qinghu, then quickly looked away. Time really did fly. Once their son left, she wondered if Xiaosu would feel sad. Su Qinghu had known about this for a while and ended up comforting Qinbo and Mrs. Meng instead. Qinlai checked the time, handed Li Tuaner to his father, straightened his clothes, and said, I'm going to pick up Dedan. Okay, Su Qinghu replied. Pay attention to Dedan's mood. That child was sensitive and lacked a sense of security. He'd never really felt like he belonged before, and though things were better now, feelings were hard to pin down. Who could say for sure? Qinlai said, I know. If Dedan's willing, let's keep in touch with his grandaunt's family, Mrs. Meng reminded him. It's good to have more relatives. The child's with us now, but there's no need to draw such hard lines with them. Qinlai nodded. I'm heading out then. Go on, Su Qinghu waved him off. If things go well, I'll invite them over to our place next time. As soon as school let out at noon, Erdan rushed to the door of Dedan's classroom. Bro. His loud call immediately interrupted Dedan's rare moment of dawdling. Dedan slung his backpack over his shoulder and walked out. What's up? You're not going to activity class this afternoon? No. Dad got you a leave of absence? Yeah. Erdan puffed up with indignation. He didn't get one for me? Dedan, no. Why not? Erdan was upset. Why did he only get you a leave? Dedan, I have something to do. He hadn't told Erdan about the leave before, so now that he was being questioned, Dedan was a bit confused. How did you know I got a leave? My buddy told me. Erdan accused. Are we even real brothers? You skipped class and didn't take me with you. Dedan. Which buddy? Your class's PE rep. Erdan was still fuming, pointing an accusing finger. You kept it from me. Dedan, Erdan? That's all you have to say? Didn't you think of asking Dad to get me a leave too? No, Dedan stated plainly. You don't need one. But you do. Erdan stomped his foot. Li Tuaner is our little brother. So as big brothers, they should go see their little brother together. I'm not going home to see Li Tuaner. Dedan didn't want to explain. Anyway, it's not what you think. Erdan didn't reply, just gave him a reproachful look. Dedan adjusted his backpack. When you get home after school, I'll tell you why I took a leave. Erdan, then I'll walk you to the school gate. Dedan wanted to say it wasn't necessary, but Erdan had already dashed off toward the gate. Qinlai was already waiting. He was tall and handsome, and now that he'd spent some time at home, his tan had faded, making his features even more striking. Both students and teachers couldn't help but sneak glances at him. Dad. Erdan bounded up to Qinlai, shouting loudly. Because of this, some of the younger female teachers quickly averted their eyes, but the students all looked at Erdan with envy. They'd seen Gao Haixing and Zhang Anyun's moms before, beautiful, stylish, and even bringing flowers for their kids. Gao Haixing and Zhang Anyun were the model students teachers always talked about, and their parents were the model parents all the students admired. After Erdan expressed his wish to take time off as well, only to be refused by Qinlai, he could only watch as his father and brother left. Qinlai rode his bicycle, carrying Dedan as they headed toward the tea house. Dad, Dedan called out from the back seat. Qinlai responded, but didn't ask anything, waiting quietly. After a moment, Dedan spoke again. Mom said, unless I'm willing, no one can take me away. Qinlai replied clearly. So, whatever choice you make, you have to think it through carefully. Dedan hesitated. They're my grandaunt's family. If they need me to take care of them, can I just help out without leaving home? He really liked his current home. Of course you can, Qinlai said calmly. But what I can tell you is, they don't need you to take care of them. He went on to tell Dedan about Zhang Jinjing and Lu Hemming's jobs and how their daughter, Lu Xinlin, was about to start working at a hospital. By then, they'd almost arrived. Qinlai had chosen the tea house based on the locations of Dedan and Erdan's schools. He picked one that was as close as possible and still decent. No one expected that Zhang Jinjing would be waiting at the door. When she saw Chenlai, she smiled at first, but then couldn't take her eyes off Dayton. He really does look like. Before she could say anything, tears were already streaming down her face. Dayton met her gaze, his nose tingling, his eyes gradually turning red. Blood ties broke through the unfamiliarity. "And Yan, do you remember me?" Zhang Jingjing's voice trembled. After their family decided to return to China, she hadn't expected that their next meeting would be years later. The child was no longer the chubby, lively little boy she remembered. He'd grown tall and slender like a spring bamboo shoot, but looked healthy and spirited. There was no sign of deprivation or timidity. "Thank you," Zhang Jingjing said to Chenlai. "You've raised him so well." Chenlai replied, "That's my wife's doing." Dayton stepped forward and called out Auntie. He stood tall and straight, already showing the calm and poise of a young man. Zhang Jingjing quickly responded, stepping forward to take his hand, unable to look at him enough. She asked about his life, his studies. Seeing people coming in and out of the entrance, Chenlai reminded her to go inside so they could talk more comfortably. Dayton could barely remember what his parents looked like. Zhang Jingjing was just a vague impression. Seeing her now only felt somewhat familiar. He followed the adults inside, answering Zhang Jingjing's questions from time to time. This meeting lasted until the sunset and dusk began to fall. When they left, Dayton's eyes were red. He and Chenlai insisted on taking Zhang Jingjing and her family home before returning to the tea house to get their bike and head home. Erden had long since finished school. After class, he'd chattered away to Su Qinghu for who knows how long, only leaving her side when little Lichuaner woke up. Then he switched to talking to the little one, delighting in their nonsensical conversation. When Lichuaner finally fell asleep from his chatter, Erden happily went to eat with Su Qinghu. It was late, so they ate first without waiting for Chenlai. By the time they finished dinner, Chenlai and Dayton finally returned home under the cover of night. Su Qinghu was sitting in the living room, watching the two of them in the courtyard. She couldn't see their